Chapter 819. Overestimated? Chapter 819. Overestimated underscore. Russell moved unceasingly towards Blue Demon's base. He didn't know that the others had fooled him. He did think that the star map was in Shi Yan's hands. As he was afraid that Feng Ku would return earlier, he hadn't spent his efforts to kill Shi Yan's group of 3. The star map was much more important than Shi Yan's team in his eyes. However, while he was moving underground under the Blue Demon's base, he knew it was going to be bad. He got an instant rage. Feng Ku was there. He could feel the massive life magnetic field of Feng Ku on the big rock above his head. "Russell, why are you here?" Feng Ku's deep voice was sent to him from above his head. A flow of energy that could tear the earth shot directly to the ground. Russell knew that he couldn't hide his whereabouts anymore. He hesitated for a while, then laughed, emerging from the ground. Feng Ku, Feng Rao, and Feng Shao were sitting in a spacious hall together with dozens of experts of the Blue Demon. Most of them were the second sky or third sky of King God Realm. The power of this force was formidable indeed. Feng had traveled at his fastest speed to meet his daughter. Before he could have time to talk with his daughter, he found the special moving life magnetic field of Russell. He immediately reacted, using his force to make the man come out from the ground. Feng Ku's thin face darkened. He snorted, "What do you want? Why are you moving stealthily like that?" "I heard that my niece is back. I hurried here to say congratulations." "Feng Ji, you don't welcome me?" Russell put on a calm face, smiling until his eyes squinted. "I met my niece in that abandoned mineral star. I wanted to take her home safely, but a boy had captured her. He used the power of the empty fantasy crystal to run away. I couldn't help her, so I felt really annoyed. Now I know she's back safely. I wanted to pay a visit to see her." Russell's lies weren't much greater than his singing. This man was really thick-skinned. Both Feng Ku and Feng Rao knew that none of his words were true. They looked at him with cold looks. "It's good that my niece is all right. I just wanted to check on her. Yeah, now I can ease my mind." Since Russell recognized that no one welcomed him, he said something and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute," Feng Ku shouted. "What?" Russell was surprised. "Feng Ji, you want me to join your family's lunch?" "Haha, as you and your daughter are just reunited, you should have many things to say to each other, I assume. It is not convenient that I stay. If you're here, we can talk." Feng Ku squinted, frowning. "I've invited all the big leaders to talk about the star map. My daughter is back. We can discuss this." Your power isn't bad. You're one of the strongest forces that we have. Of course, we can just keep you out of this." "Haha, Feng Ji, you're valiant and generous if you want to share the star map." "All right, I'm in." Russell agreed. He came here for the star map. Of course, he wouldn't let this chance slip away. Any matter behind the star map is very important. "My force can't handle it alone," Feng Ku snorted. "Russell, your bloody chief skull isn't bad, but don't foolishly dream about keeping the star map for yourself. I got the precise news saying that strongest warriors of the 3 big forces are heading to the land of God punishment. They will come to our area shortly. The 9-star Chamber of Commerce will appear here, too. The Fan family will send someone probably. Since we have common enemies, I hope you can see the general picture and not plan any conspiracy." Pausing for a while, Feng Ku continued slowly. "For example, going to Kafu's to rob the star map. I don't want to see that again." Russell discolored. He snorted but didn't say anything else. He jumped into the ground, leaving no message. He disappeared shortly. "Father, how did you know he went to Kafu's?" Feng Rao was surprised. She couldn't help but ask. "On my way to the Heaven Punishment City, I felt Russell moving. But you've mentioned that that boy was going to find Kafu." "Of course, I knew what he wanted," smiled Feng Ku. "Would something unexpected happen to Shi Yan?" "No, I have to go there and check." Feng Rao screamed hastily. Feng Ku and Feng Shao were slightly shaken. They looked at her with odd faces. When Feng Rao left that year, she didn't have a good reputation in the land of God punishment. However, they knew Feng Rao was almost an uncontrollably wild girl. It has been so many years, and they had seen her teasing countless young men of the land of God punishment, but they had never seen her caring about any man. Today, as she thought about Shi Yan possibly being in danger, She paid close attention and care for him. Something was strange here, indeed. You guys, why are you looking at me like that? Feng Rao was startled a little bit, blushing unnaturally, stopping. Feng Ke saw her eyes. He contemplated for a while, then said, "Don't worry. That kid should be all right. Otherwise, Russell wouldn't have hurried here. If he got the star map, he would have immediately left the land of God punishment. Caring disturbs a sound mind." Feng Rao was reminded of this. She bit her red lips and smiled. He fooled Russell. "Ha! Little sister, tell me what kind of relationship is between you and that kid." Feng Xiao was surprised for a while. Eventually, he couldn't press down his curiosity. "I can see that you care about him. What happened? Who is he? Is he an insider sent by the dark firmament divine nation?" "No relationship. We have just overcome many hardships together. We're close friends. Also, that man isn't ordinary at all. His potential is infinite. As he cultivates, he will eventually become one of the strongest warriors of the dark firmament divine nation," said Feng Rao solemnly. "I haven't seen you highly appreciate a person like that. Is he really as excellent as you say?" asked Feng Ku with a serious visage. "I reckon." Feng Rao's face was also serious. "Although he is only the second sky of King God Realm cultivation base now, I believe that if he risks his life and fights me, I will not win. I will be the loser who will die. He will survive and live, or sure." Hearing her, Feng Ku and Feng Xiao were shaken with fear. In the land of God punishment, Feng Rao was famous for her tough and tenacious competence with bizarre power Upanishad. Normally, warriors at the same realm weren't her rivals, and they were talking about Shi Yin, a warrior at a level lower than her. "Little sister, do you overestimate him because you like him?" Feng Xiao shook his head and burst out in laughter. "How can he do it? He defeated you with his lower realm. Funny, really funny. You shouldn't mistake it due to your personal feelings. Tell us honestly, how is his competence?" Feng Ke frowned as he didn't believe her. He was always proud of his daughter. He didn't think that a warrior with a lower realm could trounce Feng Rao. Both the father and the son were skeptical and thought that Feng Rao had overestimated Shi Yin because she liked him. This irritated Feng Rao, making her both embarrassed and angry. She said begrudgingly, "You will see later." "All right, I want to check him out." Feng Ke nodded. "How about the other three? Do they need treatment?" "Father, that old jester isn't a nice man to talk to. The price to cure 3 people with the soul-sucking demonic flower won't be small." Feng Xiao reminded them. He seemed not to approve this idea. "Little Rao, what do you say?" squinted Feng Ke. "Cure them. Even if the price is big, can it be bigger than the star map?" Feng Rao answered resolutely. "Can we trust him?" asked Feng Ke. "His men are in our hands. If he doesn't exchange the star map for them, what can he do then? Moreover, this place is the land of God punishment, our territory. Will he be able to rebel?" Feng Rao smiled. "Don't worry. I'm sure he will keep his word." "All right, we will carry it out like that." Feng Ke pondered for a while, nodded, then turned to his son. "Feng Xiao, you bring those 3 to Jester. Satisfy his requirements." "I'm on it." Land of God punishment, west side. The land was damaged, and countless massive caves ran straight to the deep place underground. Each cavern that looked like the giant mouth of the beast had a spacious stone hall. Those stone halls were connected to each other and expanded wide and large. People could walk through them to reach the inside of the Heaven Punishment City. Inside a stone hall, which was protected with magical barriers, Shi Yin was giving a narration of how he got the star map to Ka Fu and Ka Ta. Also, he didn't conceal about the agreement he had with Feng Rao. The 2 brothers listened to him. After he was done, Ka Tua frowned and said with pain, "They're just 3 human body cauldrons. Are their lives worth the star map? Shi Yin, you've placed the value of your relationships with them to highly. It is not worth it. You see, how about we flee from the land of God punishment and use our own powers to explore the new star area?" Ka Tua became excited. His brutal eyes sparkled with dreams of desire. He spread his arms and mumbled, "A new star area, 10 life stars, countless mineral ores and crystals, peculiar spiritual herbs." If we can have them all, we don't need to worry about anything else for the rest of our lives. Brother, we can establish our own territory. One day, we would make that star area mighty and prosperous like the other three forces. How wonderful would that be? Don't be a daydreamer, Shi Yin snorted. With our force, we can't have all of them. The information of the star map has been spread out. Many experts are keeping an eye on it. Even Feng Ku admits that he can't do it alone. He's contacting the big leaders of the other forces. Do you think you can gulf it yourself? Deji, wake up. This boy is right. Even if we find a new star area, we can't protect it. Exploiting the new star area requires a giant workforce and resources. Your force is definitely too weak, Ka Fu advised his brother without showing a bit of his sympathy. I was just thinking about it a little. You guys don't need to be that serious, okay? Ka Tuo was a little bit embarrassed. He harumphed, then said, I will send someone to the Heaven Punishment City. If Feng Ko asks, we will have someone to report back to us. I want to make sure my three friends are all right. After that, I will hand over the star map, Shi Yin nodded. The important thing is to make sure that my men are okay. We can deal with other matters later. Yeah, I got it. I won't mess with your business, Ka Tuo continued. I still have some fame in the land of God punishment. I know what to do. Shi Yin pondered for a while and then said, I'm going to prepare. After a while, I will give you the other part of the inheritance. It will help you break through to the original God realm fast. Bloody Slaughterer Ka Tuo's eyes brightened radiantly. He was so thrilled and surprised that he laughed nonstop. Chapter 820, The Ring Spirit's Instructions. Chapter 820, The Ring Spirit's Instructions, _ Shi Yan's left hand touched the void. A gloomy light sparkled from his fingertips. As his fingers moved, a space slit appeared like he was tearing a sheet of paper. Dazzling light shot out from the space slit. Shi Yin squinted. Fine cracks appeared in his eyes. The space around him distorted chaotically. His energy rolled torrentially in his veins, running directly to the left palm. It seeped through his finger, shooting to the space slit where lights were moving disorderly. His soul consciousness was visible like a beam of light, slowly searching in the slit, getting through several sandwich-like layers. The aura of the blood vein ring suddenly emerged in his god soul. His soul altar started to spin. Unpredictable, invisible light radiated from it. A pulling force connected to the blood vein ring as fast as lightning. Swoosh! A ring flew out and fell into his palm. Shi Yin slid it on his finger. Shi Yin didn't hurry to retrieve his energy. His soul consciousness was still searching for a connection with the star map in the chaotic space basin. However, when he tried to pull the star map out of that space, it felt as heavy as 10,000 cattle. His soul struggled to pull it out. It wasn't as easy as pulling the blood vein ring. Shi Yin paused, sensing quietly. He gradually pumped more of his soul energy, which then turned into invisible tentacles that entangled the star map. Pull! His soul energy was drained crazily. The space around him rippled like ocean waves rising beautifully. Each space wave had a space crack, which was then enlarged little by little. The chaotic flow of space inside was strangely turbulent, as if it wanted to gush out from there. Shi Yin paled. His energy was draining fast. Shi Yin felt exhausted, but he continued pulling, and he didn't dare to relax or get distracted. Ka Tuo and his brother looked at him astoundingly. They shifted their looks from the space slits to Shi Yin and discreetly released their soul consciousness. However, their soul consciousness felt like it was sinking into a swamp when it touched this disorderly space. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't help. The brothers discolored. They didn't dare explore for any longer. They both retrieved their soul consciousness, took several deep breaths to steady themselves, and continued watching Shi Yin from afar. Sweat beaded on Shi Yin's forehead. The fine cracks were getting clearer in his eyes. A beam of sharp space energy seeped out, running directly into the space slit. Roar! Shi Yin shouted. His body radiated blinding light. He looked like a massive crystal illuminated by the sun, reflecting beams of light everywhere. A violent suction force shot out from his palm. The star map emerged little by little from the space slit as he slowly pulled it out. Phew! Shurian opened his mouth to exhale. He wiped away the sweat on his forehead. Shurian's body slid to the ground. He was exhausted. Although Katual wanted to hurry, he felt something deep in his heart that told him to stay patient. Seeing that Shurian exhausted like that, he didn't urge the young man and instead just sat down next to him and waited. Taking out a divine crystal, Shurian absorbed the energy from it. After a long time, he opened his eyes slowly, smiling feebly. We're lucky that nothing unexpected happened. Pulling out a star map did cost a lot of energy, right? Katual was astounded. But you got the ring out pretty reasonably? I saw you spend no effort to pull the ring out. He wasn't the only one suspicious. Shurian also didn't know how it happened. He felt like he was walking in a mist, blind from his surroundings. Both the star map and the blood vein ring were objects. However, retrieving the blood vein ring costed only a little bit of his soul energy. As soon as his soul consciousness connected to the ring, it immediately returned from the space basin. But the star map had cost him a lot. You fool. It's the secret treasure that is connected to my brother's life. They're interlinked. That's why he can take it back easily. Katu thought he understood it better, rolling his eyes at his younger brother and explaining. Is it true? Kafu shook his head, not quite believing his brother. Don't talk, please. I need it to be quiet for a while, frowned Shurian. The brothers shut their mouths immediately. As Shurian's finger caressed the blood vein ring, his soul consciousness seeped into it. Within the left part of that man's inheritance, is there any problem with it? A spirit arose from the ring. There are 3 things you need to remember. I can tell you this only once. After I give you the inheritance, I will go dormant. I won't have enough energy to talk again for a long time. First of all, after I give you the inheritance, you should use your God soul to read the spell that urges the magic in your seal and take a beam of his original soul. Then, detain a beam of his original soul in your seal. After that, he will become an advisor. You will be able to control his life. Second, the next time you swallow the soul altar, don't enjoy the benefits alone. Divide the refined soul energy into beams and send me some to recover. Then, I will have more energy to talk to you more. And you have to take in more soul altars. It will be good for you, much more effective than simply making your god body stronger. I think that no warrior in this star area will know your secret. You don't need to worry that much. You have to try to refine your soul altar more and make it unbreakable. Last of all, gather the heaven flames and combine them as fast as you can. Before you break through to the original God realm, you have to use the heaven flame divine refining technique to refine the heaven flames. It will give you a big help when condensing the original soul. The original soul, created by the heaven flames, is much more intimidating than the original soul of the other original God realm warriors. It has so many more magical abilities. Remember, you have to gather all the heaven flames before you reach the peak of the King God realm. After the ring spirit advised him about these 3 things, it was about to complete the inheritance. Who are you? I know nothing about you or anything you just said. Can you explain in more detail? I am just a remnant of soul. Most of my memories have been lost. I can only restore them little by little from the nothingness. At this moment in time, I can't give you more assistance. Please at least tell me, what is my mission here? Get stronger, unbelievably stronger. Break through and level up as quick as you can. This is your most important mission at this moment. All right, I can't waste more time. I will impart the spell to you. I have to condense the inheritance. My energy is limited. The ring spirit cut off communication. Soon, a flow of soul memories seeped into Shurian's brain. The spell was hard to read. It seemed like the spell didn't have any real meaning. It was just an array of magical sounds. Shurian tried to figure out what it said, but he couldn't understand the deep meaning behind those melodious sounds. He couldn't do anything except to try remembering the spell forcefully. At least, he must ensure that he wouldn't forget it or read it incorrectly. The blood vein ring on his finger radiated an immense halo as the ring spirit urged its energy to create the inheritance for Ka-Tu'a. Ka-Tu'a couldn't help but get more excited. He rubbed his hands, thrilled. He laughed contentedly and stupidly at the same time. When he received the inheritance from Yin last time, he immediately ran away and cultivated to amend his power Upanishad. After a long time, his power Upanishad had got back on the right track. He was now at the third sky of King God Realm, and he was just one step away from the threshold. As long as he could get the last part of the power Upanishad inheritance, he believed that with a little time to digest it, he would easily enter the original God Realm. When that happened, he would become an expert in the land of God punishment, and he would become a hero who could stand shoulder by shoulder with Russell, Barrett, and Jianong. He could even make Russell pay for his mistakes. Only by having mighty power would he earn respect in the land of God punishment. He had been here for so many years, so Ka-Tu'a understood this. Deji, I have to congratulate you this time. Kafu was also excited. He laughed cheerfully. After this time, Deji, you will become an overlord of an area of the land of God punishment. I'm so thrilled. Huh. That crazy dog Russell. I will make him lose his face. Ka-Tu'a grinned, his eyes brutal and bloodthirsty. Boom. Rainbow light shot out everywhere from the blood vein ring. A huge energy tremor spread out from the ring. A flow of inheritance essence was shown in Yan's palm. It looked like a chaotic, hazy mist with extreme power at the core. Ka-Tu'o's body shivered. He calmed down. His hot eyes gazed at the inheritance essence, didn't even blink. Yin smiled. He used the vital energy of the dead and life power to tie the essence inheritance, pushing it towards Ka-Tu'a. While the essence inheritance disappeared into Ka-Tu'o's eyes, Ka-Tu'a was shaking from the impact. Chaotic energy gushed out from his body. The God domain activated automatically, dragging and sucking the debris and remnants of objects into outer space to create a distorted and chaotic magnetic field. Ka-Tu'a closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. He held his breath and concentrated on learning the mysteries of the essence inheritance. He tried to fuse it with his God soul and make it become a part of his seal of Upanishad. At the same time, Yin sat down and watched every change that Ka-Tu'a went through. Ka-Tu'a was shivering. Ripples of distorted and chaotic energy expanded from him, as if he was taking in the energy from the space debris and other trash to increase the intensity within his god body. Ka-Tu'o's soul altar appeared deep in his pupils. It shone gloriously as if it was made of crystal. It was a beautiful scene. Yin observed everything, until he saw Ka-Tu'o's soul altar spun and the god soul started to take in the essence inheritance. He also mumbled the hard-to-read spell that the ring spirit had imparted to him. The spell swayed in his sea of consciousness like lightning strikes that attacked his sea of consciousness. His sea of consciousness seethed violently while thunder exploded above his soul altar. Flows of his soul consciousness moved by the spell, swarming towards the magical mark in his god soul. While his sea of consciousness seethed with surging, massive waves, his god soul maintained steady like a mountain. The mark emerged on his forehead like a dark sun that absorbed flows of his soul consciousness. Yin continued to murmur the spell. A magical vibe connected to Ka-Tu'o's soul altar. A beam of light shot from Yan's eyes straight into Ka-Tu'o's eyes. A beam of Ka-Tu'o's chaotic original soul was pulled by the light beam. It flew out and flashed before disappearing into the mark on the forehead of Yan's god soul. At that moment, the flow of Ka-Tu'o's original soul became his puppet. It seemed like he could kill Ka-Tu'a instantly with one thought. Yin could even eradicate the other's god soul as he pleased. Yin was scared of the cunning and wicked plan of the ring spirit. This trick to bind a servant was strangely cruel. Yin knew that from now on, Ka-Tu'a would never escape his bind. He now held the man's life in his hand forever. When his mind flickered, he could have Ka-Tu'a perish. Chapter 821, Conspiracy. Chapter 821, Conspiracy, Ka-Tu'a was still trying his best to combine the essence inheritance. He didn't notice that Shi Yin had taken control of his life. For the rest of his life, he would not be able to escape Shi Yan's bind. Shi Yin opened his eyes, smiling brightly, while looking at Ka Ta. After a while, the energy waves on Ka Tuo's body calmed down. He continued to steady his energy, putting back the soul altar into his body. Then he opened his eyes. He was so happy that he almost went crazy. He couldn't press down his laughter. I am one step closer to entering the original God realm. When that happens, I can stand shoulder by shoulder with Russell, Barrett, and Jianon to be the master of an area in the land of God punishment. Only warriors at the original God realm can control powerful forces in the pirates' organizations. They have more troops and more serious business deals. Because Bloody Slaughter Ka Tua had not reached the original God realm, he was far behind Russell and the other two despite the fact that he was famous. And of course, there was no need to mention Feng Ku. Anyway, once Ka Tuo reaches the original God realm, he would have a share among the experts of the land of God punishment. Congratulations, Deji. Kafu smiled honestly. He was thrilled, and he thought about how bright the future will be. This pair of brothers had been struggling in the land of God punishment for many years to accumulate the power and strength they have today. However, when Russell came to the shop and released his power, they felt so small and insignificant that they couldn't muster the courage to use their powers to resist. At his original God realm, Russell had an intimidating, oppressing power. If he wanted to kill them, no one would have gotten out of that shop alive. If Ka Tua had had the original God realm cultivation base, Russell would never have dared to swagger in like that. He wouldn't have thought of killing them. All of this was because of the limit of their realms and cultivation bases. How do you feel? Is everything all right? Asked Shi Yin, a little bit uneasy. Shi Yin didn't know whether Ka Tua could sense his small trick or not. He was afraid that if Ka Tua knew it, he would trouble him hard. This is amazing. It's so wonderful. I feel so good. Ha ha ha. Ka Tua laughed crazily, and he felt so good. He didn't notice that a flow of his original soul was stolen. He had no idea that he lost control of his own life. Huh, that is good. Now we just need to wait until we got the news from the Heaven Punishment City. We will proceed with our plan afterward. Sure, Yin was nonchalant as he could relax now. He closed his eyes, his mouth hanging a faint smile. This place is the Heaven Punishment City, said Carthu. He was wearing a long snow-white garment accompanied with a piece of a silver mask that covered half of his left face. He smiled and explained, "The Heaven Punishment City isn't strict. Everyone can get in. I've been here several times. As long as you conceal your power, no one would recognize you. The Heaven Punishment City is the biggest market of the entire Raging Flame Star area. You can find secret treasures, crystals, ores, pellets, medicines, and so much more. I will give you a tour." Zi Yao's graceful body with attractive curves had been reduced slightly as her charming face was covered in a skin-tone mask. However, warriors traveling to and fro in the wide streets of the Heaven Punishment City showed their lustful faces as they saw her. Their hot eyes lingered on her stunning body. Her exquisite and graceful curves were enough to get the attention of these men. Her unusually sloppy appearance only hid her beauty a little bit. Yalin, Tai Mu, and Ao Gero were also disguised, and they walked behind Carthu and Zi Yao like an entourage. They were watching the shops everywhere with great curiosity. They found so many missing treasures of the Raging Flame Star area in the shops here. Also, they saw countless strange cultivating materials that the Divine Nation didn't have. They were exhibited and sold publicly here as if these items were nothing special. This is such a strange place. Xiao observed for a while before complimenting. No wonder why people tell each other to visit the Heaven Punishment City when they need cultivating materials. They would have a great harvest here. I didn't believe it, but now I understand. The items in the Heaven Punishment City have more variety and are more precious than the items in the 9-star chamber of commercial. Carthu smiled. It is obvious that the Heaven Punishment City is unique. Pirates from all corners of the star area gather here. I heard that Many pirates have found bizarre and rare mineral stars on the edge of our star area. The 9-star chamber of commercial doesn't have this competence. We should get to our destination first. I wonder if he's there. Ziyao's beautiful eyes were radiant when she parted her lips. Carthu nodded and said, "Follow me." After 1 hour, this group arrived in front of Kafu's shop. They stopped by the door and looked in the shop. No one was inside. The door of the shop was closed. There was no commotion of warriors inside. However, many people were watching over this place discreetly. Carthu frowned, but he didn't change his visage. He just took Ziyao's team and left. When they reached a quiet cross, he said, "That kid isn't here. Around 100 scouts are hiding around that shop. Something just happened, I assume. We should wait for a while. You guys go find a place to rest first. I'm going to ask for some information." Except for Carthu, this was the first time Ziyao and the others had visited the Heaven Punishment City. Since they weren't familiar with the environment, they just followed his orders. Soon, Carthu took Ziyao and the others to Sa-Fa's training yard. Carthu let Yalan, Taimu, and Ao Gera find a resting place first. He brought Ziyao to see Sa-Fa. "Sir Carthu." Sa-Fa respectfully kneeled down to greet him. He seemed to be very excited. "Anything new from Kafu? Why did he close?" Carthu signaled for him to get up and asked. "Seems like Master Russell had visited the shop. I've sent my men to scout. They reported that Master Russell had used his power to restrain that shop. But it wasn't for a long time. Katual and the others had disappeared from the Heaven Punishment City discreetly. No one knows where they were hiding. No one has found them yet," reported Sa-Fa. Carthu frowned, wishing he had more details. Then, he advised Sa-Fa to keep an eye on the commotion in the city. He ordered him that once he spotted something strange, he must report immediately. Several days later, Bai Tian, hegemon of the Underworld League, took Bai Ro and some other warriors in disguise to the Heaven Punishment City. They found a manor to stay at and arranged people to search for information. 2 days later, Fan Tian of the 9-star chamber of commercial wore a mask and entered the Heaven Punishment City together with his warriors from outside the land of God Punishment. A corner in the Heaven Punishment City. Inside a shop with the alchemist symbol on the door, Alchemist Jester was urging flames from his fingers, his face ashen. His subtle flames then flew towards the sea of consciousness of Bao Ao, Jieji, and Bo Ruo. 3 pellets as big as Longans exploded directly in their sea of consciousness. A fresh and gentle aroma diffused from the pellet, turning into a pure energy entering their sea of consciousness. Jester's forehead was covered in sweat. His face looked solemn as he used the soul consciousness to cut the connection between the soul sucking demonic flowers and the victim's god soul. After a long period, Jester wiped his sweat. The 5 fingers on his left hand shot flows of blue flame, engulfing the 3 soul sucking demonic flowers and burning them. Slowly, the demonic flowers turned into ashes. The bony bodies of Bao Ao and the 2 others were exposed after the demonic flowers vanished. Jester quickly ingested pellets. He closed his eyes to steady his breath. He looked very tired. Feng Xiao, Feng Rao, and 5/3 Sky of King Godrealm warriors were sitting down and having green tea in a corner of the shop. They had been gazing at the alchemist for the whole process. Crack, crack, crack. Clear, cracking sounds echoed from the bodies of Jieji, Boruo, and Bao Ao. Although they were pale, their eyes sparkled brightly. They were so relieved. Finally, the soul-sucking demonic flower that had bound them for a long time had been uprooted, leaving no trace. Without that wicked pressure, the 3 of them felt even their bores relaxed. Feng Rao and Feng Xiao exchanged looks. They stood up and smiled and walked toward that area. "Thank you, Miss Feng Rao." Bao Ao's team bent their bodies slightly, thanking her sincerely. "No need to thank me. If you're truly grateful, say thanks to Shi Yan. Without his promise, I would never have spent so much for you guys." "Haha, you were lucky to have befriended that kid." "Honestly, I admire you guys," said Feng Rao seriously. "Miss Feng Rao, you don't need to admire us. I think that if you got into trouble, that kid will save you at any cost," Bao Ao chuckled. I don't think you will be that generous for me. Feng Rao shook her head and smiled. Only you guys who came here with him will receive his treats. I think that the others will never receive such kindness from him. Bao Ao's team looked at each other and smiled. They felt lucky that they didn't have any grudge against Shiyin when they were in the Grace mainland. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stay alive. Jester, the payment I agreed to give you will be submitted as scheduled. We won't mistreat you. Feng Xiao expressed assurance to the alchemist, who was adjusting his energy. Jester was still exhausted. He suddenly opened his dull eyes and said, "Let me join your operation to search for the star map. I can give you 50% discount." You also know about the star map? Feng Rao was surprised. Famous leaders all receive the information from your father. How could I not know about it? Jester was indifferent. That is why I agreed to help you save these three. It was because of the star map. Now that they are cured, we can negotiate about the real deal. The new star area should have a lot of special herbs and florists, which none of you are familiar with. If I join you guys, it'll be better for both parties. Otherwise, those spiritual plants and herbs die soon. Feng Rao and Feng Xiao exchanged looks, frowning. I know that you can't decide this right now. After you get back, you can tell your father about my deal. I think that with his wisdom and knowledge, he will know that bringing me will be an advantage. Jester closed his eyes, waving his hand. Off you go. Feng Xiao nodded, talking in a low tone. I will send your offer to my father. Let's go. Feng Rao nodded to Bao Ao, Jieji, and Bo Rua. They left the alchemist's shop together with their guards. Waiting until Feng Zhao's team had left, Jester opened his eyes after a while. He took out a sound stone, his eyes bright and respectful. He kneeled down and sent a message. Master, I am sure that Feng Ko has the star map. Chapter 822. A single blade attends a banquet. Chapter 822. A single blade attends a banquet, _ a secret cavern in the land of God punishment. Ka Tuos sat cross-legged, his face calm. Suddenly, he felt something, and he took out a sound stone from his sleeve. Ka Tuos frowned and checked the stone. The sound wave that came from the sound stone echoed directly in Ka Tuos' sea of consciousness. His eyes brightened up, smiling. Brother, Feng Ko has saved your people. Shiyin cheered up. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure, Kato nodded. My people saw those three. The soul-sucking demonic flowers were gone. They've recovered. I think they are slowly restoring their power. Nothing bad has happened. Have a bring my people here, advised Shiyin. Okay. Katua stroked the sound stone, sending his message. What should we do now? Asked Kafu. Shiyin got up, contemplating. I agreed with Feng Rao that after they healed those three, I would give her the star map. It seems like I have to go to the Heaven Punishment City this time to solve this. Brother, will it be okay going to the Heaven Punishment City now? Katua was a little bit worried. They saved my people. I'm coming to hand over the star map. What danger could there be? Shiyin smiled, talking nonchalantly. Their objective is my star map. They won't cause more trouble. Brother, you should negotiate a life star. You better not. A life star is so precious. It is not guaranteed that Feng Ko will give you one. If you provoke him, he may punish you. Katua hesitated for a while before reminding Shiyin. Right, I understand. Once the other three come here, you guys arrange for them to leave the land of God punishment. Shiyin took a deep breath, then continued. I'm going now. Contact me if anything happens. Okay. Sure, Yin emerged to the stone passage of the underground cavern. He navigated which direction to go and then left. 15 minutes after he left, Ka Fu released his soul consciousness to sense. Then, his face darkened. He asked, Deji, why didn't you take the star map? With the star map, we can bargain with any force. You receive the essence inheritance. That kid is no use to you now. Did you really consider him your senior? In our land of God punishment, benefits go first. Everything else is just bullshit. After he found out that Shiyin got the map, Ka Fu signaled Ka to many times to rob it directly. He had soon recognized that Shiyin had only the second sky of King God Realm, the same realm as him. At the same time, Bloody Slaughterer Ka Ta was at the peak of King God Realm. After he had received the essence inheritance, he had stepped 1 foot closer to reaching the original God realm. Ka-Fu thought that once his brother joined hands to rob the star map from Yin, it would have been effortless. When they got the star map, they would have been able to escape the land of God punishment and hide in their lair. While waiting for Ka-Tuo to break into the original God realm, they could have explored the star map or exchanged it for something just as good. These two options were much better than following Yin. Bloody Slaughterer Ka contemplated for a while, then said weakly, "Do you know what realm he had the first time I met him?" "What realm?" Ka-Fu was surprised. "The second sky of true God realm." Ka-Tuo took a deep breath. "It took just 7 years. 7 years. He's reached the King God realm, and even the second sky of King God realm. Can you believe it?" Ka-Fu discolored in fright. He couldn't help but shout, "How could this be?" Bloody Slaughterer Ka-Tuo smiled miserably, shaking his head. "It's okay if you don't believe me. I've seen it with my own eyes, but I can't believe it's true. He spent 7 years to cross a major realm, from the second sky of true God realm to the second sky of King God realm. Have you ever heard of any talent like him in our Raging Flame Star area?" "Never." Ka-Fu's voice trembled, his eyes showing deep fear. That year in the solar star exploding fragment field, he had only the true God realm cultivation base. However, his performance was comparable to the King God realm. Ka-Tuo recalled his painful memories. "Actually, I was fluttered. Of course, he had utilized the special condition of the solar star exploding fragment field. Anyhow, I couldn't kill him. And today, he's reached the second sky of King God realm. I can sense that his aura is more than 5 times stronger than yours." Ka-Fu was shaken. He looked dumbstruck. "I'm sure that if we had attacked him, not only would we have had gotten nothing, but we would have also lost the chance to be on his side." Ka-Tuo looked at his brother deep in the eyes. "His real power isn't less than mine. Although I'm combative and blunt, I'm not stupid." Ka-Fu didn't say anything else. Having a good relationship with him is better than being his enemies. If I were sure that I could smash him, would I be so patient to wait until this moment and call him brother for so long? Bloody Slaughterer Ka-Tuo forced a smile and shook his head. "I can't see myself beating him. I can't. If he has enough time to cultivate, he will be the brightest star in the Raging Flame Star area. His light can even subdue the greatest like Du Tianji and Fan Tian. If I don't seize this chance in having a good relationship with him, will I be any different from an idiot?" Ka-Fu was surprised. After a long time, he nodded and sighed. "Deji, I was wrong. My vision was narrow. Cooperate with him. No matter what he does, we have to support him wholeheartedly. He will change our destiny. I believe in him." Bloody Slaughterer Ka-Tuo said loud and clear. Ka-Fu's eyes brightened. Dash. Blue Demon Pirates Base, Heaven Punishment City. Feng Rao was sitting neatly on her high platform, waiting for something, her eyes gloomy. Ka-Tuo's troops had taken the other 3 away for a long time. If Ka-Tuo was still in the land of God punishment, he should have taken action by now. Why has that kid not come here yet? Feng Xiao was worried, and he walked back and forth impatiently. "Little sister, are you sure that kid was not just joking with you?" Feng Rao shook her head, smiling reluctantly. "I don't think so. He knows that nothing good would happen by standing against us in the land of God punishment. Moreover, with his power, even if he has the star map, he can't do anything alone. Is it possible that Ka-Tuo took the star map?" Feng squinted and furrowed his brows. Ka-Tuo has always been infamous. If he knew about the star map, he would have taken action. I understand him well. For his welfare, he won't care about anything else. "It is possible," Feng Xiao nodded, jabbering. "Should we send troops to clean up Ka-Tuo's base?" "Impossible. Ka-Tuo isn't an idiot." Feng shook his head. "Then what should we do? Just wait like this? Wait for that kid to turn himself in?" "It doesn't sound like a good plan." Feng Xiao scratched his head thinking about this tricky problem. "If we don't get the star map, we will lose our face this time. We have invited leaders of the greatest forces everywhere to gather in the land of God punishment. And now we're going to tell them that we got wrong information. They will ridicule us for sure. Even if Ka-Tuo has different plans, It won't work. Feng Rao was calm. Kata is at the third sky of King God Realm, and his brother is at the second sky of King God Realm. Even if they join hands, they won't be able to capture Shi Yin. Sister, did he enchant you? He's just a warrior at the second sky of King God Realm. How could he defeat those brothers? What kind of joke is that? Feng Xiao was enraged. You let your emotions control you. I think your thought process has gone astray. You can't see the real situation. Feng didn't believe what his daughter said. It didn't sound real that he could defeat those brothers. Little Rao, you overthought this. Feng Rao was so vexed. As she had fought Shi Yin, she knew how tough he was. Nevertheless, Bloody Slaughter Katoa was also an infamous villain in the land of God punishment. Most of the warriors at the same level couldn't fight as worthy opponents. Ka Fu, his brother, was also a cunning opponent. This pair of brothers had been together for so many years, but they hadn't had many failures. If she had never fought against Shi Yin, she wouldn't have believed that Shi Yin could escape these two brothers either. However, she believed that he could do that despite the fact that her father and brother didn't buy it. Wait a little longer. I believe he will show up. He won't deceive me. Feng Rao didn't have absolute confidence in this. Even if you guys were close for the star map, he would lie to anyone. My sister, you are a heroine. Why are you sorrowful because of the loss of affection? Sigh women. When in love, their intelligence quotient reduces greatly. We shouldn't trust your suggestions. Feng Xiao felt very annoyed. He walked to the door and shouted, We have to do something. We can't just wait like this. Okay, you send troops to search around. Do not dismiss any cavern. When you find anything about that kid, report immediately. Feng nodded, agreeing with this plan and believing that his daughter had made a mistake this time. Feng Rao grimaced. Waiting for Shi Yin, she started to doubt herself, thinking that Shi Yin might have deceived her. However, at this moment, a voice arose. Chief, a young man asked to see you. He said his name is Shi Yin. Feng Rao's soft body shivered. An extreme joy sparkled in her eyes. As her heart sent out vibes, she calmed down but maintained her smile. Feng was astounded. He jolted and shouted, Bring him in. Feng Xiao halted by the door and burst out laughing with an odd face. Oh well, I guess there is someone as stupid as Feng Rao. Ha! He comes. I'm so surprised. He looked at Feng Rao laughing. Sister, you do have your tricks. That kid must have been so charmed and deluded that he couldn't see the right road. Feng also smiled. It is fortunate that he came. I didn't expect that he would be a man of his words. I looked down at him. Yeah, this boy is truly a character. He dares to come to our lair. Haha, interesting. Ka Tuo and his brother couldn't deal with him. I told you. Feng Rao smiled in content. She stood up and walked to a bright mirror to adjust her hair and dabbed a thin layer of powder on her face. After making sure that she was flawlessly beautiful, she walked to the door. On the wide street, Shi Yin stood upright like a spear, his visage valiant, cold and harsh. Warriors of the Blue Demon Pirates were waiting for him solemnly, inviting him to get in. Shi Yin nodded without a beam of fear in his eyes. He walked with his head held high. He deliberately strolled towards the most dangerous place of the land of God punishment. Chapter 823, Don't Lean Too Close. Chapter 823, Don't Lean Too Close, _ Haha, young hero, you came. Little buddy, you have kept your word, and I am now happier than ever. Feng laughed loudly and hospitably in his spacious hall. He looked so happy. Shi Yin and Feng Rao walked together. The pirates of the Blue Demon studied him with curious faces along the way. After being away for more than 200 years, Feng Rao was back with the information of the star map, which stirred up those who knew the legends of the Raging Flame Star area. As they knew that the star map was in Shi Yin's hands, they were all thrilled that he came. Shi Yin was wearing a tight warrior black costume. He didn't look very outstanding. However, his eyes were bright and his spirit was high. At the same time, his aura was introverted, which made people not dare look down on him. Feng Rao wore a long silky dress that revealed her graceful body. Her slender legs were exposed naturally and beautifully while she walked. In a land of god punishment, the reputation of her glamour had spread widely. More than 200 years ago, she was the number 1 or 2 most beautiful woman. She had been away for a while, but when she came back, she had retained her beauty. Now she had the bearings of an attractive, mature woman. The space pirates looked at her with hot eyes and drooling mouths. When she and Sure Yin walked shoulder by shoulder, she attracted a lot of looks. However, they didn't dare to show her their lustful visage. All were showing great respect to her. She was Feng Ku's only daughter, the young lady of the chief. She also had a high realm and performed many brutal deeds. Before she had left the land of god punishment, she had already been notorious. And now she came back with a crucial treasure. No one dared to mistreat her. "Greeting, Precursor Feng Ku." Sure Yin smiled, slightly bent his body in a manner that he was both humble but also independent. He naturally walked to the center of the stone hall. He showed his manners with his back upright. The Blue Demon's base was a strange conical structure, which was around 100 meters tall. With a spacious foundation, its radius shrank as it went to the top. At this moment, Sure Yin was in the middle level of this building, a large space without windows. The hall had many big stone pillars with exquisite patterns and inlaid crystals for illuminating the room. Sure Yin could feel the faint energy ripples of those pillars. Besides Feng Ku and Feng Xiao in this stone hall, Feng Ku's subordinates were also present. Most of them had the third sky of King God Realm cultivation base. Before Sure Yin reached the hall, Feng Ku smiled and rose his arm to make a signal. Those warriors sitting on his sides stood up, bowed to him, and left. Then, only Feng Ku, Feng Rao, Feng Xiao, and Sure Yin remained in this large hall. "Good, you're a man of his word. You have integrity." Feng Ku was sitting on the high throne of this hall. He waved his hand to signal Sure Yin to sit down. Then he said, "To be honest, the star map is really crucial. You surprised me by coming here personally." "Haha, if I were you, I wouldn't have exchanged the star map for just 3 human body cauldrons. And I would never have shown up to fulfill my promise after I confirmed that my people were saved. For the star map, I've been patient for years. I spent so much for it." Feng Xiao also nodded and smiled. "Little buddy, you're quite the character. I'm not surprised that you were the young expert who was eligible to enter the extreme purgatory field. Seeing you, I know the Dark Firmament Divine Nation has a lot of talents. I've promised Feng Rao that I would bring her the star map, and I couldn't fail her. In our life, we have something that we must hold on to. Take my 3 friends as an example. In your eyes, they're trivial and not worth your concern. But to me, they are very important. For their lives, I don't think paying the star map is unreasonable." Sure Yin smiled, turning to look at Feng Rao beside him. His eyes sparkled with a faint hot light. "If I didn't come here, she would have hated me to death." "You know how I think," Feng Rao smiled. Her eyes twinkled as though she had a good mood. Feng Ku and Feng Xiao were the ones with cunning hearts. From Sure Yan's and Feng Rao's words and gestures, they smelled something abnormal. "Here is the star map. Precursor Feng Ku, please receive it." Sure Yin contemplated before taking out the star map from his fantasy sky ring. His mind flickered and the star map turned into a beam of light, flying toward Feng Ku. Feng Ku's eyes brightened. He couldn't hold in his laughter. He grabbed the star map, sending his soul consciousness to sense it. He was so excited and he shouted, "Good, good, good." Feng Xiao found it hard to cover his thrill. He instinctively stepped forward, wanting to see the mysteries of the star map. "Little Rao, take Sure Yin to rest first. I'm going to summon the leaders of the other forces to discuss finding the new star area. We also invite our little buddy to join the meeting. He brought us the star map, so he should join us." Feng Ku cheered up. He wanted to say something, but because of the star map, he just let them go. Feng Rao giggled, throwing Sure Yin her charming look and walking out of the room. Sure Yin didn't linger. He bowed to Feng Ku and followed Feng Rao, letting her arrange him a place to rest. "Father, it seems like my sister and that kid are in a relationship. I think my sister loves him," said Feng Rao after the other 2 left. He frowned. Feng Ku stopped exploring the star map. His face darkened as he said, "Right. Seems like little Rao likes him. But that kid, I can't tell. My sister said that when we find the new star area, we have to give him 1 life star. Father, do you really want to do that? Feng Xiao didn't want that to happen. It was obvious in his eyes. He continued in a soft voice. Leaders of the other forces will join us directly. If we do find the new star, we will need a giant workforce and countless materials to explore it. Then, each leader will have their own requests. Russell, Barrett, and Jianong aren't easy to deal with. Wars will start. If we give him a life star, it may be hard to manage. Feng quieted down, knitting his eyebrows tightly. After a while, he spoke up. At this moment, we will agree to his condition. When we find a new star area, we will negotiate again. If that kid is as outstanding as what Feng Rao told us, and he wants to work for us wholeheartedly, we will let him marry little Rao and give him a life star. Anyway, if he married little Rao, he will become one of us. That life star will belong to us. Just consider this. Father, you're so wise, Feng Xiao complimented. He paused for a while, then continued. What should we do if his competence isn't as prominent as we thought? Or what if he ends up not wanting to work for us, or doesn't want to marry my sister? Do you need me to tell you how to work in a situation like this? Feng Ke's eyes expressed murderous intentions as he talked coldly. Feng Xiao seemed to wake up. He laughed quietly. I got it. Check out the star map first. Don't overthink. If that kid doesn't have sufficient power and competence, even if they love each other, I will interfere. Unless he can show his abilities and prove to provide strong support for us. He is too naive if he thinks that he will earn something in our territory. Feng knitted his eyebrows and concentrated on the star map. He gathered his spirit and started to feel it. On the top of the conical building was a triangle platform where someone put a tall glass table with sparkling, fulgent fruits. Shi Yin and Feng Rao sat on the glass stools, eating exotic fruits and drinking fragrant wine. They were watching the Heaven Punishment City underneath with relaxed faces. This conical palace was the base of the Blue Demon Pirates. It was the highest place in the Heaven Punishment City. From this building, they could see each corner or street of the Heaven Punishment City clearly. Feng liked to view things from a high elevation because everything he saw was tiny. When he had free time, he often went there to watch the city, which gave him a natural pride and satisfaction. Sitting a glass table away from Feng Rao was Shi Yin, who was also observing the entire city. He could vaguely feel the satisfactory feeling that Feng had. This city was so vast. It was the most strangely prosperous and luxury city of the entire Raging Flame Star area. So many pirate organizations based here. Seeing countless thugs, villains, thieves, and madmen from everywhere else moving under his feet, he felt like he had them all in the palm of his hand. This feeling was so marvelous. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Shi Yin took a sip of the fragrant wine in his glass. He stood up and looked at the tiny warriors moving to and fro under his feet. He said loudly, Your father knows how to enjoy life. From this place, with the second sky of original God Realm, he could see the details of warriors' appearance and commotions who were on the ground. I think no armed battle could stay away from his sights, right? I knew you will come, Feng Rao smiled brightly. She got up from her seat, walked gently over to him, and stood next to him to watch the city under their feet. She talked to him mildly. A man with the drive and ambition to build a kingdom can satisfy his pride by controlling people's life. But we women don't want these. A man we choose to entrust our life is more important. Shi Yin was shaken. He smiled, turning to her. What do you think of me? Am I worthy of your trust? Geez. Feng Rao smiled, shaking her head. Her beautiful eyes met his eyes for a while. You do know how to use water to speed up your boat. You're too dangerous. You have a lot of wicked thoughts. You can't stay still. Your woman won't have peaceful days. You like adventures, don't you? Shi Yin smiled. We're the types of people who have to pursue realms and powers for our entire life. Do you think we will ever have a normal life? If we don't struggle with adversity, we can't advance our power to have a moment of peace. Don't you think so? While talking, he suddenly turned around, walking towards Feng Rao with his passionate eyes. Feng Rao's maiden heart shivered, but she didn't back off to keep a safe distance with him. Her beautiful eyes gazed at him. She gritted her teeth, her cheeks blushing. Bastard, don't lean too close to me. Chapter 824. Can you be more shameless? Chapter 824. Can you be more shameless? Underscore. The tall platform of the Heaven Punishment City. Yin stuck close to Feng Rao chest to chest. His eyes were hot, and he was grinning evilly. Feng Rao was wearing a silky, floaty dress, which revealed her graceful, attractive curves. Her milky bosom was high and ample. Her charming face showed that she was shy as she looked at him with her bright, watery eyes. Yin pretended not to see it. He swayed his body to caress her body. He felt happy without shame. Can you be more shameless? Feng Rao blushed. She snorted at him, but she didn't step back as though she wanted to see the most shameless action he could do. Oh dear, I can. Yin grinned evilly, placing his left leg between Feng Rao's slender legs. Their legs caressed each other, and they could feel each other's warmth. He muttered, "You look so beautiful right now. You're so shameless." Feng Rao couldn't stand it. She took a step back, gasping for her breath. Her charming face was so red, it looked as red as a rose. She gritted her teeth, rolling her eyes at him vehemently. "I've been asking for your profile. You are dependent on Princess Ziyao of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation. Do you like her? Are you one of her soldiers? Otherwise, with her realm and power, how could she bind you? If you like her, don't flirt with me, or else I won't let you leave at ease. Don't be jealous. She and I are just making use of each other. It's not as complicated as you think." Yin felt funny, shaking his head, talking seriously. "The relationship between she and I isn't as deep as what we have now. Believe me, in this raging flame star area, there is only one woman in my heart, and it is you." Feng Rao's heart jumped with joy. She lifted her head, revealing her jade-like neck. "Then you have to agree with me that from now on, you're no longer Princess Izeo's escort." "No problem," Yin agreed, without spending a moment to think about it. He smiled brightly. "What else do you want? Tell me. I can satisfy all of your wishes." "Ha, you're my woman. I will treat you well." "Your woman?" Feng Rao blushed and sorted. "Not that easy. You bastard. Do you remember how you treated me previously? You almost killed me. I'm not going to forgive you that easily. The past is in the past. Don't remember what happened before." Yin chuckled. His figure flashed, and he stopped in front of Feng Rao once more time. He pulled her into his embrace, then whispered in her ear, "Isn't it good this way? I came to the land of God punishment for you. I handed over the star map for you. I've tried my best to create a good relationship with your brother and father. And with you. If you're content, I'll be satisfied." Sweet but worthless words came out tenderly from his mouth. Those barefaced words between lovers were like spells that calmed Feng Rao. She proactively hugged him, murmuring, "You're talking sweetly. Tell me more." Of course, Yin would satisfy her. He had mastered speaking such sentimental words in a soft tone in the other world. They filled Feng Rao's heart with sweetness. Her body shivered in joy. Dash. Where has that bastard gone to? It's been so long. Has he left already? Ziyao was so bored, walking on the spacious street of the Heaven Punishment City. She kept complaining. Yaoan, Tai Mu, and Ao Gero were very interested in the endless rare cultivating materials in the Heaven Punishment City. They scattered and bought what they liked, leaving Carthu to walk with Ziyao on the streets of the Heaven Punishment City. I received the news saying that he, Kata, and Kafu had left the Heaven Punishment City. Yeah, I think they're hiding in the land of God punishment now. Carthu smiled, talking deliberately. Don't be impatient. I heard that he agreed with Feng Rao, Feng Ku's daughter, that he would come back to give the star map when he confirms that his friends were cured. Feng Rao, is she beautiful? Ziyao slammed her delicate brows together, asking instinctively. A thorny rose of the land of God punishment, Feng Ku's precious gem. Of course, she is beautiful. Ha! Many crazy people of the land of God punishment like her. However, if compared to your highness, she's still a little bit behind. Carthu smiled and answered. Why is he with that woman? Snorted Ziyao. They came out of the purgatory star together. That little girl Feng Rao was one of the prisoners of the purgatory star. She was there for the star map, I supposed. Carthu furrowed his brows. That Feng Ku is too cunning. For the star map, he let his daughter disguise and come to the purgatory star for 200 years. They are such patient people. If that bastard Shi Yin comes to the heaven punishment city, will he go directly to the blue demon's base? Asked Ziyao. Carthu nodded and raised his arm to point at a conical building. That is the headquarters of the blue demon in the heaven punishment city. It is a heavily guarded place. Feng Ku is in there at the moment. Oh! Carthu suddenly halted, baffled. Light shot out from his bright eyes. He focused on the top of that building, his face astounded. Ziyao also lifted up her head to watch. However, due to her low realm, she could only see a vague area atop that building. She couldn't see things clearly. Carthu was bewildered for a long time, his countenance odd. He hesitated for a while before taking out a hexagonal quartz mirror and giving it to Ziyao. The top of that building has a barrier to prevent people from peeping in. This mirror can help you see through it. Ziyao was skeptical. Her eyes brightened as she concentrated on the mirror. A man and a woman were hugging each other on a crystal platform atop that building. They were talking to each other sweetly and harmoniously as if they had so many things to say. Her soft body trembled. Her face grimaced shortly, and she had fire in her eyes. Ziyao shouted indignantly, "Shameless! Shameless! That shameless bastard!" She felt like her heart was going to burst. She felt so vexed, but she couldn't explain why. Her sorrow made her confused. Her rage burst out like an erupting volcano. She was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. Her body shivered as she cursed under her breath. Carthu rubbed his chin, looking at her quietly, his eyes strange. They're just hugging. I can't say it's shameless. Anyway, that kid is lucky enough. Feng Rao is an extraordinarily beautiful woman. TSK, TSK. During this crucial period when heroes are gathering for the star map, he's acting so relaxed. He even has time for love. Excellent. Bastard. He deserves 1,000 blades stabbing his back. Ziyao ground her teeth. We've crossed 1,000 miles to get here. He doesn't have morals. How dare he cooperate with the chief pirate's daughter? I'm so angry. She didn't know why seeing Shi Yin and Feng Rao hugging made her feel so agitated. Annoyingly, sorrow rose in her heart as she hated that she couldn't storm over there to rip them apart. Don't be so angry. The Heaven Punishment City has many restrictions. If you disclose your identity before Ao, Guduo, and Leona arrive, I wouldn't be able to protect your life. Carthu saw her rage escalating. He was startled, hurrying to advise her. Shi Yin is just a member of your entourage. You don't need to mind him that much. He has the right to pursue the women he chooses. You don't have the right to interfere with him. You have to consider the big picture. Crack. The hexagonal quartz mirror was broken. Crystal pieces shot out everywhere. Ziyao took several deep breaths. Her ample bosom bulged as she said irritatedly, "Not seeing is better and cleaner. Seeing him acting like that. I'm enraged because we've been worried about him the whole time. Darn it. This bastard still has time to work on his love life. Does he even know that people have been waiting and worrying about him anxiously every day? I'm not worried about him." Carthu felt a sting in his heart seeing the priceless hexagonal mirror being broken by Ziyao's rage. He muttered begrudgingly, "That kid is so cunning. How could he fall into bad situations that easily? Among us, only you have been worried about him. No one else is worrying. Perhaps Ao Garo wished for him to die early, though. I want to meet him. Find a way for me to meet him," Ziyao snorted. She calmed down and talked to Carthu. "Please arrange this for me. Give me time." Carthu sighed inwardly, agreeing with her even though he knew it would be troublesome. "But you have to remember that you have to be very careful in the Heaven Punishment City. You can't disclose your identity. At least before Ao, Guduo, and Leona come. Don't let anyone else know our identities." "Okay, I promise," nodded Ziyao. Dash. A gateway to the Heaven Punishment City. Two people walked into the city. Guard by the gateways kneeled down on one knee to greet them. "Welcome, Sir Barrett." "Welcome, Sir Gianome." The two nodded and walked into the city, followed by more than 10 profound realm warriors with brutal and bloodthirsty auras. Barrett was a beefy human who was around 2 meters tall and wore heavy black armor. Gianome was a clansman of the Dark Spirit clan. He had a waist-length cyan hair outline his cold and solemn face. Fonku must have the star map now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have urged us to come here. Haha, I heard that Feng Rao's back. I have to pay attention to her. I can't afford to let her escape again. Barrett grinned, looking at the stone building of the Blue Demon Pirates. Suddenly, he was baffled. He appeared to see clearly. His face grimaced instantly. Gianome followed his eyes, looking further. He then burst out laughing and teased Barrett. "Barrett, I think you've miscalculated. You've been yearning for Feng Rao for so many years, and now someone else has taken her." "Interesting. Haha, I think that kid has brought the star map here, but I didn't think that he'd be with Feng Rao." Barrett darkened his face. His brutal eyes sparkled. "Fonku has promised me many years ago that if I break through to the original God Realm, he will let me marry Feng Rao. I've reached the original God Realm. Now I will see if he will fulfill his promise or not." "Barrett, if you marry Feng Rao, you'll be bound to Fonku, right? You've been trying for so many years just to work for Fonku and his family. Will you give up all your hard work and achievements?" Gianome was astonished. Before Feng Rao had left the land of God punishment, Barrett had proposed to her. However, his realm wasn't high enough at that time, and he wasn't really outstanding among the forces of pirates in the land of God punishment. After more than 200 years, Barrett has become one of the strongest warriors of the land of God punishment and one of the biggest bosses of the Heaven Punishment City. He thought that he would finally get what he wanted. However, while standing just a few steps from the Heaven Punishment City, he saw something that enraged him rapidly. "I want to meet Feng Ku immediately," Barrett shouted, disregarding the rule of the Heaven Punishment City, which banned flying in the city. He wildly flew away. Chapter 825, Standout. Chapter 825, Standout, _ Barrett stormed in like an enraged lion. He didn't care about the fact that warriors weren't allowed to fly inside the Heaven Punishment City. He flew furiously towards Feng Ku's Blue Demon base. Because of his raging flame, many people got hurt on the spacious square standing on his way. They cursed under their breath, trying to stay away from him as they were afraid that he would attack them to vent out his anger. Barrett's main power Upanishad was fire. He was also a hot-tempered man. Once he was infuriated, a flame would burn all over his body. The flame of an original God Realm warrior was blazingly hot, and it would increase the temperature of the Heaven Punishment City very quickly. Warriors on the streets yelled and cursed. However, when they looked up to see who caused the flames, they found that the rule breaker was Barrett. They immediately shut their mouths, not daring to utter a word. Although there were around dozens of different pirate organizations in the land of God punishment, there were only 4 truly mighty organizations. Barrett's Black Curtain was one of those 4 brutal, unreasonable forces. Barrett's Black Curtain grew fast. He had spent 200 years to make an anonymous force one of the 4 giants of the Heaven Punishment City. The Black Curtain Pirates had become famous in the entire Raging Flame Star area as a legend of Heaven Punishment City. Barrett was the man who had created this legendary force. Within 200 years, he had broken through to the original God Realm and brought the Black Curtain Pirates to the peak of glory. They became a mighty force, and their name was well known everywhere. Those who got inflamed by Barrett's fire were angry, but they didn't complain. They cowered, pretended not to see him breaking the rule. They were afraid that Barrett could see their discontent. Among the 4 great leaders, Barrett was the most aggressive one. He would kill people without explaining or reasoning. His deeds were merciless. To him, power ruled over everything else. His subordinates consisted of countless thugs and villains. Not many people dared to provoke him. He stormed fast towards the blue demon's base while the fire around his body shot out like burning meteors. Jianong was also one of the leaders. He became excited, following the infuriated man. It seemed like Jianong thought it was fun to see Barrett angry. Often, he would tease his companion. "Tsk, our poor Barrett. You've been waiting for 200 years to see Feng Rao and to become her beloved husband. How does it feel?" Just like pouring more oil into the fire, Barrett's flames of anger increased. As soon as he landed, he shouted, "Feng Ku!" Inside the stone hall, Feng Ku was startled to hear his shout while he was immersing his mind into the star map. He retrieved his soul consciousness, his face dark. His figure flashed, and he reached Barrett. He scolded the man with a grimace. "Barrett, why are you acting insane again? I'm nice enough to invite you here to discuss the star map. Do you want to trouble me? Where's Feng Rao? Call her for me." Barrett took a deep breath. His eyes sparked a fire as he thundered indignantly. "What did you promise me? You said that once I've entered the original God realm, you will let Feng Rao marry me. Now that I've reached the original God realm, I want Feng Rao. You should give me a reasonable answer now." Jianong chuckled and rose one hand to show his expression. "Big bro Feng Ku, you did say that. I can testify. I can too. You did say that." Russell's voice arose from deep underground. As soon as he finished talking, Russell appeared, standing next to Barrett and Jianong. He grinned eccentrically as though he hated that this world couldn't be in chaos. Feng Ku was surprised. It has been 200 years, and during this entire time, Feng Rao wasn't home. He didn't notice this, and he had almost forgotten his promise. As Barrett reminded him, he suddenly recalled that he did make such promise. More than 200 years ago, Barrett was just a warrior at his first sky of King God realm who sought refuge in the land of God punishment. When he saw Feng Rao for the first time, he was stunned because of her beauty. He swore that he would make her his wife. At that time, Feng Ku had already been an overlord of the land of God punishment. Naturally, he looked down on Barrett, who had only the first sky of King God realm cultivation base. He mocked the man for his low realm and said that he didn't deserve his daughter. He had publicly said that if Barrett had reached the original God realm with a strong background force, he would fulfill his wish. At that time, he hadn't recognized Barrett's potential because people still chased Barrett to kill him. Feng Ku thought that Barrett would never make it to the original God realm. Not long after that, Feng Ku got the information of the star map. Feng Rao had volunteered to take this mission and went to the Purgatory Star to search for the star map. She left by herself. Barrett had yelled and shouted when Feng Rao had gone missing. Later on, he had to let her go. After more than 200 years, Barrett had reached the original God realm from his shallow realm that year. At the same time, he had replaced his former leader to be the big boss of the Black Curtain, the overlord of a region in the Heaven Punishment City. And now, Feng Rao came back. After Barrett received this news, he became so excited and he went to the Heaven Punishment City immediately. However, Feng Ku had forgotten what he had promised the young man. As Barrett, Russell, and Jianong reminded him, he suddenly recalled that small event. "Feng Ku, I'm now asking you, will you fulfill your promise to me or not?" Barrett chinned up, his eyes flaming. "If you say no and we end up exploring the star map together, I won't be able to trust you in negotiations when we find something. Then, wouldn't our efforts feel like they were for nothing?" Russell and Jianong also nodded, implying that they agreed with this reasoning. While they were talking, more and more leaders of the pirates came. They gathered slowly. Bloody Slaughterer Katua was in that crowd, too. He was looking at the two sides with awe. "Sage Jester, you are also here." "Ah, Precursor Jester, come in, come in." "Professor Jester, you've agreed to give me more pellets. You remember, right?" Suddenly, a rustling noise came from the crowd. Alchemist Jester, who had his hands hidden in his sleeves, was strolling towards the hall. He nodded indifferently to people who greeted him. Jester was at the original God realm. His realm was outstanding in this place, and he was an extraordinary alchemist. Many leaders of the pirates had to ask for his pellets. They all paid him special respect. When he came, they showed their respect, proactively giving way to him. Jester nodded, walking coldly towards Barrett, Russell, and Jianong. He stood still and slightly bent his body to greet Feng Ke. Feng Ke, big brother, thank you for letting me join in this. Feng Ke smiled reluctantly, waving his hands. Professor, don't be too polite. We need your instructions with spiritual herbs and grass on the New Star area. Blunt people like us can only fight. We don't know too much about the functions of herbs. Big brother Feng Ke, you're just trying to be humble. It is my great honor to participate in this operation, Jester smiled. He glared at Barrett, frowning. Why did you make so much noise? You've come just on time. Please listen to my grievance. Big brother Feng Ke had promised me that when I've reached the original God Realm, he will let Feng Rao marry me. I'm at the original God Realm now, and I want him to give me the final answer. Barrett said to Jester with great respect. He tried to calm down, holding in his anger. However, his face still grimaced while he thundered. The words of Big Brother Feng Ke has enormous weight. He won't lie, said Jester seriously. Big Brother Feng Ke, what is your opinion on this matter? Tell us. As the leaders of the pirates were in haste to discuss the star map, they didn't want to waste time because of Barrett's issue. Little Rao, Feng Ke had to go with the flow. He pondered for a while, then shouted. His shout reverberated everywhere. Feng Rao had soon noticed the loud noise in the hall. Her beautiful eyes became gloomy, her face cold. She quietly came out from a back door. She stood by Feng Rao, glared at Barrett indifferently, and asked, If you want to marry me, shouldn't you ask me first? Barrett had calmed down for seconds. Seeing Feng Rao, he wasn't happy. Instead, he was more enraged. He shouted hastily, What do you mean? Do you think I am so blind that I didn't see you flirting with that kid? The blazing red flame expanded from his body. He shouted indignantly in the sea of fire. Where is that little dog? Tell him to get his ass here. I want to show him what he gets for touching my woman. I want to burn his soul altar into ashes and kill him slowly die, bit by bit, so he falls with agony. Barrett, control yourself. Feng Ke was enraged, his face cold and dark. This place is my blue demons. It's not your black curtains. Yin brought us the star map. Without him, none of you would even have had a chance to touch a portion of its rewards. Calm down. Don't trouble everyone else. I don't care. I must kill that dog. Barrett was acting strangely angry, thundering. Feng Ke quieted down abruptly. Cold light sparkled deep in his eyes. He seemed to be really enraged. Seeing him getting angry, many leaders who were screaming and yelling shut their mouths abruptly. They all knew that when Feng Ke got angry, he was very intimidating. Even Russell and Jianong, who always wanted to see messy and chaotic situations, had to squeeze a forced smile. They didn't support Barrett's decision in provoking the others anymore. The whole scene was so quiet that people could even hear the sound of a needle falling on the ground. During this time, a beefy figure appeared next to Feng Rao, his face cold but natural. I'm Yin. Good kid, you have shown your face. You are brave enough. He dares jump out here when Barrett is so mad. Does he care about his life? He's an outsider. Perhaps he has never heard about Barrett's brutal reputation. True, this kid is in trouble now. The leaders of the pirates became boisterous again. They started to mock and insult Yin. Only bloody slaughterer Ka didn't utter a word. He was staring at Yin with his savage face, frowning and thinking about something. I told you not to come here. I will handle it. Why did you come here? Feng Rao furrowed her bold brows. She turned around, giving him a forced smile. Since you showed yourself, a small annoyance became a huge problem. Did you really want to provoke that madman? Yin beamed a faint smile, as if he didn't care about that. I don't have a habit of letting women shelter me. Brave enough, not bad. Jianong burst out laughing, then said oddly, just a little bit dumb. Yep, dumb he is. Russell nodded, agreeing with Jianong. His eyes were cold, and he felt so bitter inside. At this moment, he knew that Yin and Katua had joined hands to fool him. He felt so annoyed. Chapter 826, Monopolize. Chapter 826, Monopolize, _. The headquarters of the Blue Demon Pirates in the Heaven Punishment City was boisterous with noise from many people. The pirate leaders felt that something interesting was about to happen. They were waiting for something fun. Jester was an alchemist at the original God Realm. He was standing shoulder to shoulder next to Russell, Barrett, and Jiano. Listening to their mocking words, he observed Shi Yin and got shocked. His eyes brightened with an unknown fear. His body slightly trembled. Small beams of fire shot out from his fingertips that he was hiding in his sleeves. Those flames didn't roll or burn like Barrett's fire. They were tender and nice, as if he was able to mold them into any shapes he liked. Each blacksmith or alchemist, even if his main power wasn't fire, was required to possess a special flame. Human flame or earth flame. They had to have one kind to continue advancing their refining and forging path. Just like Barrett, Jester's main power Upanishad was fire. However, his flame was fused with a special earth flame of the raging flame star area. Although it hasn't had a life form yet, its power was mighty. Jester's flame perhaps wasn't as powerful and bursting as the intimidating flames of Barrett. However, his attainment in using and controlling flames was an ability that Barrett couldn't compare to. As soon as Shi Yin appeared, Jester was sensitive enough to feel the wild and malicious flaming power in his body as an alchemist. Such kind of dense and tremendous power made him gawked. That was why he quieted down instead of talking to support Barrett. He concentrated on Shi Yin carefully. "Little dog, you dare come here. I'm sure you don't care about your life." As Barrett saw Shi Yin, he shouted. The flame around his body turned into a raising fire tide, swarming as if it wanted to clean everything. "Wanted!" Fonka was enraged. He rose one arm, tearing something in the sky. A tough lightning strike descended from the sky, directly slashing on Barrett's seething tide. Fonka cultivated lightning power. He had made the thunderbolt ball that Feng Rao used previously. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The flames were hit by lightning, sending sparks everywhere. A giant part of those sparks was heading towards Shi Yin. Standing in the crowd of leaders invited here, bloody Slaughterer Ka couldn't help but shout. Those sparks fell like stars that showered on Shi Yin. Feng Rao was also standing next to him. Seeing the flame dots falling from the sky, Shi Yin frowned, but his face was still indifferent. Shortly after, a flow of icy power diffused from him. Crack, crack, crack. Even the void seemed to be frozen. With Shi Yin as the source, thick and solid icicles were formed at the speed naked eyes couldn't observe. Thick white mist covered Shi Yin and Feng Rao. The transparent ice layer under his feet flew up, creating a neat ice shield above their heads. Boom, boom, boom. Dense explosions arose above his head. The flame sparks from Barrett made an impact on the thick ice layer. Shi Yin and Feng Rao were standing under the ice shield. They didn't receive a single burn. None of those sparks were able to get through the ice layer to reach those two. Ice power Upanishad. Not bad. You could shield Barrett's spark rain. Excellent. You fool. If Feng didn't take action first to scatter the sparks, he wouldn't have been able to resist it. Right? It's our big brother Feng who is powerful. He just defended himself from tiny sparks. It doesn't count. Anyway, this ice power Upanishad is good. Many pirate leaders started to discuss noisily as they were all surprised. While they were talking, more leaders who were invited to join the meeting came from another area of the Heaven Punishment City. Seeing the hot atmosphere here, they were curious, asking others for details with great interest. Those brutal and dangerous pirate leaders all hated that they couldn't mess up the whole things. Seeing something fun to enjoy before the meeting, they were all stirred up, laughing and watching the scene. Ice class. Feng Xiao was baffled. He glared at Shi and then frowned. Barrett cultivates fire power Upanishad. What a coincidence. Fire and ice are enemies. No wonder they don't like each other. Just a few of warriors in this crowd knew that Shi Yin didn't cultivate ice class power. Besides bloody Slaughterer Ka, Ta, and Feng Rao, only the Jester knew this. Jester was so surprised that the muscles in his face twitched as he was shouted inwardly. Heaven Flame. the extremely cold heaven flame. Being an alchemist, he understood the magical and mysterious features of heaven flames very well. Anyway, heaven flames had never appeared in the raging flame star area. Seeing Shi Yin perform the power of a heaven flame made him very excited. Big brother Feng Ke, I want to ask again. Will you keep your promise? Barrett grimaced, taking a deep breath. As Feng Ke had taken action, he knew it would be hard to kill the other. Barrett pulled himself together. My father agreed with you, but I didn't. Shouldn't you listen to my opinion? Feng Rao knew that her father couldn't help her out in front of so many people like this. She couldn't help but cry with her soft voice. Barrett, you want to marry me? You've passed my father's challenge. You still have to go through my challenge. At this moment, even if Shi Yin isn't as strong as you, it doesn't mean that it will stay that way forever. Choose one of your troops who is at the second sky of King God Realm to fight Shi Yin. If your troop can defeat him, I will marry you. Many people here will witness it. I won't change my mind. How does that sound? After Feng Rao had finished, everybody started to clamor again. They cheered, supporting her idea. Usually, when they encountered something hard to solve with words in the land of God punishment, they would fight to seal the deal. Feng Rao had suggested an option that everyone else liked to see. They loved watching battles. Of course, people would support her idea. True. Barrett, you are at the original God Realm. It is not fair for you to bully that second sky of King God Realm kid. It should be a fight between the same realms. It is right and just. Yeah, it's not fair if they fight each other. If there was a battle between warriors at the same realm, people will accept the result, regardless of who wins. Second sky of King God Realm battles, second sky of King God Realm. This is going to be a fair game. I like it. Many onlookers couldn't help but yell their support. Russell glared at the Barrett, then shifted to Feng Rao, who was still calm and natural. All of a sudden, he frowned and said, I've met that kid once. An ordinary second sky of King, God, Realm warrior can't match him. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Besides the ice power, he uses space power. You have to be careful. His main power isn't ice, it's true. His real competence isn't what he just performed. I can assure you this. Alchemist Jester also reminded. Jian Nong was astounded. He couldn't help but look at Shi Yin. Barrett paled as he weighed each of his options. He couldn't make up his mind immediately. I think it's a good idea. Barrett, choose one warrior at the same realm as his to fight him. If he wins, Little Rao will be all yours. If he fails, we won't talk about this anymore. What do you think? As Feng Ke saw the onlookers agree enthusiastically with this promising battle, he then went with this flow. Barrett, do you dare join this battle? If any of your second sky of King God Realm warriors can defeat him, I agree to marry you. Feng Rao chinned up and urged. Do you dare join this battle or not? Spit it out. If you don't, you should never mention getting married to me ever again. So, at this moment, Shi Yin frowned and stepped one step forward. Reassured by Feng Ke's support, he faced the crowd of the pirate leaders of the land of God punishment. Looked at Barrett, who was hesitant. He said deliberately, any warrior under your command. Second sky of King God Realm, or third sky of King God Realm, is fair. You can choose one of them to fight me. If your man wins, I will leave immediately without complaining. If your man loses, then shut your *king mouth up. Don't linger and babble. Do you agree? The more he talked, the colder Shi Yin's face was. His voice was like the sharp icicle. People were shaken. They were baffled looking at him. Such an extravagant kid. No one could hold his or her screams in astonishment. The warriors under Barrett's commands were more than clouds. They couldn't even count the number of warriors at the third sky of King God Realm, and they had to let Barrett choose as he pleased. Choosing a third sky of King God Realm to fight? Was he crazy? In the Heaven Punishment City, Barrett was famous for his wild insanity. However, today, people recognized that this outsider was also passionately crazy. Feng Rao paled in fright. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She knew Shi Yin's competence. Warriors in the same realm weren't his opponents. However, Feng Rao thought that if he fought a third sky of King God Realm, the result would remain unknown until it was finished. It was obvious that it wouldn't be easy to win. All right. While people were surprised, Barrett shouted his agreement, the muscles in his face twitching. "Call Blackhorn for me." A silhouette dashed away. It seemed like he was going to summon the one Barrett wanted. The bustle and hustle caused by those leaders ceased as they heard the name, Blackhorn. Russell and Jiannong were startled, looking at Barrett and shouting, "You brought Blackhorn here? You don't care about leaving your lair guarded anymore?" Even Feng Ku, hearing the name Blackhorn, had his brows slammed together. He shook his head begrudgingly, as if he had already known how dangerous this man was. Since Feng Rao had left the land of God punishment for a long time, she didn't know many of the new faces in the place. She didn't know this number one hotshot named Blackhorn. However, seeing people pale, she could spot that something was wrong here. Feng Rao asked her brother Feng Xiao, "Gidge, that Blackhorn is really dangerous. A new thug. He's appeared in the land of God punishment around 100 years ago. He's the vice chief of the Black Curtain." Barrett calls him his brother. Before Barrett reached the original God realm, they always tied in their matches. Currently, in the land of God punishment, Blackhorn holds the title of the strongest warrior under the original God realm. He can sweep away all the warriors of the same realm. He was at the peak of the King God realm. Feng Xiao explained with a heavy and bitter face. Feng Rao's face changed immediately. Chapter 827, Blackhorn of the Demon Clan. Chapter 827, Blackhorn of the Demon Clan. Hearing the name Blackhorn, the crowd of the pirate leaders quieted down. They put on reluctant faces as if they were afraid of that person. Even Bloody Slaughterer Ka, Tuo's heart, was sinking. He slowly protruded from the crowd and winked at Shi Yin, implying that he should be very careful. Listening to Feng Zhao's briefing, Feng Rao paled, worried about Shi Yin's chances. Anyway, Shi Yin and Barrett had declared a battle in front of everybody else. If she stopped them now, would it look like she looked down on Shi Yin? "Be careful. I heard that Blackhorn is really tough." Begrudgingly, Feng Rao could only walk to him and remind him. "It's all right." Shi Yin was still calm. He answered without the anxiety people usually have before engaging in a great battle. "Barrett, you think of him highly." Jiannong shook his head. "You let Blackhorn fight him. It's not that different from fighting you, no?" "Harumph." Barrett grimaced, laughing coldly. "I just don't want unexpected things to happen. Yeah, being careful is good. That kid isn't bad. I've seen. His space power isn't easy to deal with. Letting Blackhorn fight him, you will prevent unnecessary mistakes," nodded Russell. In the land of God punishment, Fonka had the strongest force with his second sky of original God realm cultivation base. That was also why Russell, Jiannong, and Barrett would team up to deal with Fengku when they faced him. While the three of them were discussed in a low tone, a freezing aura had shot over from far distance. A hazy white light shone as a 3-meter-tall Herculean man appeared. He was a member of the Dragonhorn, a branch of the Demon Clan. His appearance was amazing with a savage curled dragon horn on his forehead. This man's skin was muskly dark like ink and iron. This man looked like he had infinite power. The beefy demon man wore only upper body armor, and the armor pieces on his shoulders had 2 curled, sharp spikes, which were around 1 meter long and looked extravagant. A cold aura diffused from his body. His eyes were icy clear. A cold mist whirled around his body, making him look like a thick ice block. People felt chilled standing close to him. They instinctively moved away. Ice-class power. The latecomers' power, Upanishad, and Barrett's were polar opposites of each other. They were surprisingly close friends. "Barrett, why did you summon me here?" The hunky man's voice was like thunder. "Can't you just decide the stuff about the New Star area yourself? Why do you want me here? Haven't you done things like this enough?" "Blackhorn, I asked you to come here to help me take back a woman." Barrett took a deep breath in, pointed at Shi Yin. "Beat him, and I can marry Feng Rao. Take good care of him." Blackhorn was bewildered. He became foul-mouthed. "You bastard Barrett, did you call me here for this? You really are too bored, aren't you?" While he was talking, Blackhorn couldn't help but turn to Shi Yin and thunder. "Kid, You should just die? Don't waste my time. You can't kill him. As Fonka saw that the battle will happen soon, he suddenly recalled something and shouted, "Only defeating. No killing. Blackhorn, you should notice that. If you kill him, don't blame me for turning my back on you guys." It was obvious that he didn't favor Shurian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so. Blackhorn was really famous in the land of God Punishment with the peak of King God Realm cultivation base. At the same time, as he was from the demon clan, his god body was very imposing. His understanding of the ice power Upanishad was also profound. Before Barrett had broken through the original god realm, he couldn't gain the upper hand fighting Blackhorn. People rumored that Blackhorn had almost accomplished the complete essence of the ice power Upanishad. He was at the threshold of the original god realm already. Blackhorn was a combative warrior. He often battled other people in the land of God Punishment without a clear reason. In those recent years, famous warriors at the same realm with him had been beaten once. None of them was his rival. That was why Blackhorn was titled the best hotshot under the original God realm. In this land of God Punishment, he was infamous. His reputation was even better than Bloody, Slaughterer Ka, Tuaw, and his competence and background force were also one level higher than Kata. Many onlookers cursed under their breaths when they saw Blackhorn roar and attack. They had to back off instantly. When this brutal guy engaged in a battle, he wouldn't care about the onlookers. Once he started to take action, he would mind nothing. From time to time, the onlookers would get hurt by his mighty attacks. Blackhorn's icy clear eyes brightened. The freezing energy under his feet swept over everybody, dashing like a mad ice dragon underground, heading toward Shurian. Crack, crack, crack. Big cracks appeared on the green ice block. Sharp icicles jutted from the ground. A thick ice layer appeared in the area between Shurian and Blackhorn. The entire area was frozen. That kid also cultivates ice power Upanishad, just like Blackhorn. This will be so interesting. Barrett called Blackhorn here to teach Shur a lesson and to let him know about the real power and subtle features of ice power, right? Barrett wants to use his favorite power Upanishad to defeat him. This will give that kid a nightmare, and he will never increase his realm again. It is that malignant. It's obvious. That kid dares to snatch Barrett's belonging. He shouldn't think about having a decent ending. Leaders of the other forces backed off, discussing with each other excitedly. The hustle and bustle of this area never ceased. They watched and screamed in awe. From the two big legs like the ice columns of Blackhorn, extremely cold energy continually seeped into the ground. The area between him and Shurian was frozen with a thick layer of ice around 100 meters. Sharp icicles jutted under his power before they were flung out violently. As the cold energy permeated the area, warriors with low cultivation base shuddered. They had to back off further, but their eyes still glued to the flying icicles. Several hundred icicles hissed like a sharp spear, as if they could tear the whole sky, bombarding Shurian. Feng had already taken Feng Shao and Feng Rao away from this place. Now, they were standing on a high platform several hundred meters away to watch the battle. Their arena was the training court of the Blue Demon's warriors, which situated on an area of several thousand square meters. As soon as Blackhorn urged his icy energy, the vast training court was frozen. It looked like a large frozen lake in the coldest area. Ice and snow covered every corner. When hundreds of sharp icicles arrived, Shurian's body echoed the sounds of cracking bones. His hunky god body withered eccentrically. He became bony shortly. At the same time, a ferocious force rocketed unceasingly in his body. A bloody murderous aura shot out from behind his head, swirling up to the sky, just like the pear of the devil. His eyes became garnet as if they congested. With his indifferent countenance, he gave people an emotionlessly scary feeling. Third sky of rampage. OSH*T. Tough. That evil energy was too strong. His powers increased several times in just a blink. Holy moly. That kid is intimidating. His powers increased in just a blink. What's going on? I don't get it. Everybody burst out screaming. That's how it was. Bloody slaughterer Ka Tua took a deep breath to calm down. At the moment he saw Shi Yan's blood-red eyes, he knew that Shi Yan was serious this time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several hundred icicles flung toward Shi Yan rapidly like the ghosts coming for souls. Their power was so fierce. Even if the warrior at the second sky of King God Realm used a god domain, it would be smashed instantly. Lock! Shi Yan's garnet eyes sparkled with blood-red light. His power shifted as he extended one arm, touching the void and shouting. Crack, crack. Space had confined everything. The wind ceased. The energy was stagnant. The god domain beside him became oddly silent. Hundreds of spear-like sharp icicles halted in the air. The icicle closest to him was just 1 meter away from his glabella. Great! Shi Yan's god domain changed. The negative aura rolled up to the sky, turning into the blue ghost claws that slapped each pointy icicle. Boom! 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 Hundreds of icicles exploded in the air. Ice scattered everywhere. The immense mist wound around Shi Yan dreamily. People were surprised. The boisterous noise ceased. On the stone platform, Feng Ku, the leader of the Blue Demon, was astounded. He turned around immediately and looked at Feng Rao deep in her eyes. Little girl, it's been so many years, and your eyes are still sharp. You've never wronged anyone. Feng Xiao was also baffled, muttering, I finally believe what she told me. No wonder why he dared to leave with Cao Tuo and Ka Fu. Turns out his foundation is tough enough not to be afraid of others. Yeah, we're all wrong. This kid is a true character. I've told you, even if I risk my life to fight him, the one who will get killed will be me, not him. Feng Rao was excited, but she pretended to be calm, talking faintly. That is how he is. Skipping level to fight is normal stuff to him. Feng Ku, Feng Xiao exchanged looked as they agreed inwardly. They were no longer suspicious. The icicles were broken, but Shi Yan didn't have a scratch on himself. His congested eyes turned into a bloodthirsty red color. He looked at Blackhorn from a distance, not yet attacking. Blackhorn was baffled for a while. He gazed at Shi Yan for a while. His nonchalant visage changed into a more serious one. He took a breath of cold air, talking solemnly. I've wronged you. You're a true rival. I'm going to make a deal with you with my best abilities. You've earned my respect. I will consider you a warrior with the same competence. Barrett, your rival isn't bad at all. He is as excellent as you were that year. Russell frowned, lowering his voice. Anyway, when you were in the second sky of King God Realm, you didn't have such mighty power, I suppose. Yes, he is absolutely a tough character. No wonder he was able to take the star map out of the Purgatory Star. He is not as simple at all. Genome also appraised. Barrett grimaced and snorted, but didn't answer. Heaven Flame. Where was the Heaven Flame? Jester's eyes were burning as he was screaming inwardly. He was yearning to see the Heaven Flames, to seize the chance and assess it. Chapter 828, Break the Ice to Get Out. Chapter 828, Break the Ice to Get Out, _. Seeing that his first strike did not bring him victory, Blackhorn was solemn. He sensed the energy fluctuate on Shi Yan's body. Then, he became more frightened. At this moment, the energy ripples generated from Shi Yan wasn't something a warrior at the second sky of King God Realm could have done. Even a warrior with the third sky of King God Realm cultivation base couldn't store energy at the high level that he was doing. Blackhorn focused. He no longer had contempt towards Shi Yan, standing there imposingly. A cold mist gushed out from his body, twirling around him. The hazy mist continually diffused and expanded. A freezing aura overflowed from Blackhorn's body. Shortly, the several thousand square meter training yard was engulfed by a cold mist. Crack, crack. In a white fog, a glacier cracked on the ground and slowly emerged in the training yard. The translucent glacier was formed by the underground water under Blackhorn's freezing energy. The chilly aura glowed even in the yard while the glacier shot out dazzling lights. The cold air permeated everywhere in the Blue Demon's base and slowly expanded to other places of the Heaven Punishment City. Many warriors of the Heaven Punishment City, walking on the glamorous streets of the Heaven Punishment City, suddenly felt cold air coming, which made them shudder. All of a sudden, those people found the source of this phenomenon was the Blue Demon's base. They hesitated for a while, then started to gather. The arena where Shi Yin and Blackhorn were fighting was the large training yard outside the Blue Demon's building, which had several stone gates. Guards of the Blue Demon pirates were watching each gate. They didn't allow anyone to get in. Chief, a warrior of Blue Demon, stood by the stone gate and looked at Feng Ke from the far distance and asked for orders. They are asking to come in and watch the fight. Should we allow them? Many warriors in the Heaven Punishment City were gathering at the stone gates of the training yard, screaming and yelling, asking to get in and watch the battle. Feng Ke arched his brows. He watched them from the stone platform, contemplated for a while, then said faintly, "Let them in." The crowd surrounding the stone gates became louder hearing him. Shortly after, many people stormed in and encircled the yard. Seeing the glacier raising in the air, they discolored in fear, asking the others to know what was happening here. Among this crowd, some people were hiding in the back as if they were afraid of being noticed. That small group of people included Carthu, Ziyao, Ao Gera, Yalan, and Taimu. Carthu, Ziyao, and Ao Gera, who had covered their faces with masks and stood behind the pirates of the Heaven Punishment City. They didn't dare come closer. Instead, they remained hiding and watching from a distance. "It's him!" As she had just arrived, Ziyao trembled at first glance, shouting through her gritted teeth. Carthu, Ao Gera, and the others looked, and their faces became strange when they found a young man standing nonchalantly behind the glacier. Why is he fighting this other person? Ziyao was very surprised, whispering her question as she couldn't understand the situation. "Hey friend, what is going on?" Carthu frowned. He stepped forward, flashing 5 medium-quality divine crystals in his palm, then shoving them into the sleeve of a pirate. "Haha, they're fighting because of young Lady Feng Rao. Master Barrett wants to marry young Lady Feng Rao." Master Feng Ke agreed with him before. However, it seems Our Lady likes that kid more. Then as the pirate received the payment from Carthu, he narrated the story livelily. After that, he waved his hands and stomped his feet to add more details. When Blackhorn and that kid started this battle, it didn't look like he will lose. "This battle is fascinating. You should concentrate on the battle." Carthu was surprised. He nodded to the pirate, then stepped back, lowered his voice, and explained to Ziyao's group. "That asshole attacks Barrett's troop because of a woman. Damn it." Ziyao felt so annoyed listening to Carthu's narration. She cursed under her breath. She gritted her teeth while her beautiful eyes looked at Shi Yin with rage. Second Sky. The second sky of King God Realm. "This kid is really incredible." Carthu smiled bitterly, turning around to glare at Ao Gera. He compared the two inwardly, his face odd. Ao Gera grimaced, standing there upright and anxiously. "This boy really is exceptional," Taimu appraised. Yala nodded in agreement. "I know him." Byro's voice arose from another group. "Father, his name is Shi Yin. We got him from Nita in the 6th Herbal Star. We used him as the human body cauldron for a while. After that, he joined Du Feng and Ziyao rescued them all. This man killed Fergie in our Underworld League. He's really ruthless. Without him, Du Feng could never escape." Just like Ziyao, Byro was disguised. She appeared to be a normal woman without the gentle and white features of the past. A new character, by Tian, the commander of the Underworld League, nodded. He was wearing a straw raincoat with a leaf hat. "His realm isn't bad, the second sky of King God Realm." "Oh yeah, his realm isn't low. How were you guys able to capture him and make him a human cauldron that year?" "By rule." By Tian frowned, changing his visage. "Something weird." At that time, he had only the second sky of True God Realm. Byro looked baffled as she uttered uncertainly. Bai Tian's face became solemn. "Are you sure?" "I'm not sure, but it's true that he had only the second sky of True God Realm that year. Otherwise, none of us would have been able to restrain him," said Byro in a worried manner. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she couldn't believe it. "Allard," Bai Tian let out a low shout. General Commander, young lady Bai Ro is right. At that time, he had only the second sky of true God realm. Moreover, had broken through to his new realm on our steamship as a human body cauldron, said Alchemist Allard, his face grim as if he had just lost his parents. He is such a talented character, and you didn't recognize it to persuade him to join our force. You even let Dark Firmament Divine Nation take him. You fool! Bai Tian shouted in a low voice. Allard and Bai Ro regretted so much. Watching the silhouette standing in the training yard, they didn't know what to say. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Black Horn soared up to the sky. Ice blades danced around him. His god domain shot out, snatching Sure Yin in the air. Countless ice cubes shot out from the raising glacier, fiercely overflowing his god domain, creating more icicles. At first glance, they looked like a billion ice blades revolving. This threat was formidable indeed. Quick ice windstorm. Black Horn roared. His voice was able to even shake the sky. 10,000 ice blades turned, creating a furious ice blade tornado covering the entire massive training court. The glacier vanished at speeds that naked eyes couldn't see. Countless ice beams shot into the sky, joining the center of Black Horn's quick ice windstorm. People then saw that the whole dome of the sky was covered with sharp, sparkling icicles. Billions of ice blades were about to sweep over the universe. This scene was very frightening. Many low-realm warriors retreated in fright as they were afraid that the ice blades would deviate and hit them, or that the cold chi could seep into their god bodies. Crack! Crack! The ice blade collided. Breaking sounds reverberated in the entire place. The quick ice windstorm had covered the entire training yard. The onlookers couldn't see what was happening in there. Only warriors at the original god realm could see through the cold air of the quick ice windstorm to vaguely see the situation inside the storm. The sharp icicles, ice crystals, ice sabers, and ice beams were wreaking havoc inside the quick ice windstorm. The green stone ground of the training yard exploded. Debris rolled together with the scattering ice pieces. Blackhorn guided the quick ice windstorm to fiercely press down to imprison a person. Numerous pieces of icicles, ice crystals, and ice sabers were used, creating the icy power, which generated the glacier the second time. Gradually, pieces of rock and ice scattered. The earth-shattering energy tornado ceased, which divided into 5 or 7 parts in the middle of the training yard. A new glacier was formed. The transparent glacier was around 1,000 meters tall and a couple of 100 meters thick. It looked like a giant crystal block. Sure, Yin stood upright in the middle of the glacier. He didn't change his posture, looking like he never moved. However, his god body was confined in the thick glacier. When people observed him, they could see the current cold air streaming continuously through his body. Blackhorn wore a cold visage. Standing on the glacier, he stooped to watch Sure Yin being trapped inside the glacier. He snorted and turned to Feng Ku. Do I need to continue? Everybody else quieted down, looking at Feng Ku as if they had agreed to do so beforehand. They also glared at Feng Rao, who maintained a grimace while she stood behind Feng Ku. Barrett grinned continually, raising his voice. If Big Brother Feng Ku doesn't say anything, he agrees tacitly that you can kill him. Do it. Watch out. However, at this moment, Alchemist Jester, who had been silent from the beginning, suddenly felt something. He couldn't help but shout. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A scarlet flame and a red-orange flame surged vehemently. Inside the glacier, they shot out from Shurian's eyes. Within 1 second, the intimidating flames expanded, covering the entire glacier. The burning flame had melted and washed away the extremely cold energy of the glacier shortly. The scorching flames shot out, running on the glacier to reach Blackhorn. Instantly, the flame mounted on his legs and crept all over his body. In just a blink, the furious flame burned Blackhorn's body. He screamed crazily, which shocked everyone. The glacier melted quickly. Sure, Yin simply left the ice. A brutal gleam sparkled in his blood-red eyes. He sprang towards Blackhorn. Hiss hiss. The ear-splitting hissing resounded. Fine space cracks appeared in the void, as if something was trying to getting out of its confinement. Blackhorn discolored as he felt his god soul be constrained by some unknown force. No matter how hard he wiggled, he couldn't get rid of it. He couldn't locate the direction of the attacker. Blackhorn felt so much pain. Starlight gathered, making a broadsword in Shi Yan's hand. The starry night seemed to be reflected in this broadsword, hiding the mysteries of the stars. It then turned into the moving starlight, slashing at Blackhorn. Blackhorn got hit. Starlight sparked from his body as he was blown away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 bone thorns appeared in the void, stabbing his back. Blood splashed instantly. Shi Yan wore a cold and harsh face. There was no emotion reflected on his face. He continued to chase and bombard his target. Chapter 829. Become famous after one battle. Chapter 829. Become famous after one battle. _ Blackhorn's god body trembled in the air like a kite that had its line cut off. However, he didn't fall. The extremely cold chi seeped out from his god body. A thick white mist covered his entire body, creating a thick ice layer. At this moment, Blackhorn looked like a giant ice sculpture, crystal clear and sparkling. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 bone thorns flew rapidly, tearing the dome of the sky. They hissed terrifyingly, pricking Blackhorn's god body. His ice layer was smashed. Blackhorn's god body bled terribly. However, the broken ice and the thick cold chi were lashing around him, protecting his god body. Although he had a lot of bleeding wounds, his foundation wasn't damaged. Blackhorn was a member of the Dragonhorn tribe, a branch of the demon clan. He had an unbreakable body. After he reached the 3rd sky of King God Realm, his body became even more tenacious after countless quenching times. Although the bone thorns were sharp, they could only prick some holes, but not pierce through his god body. The broadsword now had a pair of glorious starlight wings. Shi Yan changed the direction continuously by the mysterious trajectory of the stars in the sky. Flames were generated between his palms, shooting out like rainbows covering the sun. They all aimed at Blackhorn. Since Blackhorn had cultivated the extremely cold power, when the flaming energy of the vermilion bird True Flame and the earth flame seeped into his body, the energy in his body became chaotic. For the time being, he couldn't gather enough energy, which was also why he didn't do anything to resist Shi Yan's attack. Shi Yan knew Blackhorn was a powerful warrior. When he attacked, he had to try his best and urge all the powers in his body. In the 3rd sky of Rampage Realm, Shi Yan continually changed his star power and space power, turning them into inexplicable martial techniques. He had used the shooting flames, the space confinement, and space blades and the 3 bone thorns. His attacks covered every direction, just like the thunderstorm, to restrain Blackhorn's body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The violent explosions, which were strong enough to shake the whole place, arose from where Blackhorn was hovering. Pieces of ice shattered. Countless ice crystals flew beautifully and sparklingly everywhere. The extremely cold energy twirled around Blackhorn. Under Shi Yan's fierce attack, his iron-rigid body echoed the sounds of clinking. Blackhorn had to drain his power rapidly to create a thick, firm ice shield. A complex series of changes had confused the onlookers. Their clamorous discussions ceased as they concentrated on the battle. Shi Yan had been confined in the glacier. Shortly, powerful flames arose around his body, which broke the ice confinement to fly out. Then, he used that flame to seep into Blackhorn's god body that made him struggle and prevented him from urging his energy. Then, Shi Yan seized the chance to bombard Blackhorn, making him struggle more. Blackhorn didn't have extra energy or time to counterattack. This series of attacks had stunned people. After a while, they finally reacted, screaming and yelling. Firepower! How can he shift his power? Isn't his main power the Ice Upanishad? Holy moly! I saw the changes in space power. And where did that freaking flame come from? Where does this kid come from? His powers Upanishad are mixed, right? Hey, He can use so many kinds of power. He's cool indeed. Blackhorn is suppressed. Too frightening. This outsider is really strong. Yeah, super strong. The onlookers had acknowledged Shurian's competence. At the second sky of King God Realm, he managed to suppress Blackhorn, which had proven everything. Even Feng Ku, Russell, Jianong, Jester, and the other original God Realm warriors quieted down. They were baffled and frightened inwardly. Barrett's face was stony. He didn't say anything, just gazing at the finished battle. He seemed to be waiting for something. I never imagined that he had become so strong, Carthu acclaimed in the crowd. Barrett must have counted on Blackhorn's tenacious god body. Too bad. He didn't know that Shurian's god body was also incredibly abnormal. I think Barrett had the wrong plan this time. Yalin and Taimu nodded, speaking in unison. Shurian's god body is too strong. We have never seen something like that before. Ziyao's beautiful eyes rippled with a strange light. Her bright line of sight was glued to Shurian, not detracting for even a second. She seemed to forget that A.O. Guerra, her admirer for years, was standing next to her. That kid is too brilliant. You fool. You didn't attract him. That was your biggest mistake. Bai Tian turned to Allard and Bai Ro, talking with his dark face. He took a deep breath, then asked, "You two think about ways for us to overturn this." Allard and Bai Ro exchanged bitter smiles, not knowing how to answer their superior. "We should always try," Bai Tian furrowed his brows, asking, "After this battle ends, you guys find a way to approach him and see if you can persuade him to join us. That boy will be a true character in our star area. If he works for us, we will have strong support." "Father, is he as talented as you said?" asked Bai Ro in a low voice. "I've been in the Raging Flame Star area for so many years. I haven't seen a kid with that big of a potential." Bai Tian took a deep breath, his face serious. "If we can have him, I won't hesitate to let you marry him." Bai Ro's beautiful face discolored as she was stunned. When she parted from Shurian, she had boasted that she would make Shurian pay a big price for offending her. And today, to persuade Shurian, Bai Tian, her father, was willing to sacrifice her lifetime's happiness to make her marry Shurian. How could she face Shurian? She made a big mistake that year. Allard bowed his head deeply. He didn't dare talk as his heart was filled with begrudging and bitter feelings. While the onlookers were clamoring, Shurian's body sparkled with starlight. His garnet eyes gazed at Blackhorn's god body. In the cold white mist, their god bodies collided and started to wrestle. The demon clan had tough bodies. After they had condensed the god body, their tenacious bodies would be ranked the first among the other clans. Shurian had the guts to jump into the mist and let his body take the impact of Blackhorn's body just to see how powerful his own body was. Boom, boom, boom. Just like the thundering drum beats, the two were entangled with each other in the thick white mist. They wrestled, generating an ear-splitting noise. The explosions echoed unceasingly. After 1 hour, everything gradually calmed down. The thick white mist dispersed, revealing the training yard little by little. The yard was almost torn apart with many deep holes, both big and small. The crystal-clear ice shattered everywhere. The whole scene showed devastation. Shurian and Blackhorn were both wounded. They stood in the middle of the yard, looking at each other. Blackhorn looked tired. Blood dripped from his face. He was powerlessly pale as his legs were shaking. They couldn't help him steady his body. Shurian was in the opposite condition. Although he had blood all over his body, his spirit, soul, and chi were still full. His eyes were still bright, as though his power was still full. Blackhorn tried to endure for a while before he panted and sat down on the ground. He stared at Shurian for a while before stooping his head, talking to Barrett. "I've used all of my energy. I can't take your woman back. The energy of my god body was also consumed. I feel guilty for failing you." When he finished, everybody else gawked. Barrett wore a face that people couldn't see his real emotions. He looked at Shurian, then Blackhorn. Afterward, he nodded. His figure flashed, and he reached Blackhorn, bringing him and soaring up into the sky. They disappeared shortly. As he and Feng Rao had an agreement in front of so many people and now he failed. He had nothing else to say but to leave. Staying here, he just gave the others the chances to tease and mock him. Thus, Barrett decided to leave quickly. As soon as Barrett and Blackhorn had left, the yard seemed to explode with screams, cheers, grunts, and shouts. Many people now had another look as they admired Shi Yin with respect. Deji, you're right. I admit it now. Ka Fu had arrived in the middle of the battle. He had watched the last part of the battle. At this moment, he was filled with emotions. We're lucky that we didn't take action against you. Otherwise, we couldn't have gained anything but our own loss. Bloody Slaughterer Ka Tuo grinned evilly. Of course. If not, would I be that servile to call him my senior? Am I that low of a type of person? Ka Fu laughed. Girl, you've chosen a good guy. Feng could talk to his daughter with a smile on his face. Good vision. Pay attention to him and grab him tight. Don't let him leave you. I know, father. Do I need a reminder? Feng Rao shyly talked. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy and excitement. She balled her fists as she was thrilled. She would never have thought that Shi Yin could have such power and strength. He defeated Blackhorn, a warrior at the peak of King God Realm. He gave her a big, joyful surprise. After this battle, Shi Yan's name had been widely spreading in the land of God punishment. He was no longer a small, anonymous character without a legend. If he works for us, he will bring us great support for our team. If we can find a new star area, we will give him a life star. He is worth this price, said Feng Ku, pondering for a while. Feng Xiao nodded in thrill. This man has endless potential. If he works for us, a life star is worth giving to him. Feng Rao's beautiful eyes showed that she was touched. The happiness on her face became more vivid. As Shi Yin had gained her father and brother's approval, she was happy enough to think about her bright future. She thought that the resentment of spending hundreds of years in the Purgatory Star had been lifted away from her heart. Your Highness, your fortune is really big since you had that kid as your escort. Carthu spoke in a low tone in the crowd. He turned, then continued. I will arrange things so as you can meet him. I hope he won't change, and he will still work for you. Otherwise, the land of God punishment will have someone much more intimidating than the combination of Feng Ku, Russell, Jianong, and Ba. That won't be good for the dark firmament divine nation. I don't know if he has changed or not. I don't know if he will continue to be my entourage, either. Ziyao's face was bitter as she felt that a treasure was sliding away from her. All of a sudden, she became sorrowful. The land of God punishment has so many pirate organizations. But they will have a master in the near future, said by Tian, the commander of the Underworld League. He took a deep breath, then said, Little Ro, has this kid had good feelings for you? Bai Ro was stunned. She contemplated for a while, then shook her head. Then let's make him have such feelings, said Bai Tian with a solemn face. Use your beautiful face to charm him. It won't be a difficult task, right? You guys should plan carefully and make him our subordinate. He's the target right after the star map. Pay more attention. Chapter 830, Ziyao's Secret Bitterness. Chapter 830, Ziyao's Secret Bitterness, _ Shi Yin stood upright in the middle of the ice, frowning while his soul consciousness wandered around the clamorous crowd. He was a little shaken. His eyes roamed around the crowd once. He suddenly found something, his eyes sparkling. However, he didn't focus any further on sensing where his soul consciousness had found something significant. Shi Yin and Ziyao had spent a long time together in an abandoned area of the solar star exploding fragment field, and he had used the life Upanishad to heal her wound, so he was much familiar with her life magnetic field. While battling with Blackhorn, his soul consciousness had become crystal clear more than ever. He could grasp all the commotions around him, even the tiniest ones. At that moment, Shi Yin knew Ziyao was here. As Ziyao was the princess of the dark firmament divine nation, when her identity was disclosed in the heaven punishment city, she would have big trouble. Shi Yin understood this well. Thus, although he could sense Ziyao's direction, he didn't dare look at her, as he was afraid that others would notice. This would reveal Ziyao's identity. This battle ended as Barrett had brought his warrior away. Fonka laughed, and he seemed more lively and joyful. He rose his voice and shouted, "My challengers, please leave. You have no more business left here. Leaders who were invited, please stay. I have something important to discuss with you." He had invited the leaders of different forces in the land of God punishment to discuss the New Star area. That battle only occurred because Barrett suddenly demanded Fong Rao crazily. As everything was okay now, he wanted to discuss the star map as it was originally planned. Unauthorized people couldn't stay. As Fong Ku shouted, the guards of the Blue Demon at the stone gates started to make people leave. The uninvited warriors of the Heaven Punishment City had to leave under Fong Ku's threat, including Karthu's team and by Tion's team. Soon, only the leaders of the other forces, Russell and Jin Nong, stood on the ground where ice still scattered. They exchanged looks and walked to Fong Ku. However, Jester didn't move, his eyes gazing at Shi Yin as if he had so many things to say to him. Fong Ku was in a good mood, smiling at Fong Rao. "The meeting will be very boring. It will not be anything fun. You don't need to join it. Take this fantasy sky ring. It stores around 1,000 top-quality divine crystals. You take Shi Yin to walk around the city and see if you want to buy anything. He just arrived in the Heaven Punishment City to give us the star map. I don't think he had any time to visit anywhere. You should go out and have fun. The meeting will take some time. When there are results, I will tell you." Feng Xiao was also happy. "Little sister, that kid has extraordinary realm and competence. Watch him carefully. After this battle, his name will spread in the entire land of God punishment. We have many strong women here. Don't let them steal you, man. Who can be more beautiful than me in the land of God punishment?" Feng Rao laughed arrogantly as she was full of confidence. "Don't worry. I will keep an eye on him. Yeah, we're heading out now." While they were talking, she flew out of the stone platform, slowly descending. She got to Shi Yin and said tenderly, "We should look at some of these areas. Heaven Punishment City has many interesting places and wonderful objects to buy in the shops. Perhaps you would like to buy something." Since his arrival in Heaven Punishment City, Shi Yin hadn't had a peaceful moment. He had visited Ka Tua and Ka Fu for a short period of time before Russell threatened them to leave. Afterward, they had hidden outside of the Heaven Punishment City. Shi Yin hadn't had the chance to walk around this place. What Feng Rao suggested was also what he wanted to do. Also, he needed to walk around the wide streets of the Heaven Punishment City to find and meet Ziao. Shi Yin agreed and walked with Shi Yin out of the training yard to visit the hustle and bustle of the Heaven Punishment City. Two people came to them one after another. The first one was Ka Fu. "My brother leaves me here. I have nothing to do now. Shi Yin, do you want to take a walk with me?" Bloody Slaughterer Ka Tua was also invited to the meeting. Seeing Feng Ku and Shi Yin perhaps had a close relationship, he decided to stay and explore for a while. He tacitly asked Ka Fu to stay with Shi Yin to avoid any unexpected events. Ka Fu was an experienced businessman. He knew every precious item and where they sold them in the Heaven Punishment City. If Shi Yin wanted to buy something, with Ka Fu's assistance, he wouldn't receive a ripoff. "No need. I'll go with him." Feng Rao let out a low shout to reject Ka Fu before Shi Yin could agree to his offer. "Ka Fu, you should return to your shop and do your business," frowned Feng Rao. Ka Fu was surprised. He beamed a forced smile, but didn't answer her right away. He looked at Shi Yin instead. Shi Yin gave him a slight nod. Ka Fu didn't talk more. He clasped his fist before saying his farewells and disappearing into the hurrying crowd. Another figure approached them. He was the alchemist Jester, the one who should have been staying in the Blue Demon's base to discuss with the other leaders of the pirates. However, he proactively got out to find Shi Yin. "Sage Jester, why are you here?" Feng Rao asked, as she didn't understand why he was here. She then introduced him. "This is Sage Jester, the original realm alchemist of our land of God punishment. He has cured Bao Ao and the other two." Shi Yin was shaken. He bowed respectfully to thank the old man. "How great you are, Professor. Without you, I'm afraid my three friends wouldn't have been able to be cured of the flower." Alchemist Jester waved his hands, his face stimulated. Not a big deal. Pardon me for asking something. Is the flame you use the heaven flame? Yes, it is. Shiryan nodded. He thought he didn't need to conceal this. Jester was shaken vehemently, his eyes sparkling with divine light. Can you sell your heaven flame to me? Whatever you want, just name a price. As long as you nod, everything is okay. The heaven flames were the foundation of the alchemists and blacksmiths. When a blacksmith or an alchemist had the heaven flame, it would be like a tiger with a pair of wings. The advantage was immeasurable. When the alchemist has the heaven flame, he doesn't need to use the cauldron anymore. The heaven flame was the best cauldron one could ever have. Jester was a talented but stubborn alchemist. He knew about the heaven flames. Thus, when he heard Shiryan confirm that he had the heaven flame, he was so excited. He wanted to merge the heaven flame into his soul altar, which would sublimate his refining career. I'm sorry. No matter how great of an offer you can give me, I can't sell it. Shiryan smiled and shook his head. As an alchemist, you know how magical the heaven flames are. And besides being a warrior, I'm also a blacksmith. The heaven flame is also important to me. I will never sell my flame. Jester was stunned. Feng Rao was perplexed. You are a blacksmith, too. Rubbing his nose, Shiryan said deliberately, what's weird about that? So, you're a low-level blacksmith, I suppose? How else could you go that far with your powers of Panishad? She instinctively assumed. Shiryan just smiled, and he didn't explain. I know nothing can persuade you, sighed Jester. He pondered for a while, then asked, so can you use your heaven flame to help me refine a cauldron of pellets? Of course, I will pay you sufficiently. Jester asked Shiryan sincerely. He slightly bent over, his eyes filled with desires. If it's okay, you should help him. Anyway, he saved your friends, Feng Rao added. All right, I can help you once. When? Shiryan thought and agreed with him as he found nothing wrong with that. Haha, I'm not hurried. I haven't prepared enough. Jester rubbed his hands, his face excited. Then, I won't disturb you guys furthermore. I'm going inside to listen in on the meeting. Shiryan, remember our deal. When I gather enough materials, I will need your help. Thank you in advance. No problem, Shiryan smiled, watching Jester returning to the Blue Demon's base. This old man isn't as difficult to talk to as you said. You told me it would be really tough to ask for his help. Feng Rao's face darkened, and she put her head down, her eyes looking at the ground. Do you know how much he asked to cure your friends? How much? 50,000 top-quality divine crystals, plus 3 kinds of divine grade herbs he prescribed. Feng Rao said bitterly through her gritted teeth. Shiryan was surprised. Instantly, he felt happy, grinning. So he's rich, right? It's good then. When he asked me to help him, I'll make him give half of that amount back. Feng Rao's beautiful eyes brightened. She nodded continually, speaking cheerily. You should treat him that way. They were talking while sauntering around the wide streets, which extended everywhere in the Heaven Punishment City. They lingered in some shops. Shiryan wandered. He seemed to not be too interested in the strange and rare items in the shops. He didn't want to buy anything. He just visited each shop as if he simply enjoyed walking and watching things. Feng Rao didn't know that Shiryan wanted to take a walk just to wait for someone. She was secretly happy thinking that Shiryan wanted to be with her. She didn't hurry. She just acted as a delicate guide, taking him here and there. Gradually, they left the rowdy streets to a stream that was north of Heaven Punishment City. There was an arch bridge where they were standing, and they watched the murmuring currents underneath. They felt even their hearts quiet down. Right at this moment, Shiryan's brows suddenly twitched. He smiled and said, I need to use the bathroom. Wait here for me. I'll back soon. Feng Rao didn't doubt him. She blushed, rolling her eyes at him. You bastard. Why did you tell me such things? Just go. You don't need to say it so explicitly. Shiryan chuckled, turning around and disappearing into a small, desolate alley. In an elegant and quiet front courtyard, a graceful figure was standing under the shade of a luxuriant scholar tree. She didn't face the wide-open main gate, talking faintly. I thought you would never come. Your Highness, Shiryan stopped by the gate and bent his body slightly, his face complicated. I haven't met you since you left the glorious amethyst star. It's been a while. Why are you in the heaven punishment city? Ziyao turned around. She had taken off the skin tone mask earlier. Her unparalleled glamour was so enchanting that she could easily take people's souls away. However, deep in her pretty eyes, Yin could see a gleam of bitterness. She said tenderly, Sir Carthu received news saying that the star map appeared in the land of God punishment, so he came here. And I heard that you were also in the heaven punishment city, so I came here to see you. Anyway, I thought that you would be having a difficult time, so I came here to rescue you. I couldn't imagine that you were enjoying it so much here. It was just me who was overthinking and underestimating your competence. I shouldn't have worried about you so much. A gleam of affection crossed Yan's eyes. He quieted down, not knowing what to say. Chapter 831. Bet on your future. Chapter 831. Bet on your future, _. Seeing each other once again, Yin didn't know what to say. After they parted in the glorious amethyst star, Ziyao came to the dark firmament star, while Yin went to the purgatory star to join the extreme purgatory field. On his way, his war chariot exploded, creating the dark magnetic deadly explosion, which almost smashed him. He was sure that the one who had attacked him in the dark was Ao Guerra. Not long after he arrived in the purgatory star, Ao Guduo suddenly wanted to kill him, accusing him of joining bloody slaughterer Coctua to assassinate Ziyao. If Leona hadn't stopped him, Yin would have been dead. Both potentially fatal incidents were related to Ao Guerra. However, Ziyao still took Ao Guerra to the heaven punishment city with her. Obviously, she didn't punish him, but considered Ao Guerra an important chess piece. Perhaps in her eyes, Ao Guerra still had a big value, or she was afraid of Ao Guduo's force. No matter the case, to Yin, he couldn't let it go as he was the victim. As long as Ao Guerra was with Ziyao, Yin felt annoyed. Your Highness, the heaven punishment city is unexpectedly dangerous. If you didn't bring enough forces here, you should leave early, Yin said after a long moment of silence. Ziyao's eyes became gloomier. How about you? Will you go with me? If you expel Ao Guerra, perhaps I will, Yin rose his brow. I've almost died twice because of him. If he stays, I can't sleep or eat well by your side. Are you sure he did that? Ziyao said sadly. Yin beamed a faint smile. Even with your wisdom, I don't think you recognize his hostility towards me. No matter what reason you have to keep him with you, I don't feel well with it. I won't fight shoulder by shoulder with him. We'll soon have a fight to the death. Ziyao's face was bitter. Ao Guerra has been following me for so many years. Even if he doesn't have any merit, he is dedicated enough. His works in the glorious amethyst star are well done and transparent. I don't have a reason to expel him. Moreover, he has Ao Guduo standing behind him. Can you give me more time? I can't ask you for anything, Your Highness, Yin smiled, but I will remember how you helped him. However, if I deal with Ao Guerra, I won't intentionally lower my powers. If he stays in the heaven punishment city, I'm not sure if I won't kill him. How about you? What's your relationship between you and Feng Rao? Ziyao furrowed her delicate eyebrows. Yin was surprised. He shook his head and laughed. I think it has nothing to do with you, right? I have the rights to chase after any woman I want. You don't have the right to interfere with my business. Am I right? She's a pirate, Ziyao shouted. So what? Asked Yin deliberately. The pirates of the land of God punishment are the nails stuck in the flesh of the three big forces. They're my enemies. If you stay with her, you are on the opposite side to us, said Ziyao angrily. So what? Asked Yin. Ziyao took a deep breath, beaming a forced smile, but she didn't say anything. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A magical electric magnetic field suddenly expanded from the corner of his eye. Who's that? Carthu's voice came from a stone room nearby. The wind gusted, and a silver silhouette appeared. Sir Carthu, long time no see, Yin bent his body slightly. Carthu nodded. His face was solemn while the wind swirled around him. Boom, boom. The stone gate at the back of the garden blew off. A group of about 10 people got in one by one. Leading them was a bulky man with an aquiline nose and deep eye sockets. He looked sinister, haughty, and unruly. Alchemist Allard and Biro appeared behind him. They were all astounded to see Shiryen. They assessed him discreetly. Shiryen was also surprised. He became vigilant, preparing for a sudden battle. Bai Tian, Karthu, and Zi Yao screamed in fright. They changed their visages instantly. Bai Tian was a tough character in the Underworld League. He was second to one person but was greater than tens of thousands of people. He had the second sky of original God Realm, one level higher than Karthu. His family held intimidating powers with several life stars. He commanded a team that had as many hotshots as clouds in the sky. Bai Tian's position in the Underworld League could be compared to Leona's and Aogu duos in the Dark Firmament Divine Nation. They were all tyrant characters whose names could break the dome of heaven of the Raging Flame Star area. Karthu, do I look weird? Bai Tian wore an indifferent face, walking as if he didn't care about anyone else. You guys are plotting about the star map, and I wish to join in on this matter. We have the same goal. If you can get here, I can too. You're quick enough. Karthu was surprised, but he gathered himself quickly. He nodded. If we have the same goal, why do you come here? You want to join hands with me to steal the star map in Feng Ke's hands? Bai Tian beamed a dry smile, shaking his head. I have the same realm as Feng Ke. It's not easy to defeat him. You have only the first sky of original God Realm, so you can't be of much help. Anyway, you, Russell, and Jianong have the same realm. So, I'm not here to cooperate with you. Oh, if I have to find someone to cooperate, I will be more interested in Leona. Obviously, he implied that Karthu wasn't as strong as Leona. Karthu wasn't enraged. He just smiled. I'm weaker compared to Madame Leona. Yeah, if you aren't here to seek cooperation, so why are you here? Because of him. Bai Tian pointed to Shiryen. His face became solemn as he said, You are Shiryen, right? You and my Underworld League have business. But my little daughter didn't treat you nicely. She was a little bit harsh to you. On behalf of her, I want to apologize. After pausing for a while, Bai Tian turned and glared at Biro, giving her a low shout. Little Ro. Biro's graceful face distorted as if she didn't want to do it. She had struggled in her mind for a while, then bent her delicate waist, saying desperately to Shiryen, I'm so sorry for offending you that year. My apologies. Shiryen, little brother, forgive us, forgive us. Alchemist Allard clasped his fist, his face smiling. Karthu was stunned. Ziyao was baffled. Shiryen didn't understand what was going on. Bai Tian, what are you doing? Karthu pondered for a moment, then asked in a confused manner. Cough, cough. Bai Tian gave a dry cough, taking a deep breath. He looked at Shiryen, talking to him solemnly. Little brother, what do you think about my daughter's appearance? Shiryen, Karthu, and Ziyao were perplexed. Biro's white neck reddened. She looked at Shiryen embarrassedly. Her bright eyes were filled with anger and embarrassment. She's nice. Her face is beautiful and graceful too. Bai Tian stretched his mouth into a smile, flinging his arm. Then it's good. I want to let my daughter marry you. What do you think? Biro's bright eyes looked like she was about to fire, shaking her head continually behind Bai Tian. She signaled him not to agree. She almost screamed. Karthu and Ziyao shivered, looking at Bai Tian with disbelieving faces. They didn't know what to say. My daughter is mesmerizingly beautiful. I'm Bai Tian, the great commander of the Underworld League. In any aspect, my status is better than Feng Ke's, right? Marrying my daughter will bring you fewer troubles than marrying a pirate. What do you think? Bai Tian smiled. He contemplated for a while and then added, Of course, Princess Yao is more beautiful and noble, but I think Du Tianji won't be as generous as I am. He won't allow his princess to marry you. So I think my option is more suitable for you. Don't you think so? Karthu, Shiryen, and Ziyao gawked perplexedly. Even some warriors standing behind Bai Tian gave odd looks. Biro stood behind Bai Tian, continually shaking her head. She was so worried, trying to signal him to reject her father's proposal. It seemed like she had someone else in her heart, and she didn't want to become someone who can conveniently recruit strong experts for her father. Shi Yin was astounded for a while. He quietly looked at Bai Tian, then turned to Bai Rou. He took a deep breath. Why? Why did you choose me? Although your realm isn't enough to be noticed, it doesn't mean you will stay that way. I believe that if you can survive, you will become an overlord of a region in the Raging Flame Star area. Bai Tian answered frankly. I will take this bet on your future. Carthu was shaken. His eyes brightened up all of a sudden as he shouted, Bai Tian, you're so tricky. I can't deny that I admire your cunning mind. You're worthy to be the hero of your land. You do have imposing manners. Ziyao finally reacted and her soft body shivered. Bai Tian was about to make a big bet. He wanted to use his daughter's lifetime worth of happiness and his mighty force to bet on Shi Yan's future. He strongly believed that Shi Yan would become the most outstanding character in the Raging Flame Star area. Thus, he decided that he should persuade and recruit him for his team. He didn't even regret using his daughter because he thought that his bold vision was correct. Shi Yan would become a great overlord in the future. His resolute deeds and imposing manners were terrifying indeed. At this moment, Carthu and Ziyao understood this course of action. And because they understood it, they felt a chill in their hearts caused by Bai Tian's endeavors. If you marry my daughter, you will belong to my force. I can use all the available cultivating materials to tile your path. I can provide you with whatever you want, said Bai Tian seriously. With your natural endowment, I think you can break to the original God realm very quickly. I believe that you don't need 200 years to gain a slot in the Raging Flame Star area. I don't know if someone else favors you like I do, but I believe that I have the most sincere proposal. What do you say? Can you give me more time to think? Shi Yan suddenly said. From the other side, Bai Rou was still watching him with sharp eyes, trying to signal him to reject her father. Hearing him, her soft body shook as deep embarrassment and resentment sparkled in her eyes. She looked like a tigress about to bare its fangs and tear Shi Yan's throat. Bai Tian gazed at him for a while. He grinned and nodded. All right, I'll give you time to think about it. All right, we won't disturb you anymore. Bai Tian said to Carthu and Ziyao before turning around and leaving. His warriors followed him silently. During Bai Tian's entire proposal, no one in his delegation had uttered a word. Only Bai Rou lagged behind. Waiting until her father disappeared, she craned her neck behind the stone gate, rolling her eyes at Shi Yan indignantly. She said through her gritted teeth, Don't dream about his offer. Even if I die, I won't marry you. Then, her graceful body disappeared. At the same time, Feng Rao called for him. Because it took him so long time, Feng Rao got uneasy and came to look for him. Chapter 832, The Mark Reappears. Chapter 832, The Mark Reappears, _ Feng Rao screamed anxiously. Shi Yan didn't linger with Ziyao. He hurried to leave and disappeared shortly. Bai Tian's delegation left. Ao Gera, Yalan, and Taimu weren't arranged to stay in this manor house. Thus, only Ziyao and Carthu stayed in this garden. After Bai Tian and Shi Yan had left, Carthu and Ziyao stayed quiet for a long time. They all had devastated looks on their faces. Long after that, Carthu sighed. Bai Tian has guts. He is tough and bold to make such an offer. Ziyao frowned, saying nothing. Using his daughter's lifetime's worth of happiness to bet on Shi Yan's future, if he wins this bet, he will be rewarded immensely. I can tell you that. Carthu took a deep breath, then said, With his potential, 200 years is enough time for him to become an outstanding hero of the Raging Flame Star area. He could even surpass Bai Tian. If he marries Bai Rou, Bai Tian will put in all of his resources to nurture him. He will grow even faster. So cunning. Bai Tian is very cunning. Ziyao looked bitter, sighing lightly. She had known Shi Yan for a long time. She knew his potential clearer than anyone else. When they were in the solar star exploding fragment field, Shi Yan had only the true God realm cultivation base. It was shorter than 10 years before he reached the second sky of King God realm. Ziyao was at the third sky of King God realm for a long time. However, her realm remained the same while Shi Yan continued to progress. He had just defeated the Demon Clan's expert Blackhorn, a guy cultivating ice power, Upanishad. Xiao wondered if she could defeat Blackhorn, and she was sure she could not. It meant that Shi Yin had the capabilities to fight her with his own powers and without using external forces. It hasn't been very long. Thinking about all this gave Xiao a headache. Ao Gara has Ao Guduo to back him up. Anyway, without this, he isn't as strong as Shi Yin. Carthu took a deep breath, his face solemn. Don't give up. If you miss this chance, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Xiao frowned, asking, Uncle Carthu, what do you mean? You know what I'm talking about. I just want to remind you that Shi Yin is no longer an average guy anymore. Bai Tian has shown up because of him. Fengke will also try his best to recruit him. If you don't secure him, you will lose him forever. Manage it yourself. Carthu sighed, shaking his head. Let's go. Ao Gara and Yalan have been waiting for us for a long time. You should think about it on the way. Oh right. Ao Guduo is about to arrive. But Leona will come too. Keep thinking about what you want your relationship with Shi Yin to be. Xiao furrowed her brows and remained silent. She quietly followed Carthu, her face absent-minded. On the lively streets, Shi Yin and Feng Rao were walking shoulder by shoulder. They smiled from time to time. They seemed to be very happy. Look, that shop sells a lot of strange and bizarre items. Things we can't find in the Raging Flame Star area. Feng Rao's eyes brightened as she pointed at a shop by the street. She bloomed her smile as if she was excited, turning to look at Shi Yin. If you need to use the bathroom, I can wait for you, but you need to hurry. Feng Rao was hiding something in her words. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. Staying in the Purgatory Star to retrieve the star map proved her patience and subtlety. She was definitely not a fool. In fact, Feng Rao was meticulous and clear-headed. The time Shi Yin disappeared to do his small business was more than she needed. Connecting it to other abnormal things that happened before, Feng Rao knew that he had gone to meet someone. Being a smart woman, Feng Rao didn't expose this or ask him questions. She chose to pretend to not know anything. Anyway, it didn't mean that she wouldn't care. That was why she took the chance to tease Shi Yin. Nah, I'm done. I'm clean now. Shi Yin smiled embarrassedly. He didn't wait for Feng Rao to say more, heading towards that shop. They were both smart people. There were things they didn't need to say out loud to understand it. This shop was around 1,000 square meters with some square counters that displayed many types of crystals, ores, unknown grass, herbs, and flowers. They even found many pieces of precious leather with natural patterns, bee skeletons, and strange books. Just like a grocery shop, the counters were packed with items. Many of them were strange and unknown. Even Feng Rao didn't know what some of them were. The strange energy fluctuated and rose from some stones, crystals, and bee skeleton, but it wasn't strong or strange. A white-headed, old senile woman dozed off on her chair. Her head stooped and nodded from time to time. She seemed to not recognize that she had some customers checking out her shop. The old woman didn't have a high realm. She just got the third sky of true God realm. It seemed like she was stuck in this realm for many years. And since she couldn't break through, she looked old. She seemed to count her life on this shop with the hope to enter the King God realm. The Raging Flame Star area was vast. People could easily meet King God realm warriors and sometimes original God realm warriors. However, not all true God realm warriors could break through to the King God realm. Compared to the thousands of billion people in the Raging Flame Star area, the King God realm warriors were rare. Many remained stuck in the true God realm for the rest of their lives. This woman was one of them. She stooped and slept tight as if she didn't care whether or not someone planned to steal her items or not. She is the oldest woman in our land of God punishment. I think she is several thousand years old. So many years ago, her man was the strongest leader of the pirates in the land of God punishment. I heard that he had robbed the ships near the border of the Raging Flame Star area and claimed abundant harvests. However, he had disappeared a couple of thousand years. I think he is dead, and she is still in the land of God punishment to sell goods that he had robbed. I heard that her shop has something we can't find in the Raging Flame Star area. Of course, the valuable items were all sold out. What we see here are the leftover items after people have finished selecting and buying. Just normal and useless stuff. Feng Rao explained when they got into the shop. We can just watch. We don't have to buy anything. This shop has something the Raging Flamestar area doesn't have. So, did anyone buy something good here? Asked Shiyin. Yes. Rumors say that some people had bought the priceless items here. Feng Rao nodded. Of course, it is just a rumor. We haven't seen anything yet. She's been here when my father was just a little pirate. This legend has been told even before that. I heard it from my father. I'm not sure whether it is true or not. Shiyin was surprised, but he didn't pay much attention. Instead, he just walked around and checked things out. He found many stones and crystals that he didn't even know the name of. Many of the objects didn't have energy fluctuations, so he didn't know what they could be used for. Also, he couldn't tell what kind of beast those skeletons were because they had been there for quite a long time. He couldn't tell the level or class of those skeletons either. It was hard to tell their values. And he found many small and peculiar toys, which also didn't have a beam of aura or energy. This shop had hundreds of items piled on the counters. Most of them didn't have energy. If they did, their energy was so feeble, which didn't make them worth much. Shiyin didn't have any purpose in looking for valuable things here. He was simply curious, wanting to see how the items of the other star area look like. He just went back and forth between the counters to observe the items, releasing his soul consciousness to sense. A fist-sized, dim, blue stone orb, which didn't have a beam of energy, caught Shiyin's attention. It was heavier than it looked. This dim blue stone orb looked ordinary. It had no feature that was unusual. It didn't have the natural texture of stone either. However, when Shiyin sent his soul consciousness into the orb, his star power Upanishad reflected a weak beam of energy fluctuation. This stone orb seemed to have some tiny but magical relation to his star power. Shiyin was amazed. He quietly picked the dim blue stone orb, put it on the counter, and nodded to Feng Rao. I want this stone orb. He didn't hasten to use his star power Upanishad to sense the mysteries of the stone orb. This place was someone's shop, so it was not convenient. If this orb had something magical and someone else besides him got it, he would have had to pay a big price to get the orb. Okay, continue to see if you want to buy anything else. Feng Rao glared at the stone orb, then shifted her eyes away. She didn't pay much attention to his item. Just like Shiyin, she crouched to find some toys for herself. Shiyin continued to rummage through the piles of miscellaneous items under the counter. Those things were strange, but because they didn't have any energy, Shiyin couldn't use his soul consciousness to check them. Soon, he walked to another pile of miscellaneous goods. A small, cold shield suddenly fell in his palm. This one was a pocket edition. It was as big as a human face. It looked exquisite and even lovely. This small shield was blue and brown. It felt cold and smooth in his hand. Shiyin's soul consciousness sank into it. No energy was reported. The backside of the shield didn't have any pattern or carve formation. Shiyin just skimmed through it. He threw it away, not paying much attention. Clink, clink. The small shield created some sounds in the pile of assorted items. Shiyin looked at it, and his face stiffened immediately. On the side of the blue-brown shield showed a mark of 5 blood-red clouds. It was the exact same image as the mark on his godsoul's forehead. Shiyin was startled. He became solemn because when he had just checked the shield, he hadn't seen any mark on either side of the smooth shield. However, after he had rubbed it and thrown it away, the mark appeared. What was going on? Was it because of him? Shiyin inhaled, making himself clear-minded. He resumed his normal countenance and picked up the small shield. The mark of 5 blood clouds on the shield faded away when he looked again. However, the shield became colder. Shiyin was skeptical and perplexed at the same time. He took the small shield, placing it next to the stone orb and nodding to Feng Rao. I also want this. Boy, I'm sorry. We don't sell that small shield, the old woman said in a sleepy voice. The old woman had just woken up. Shiyin was astounded. Chapter 833, Phelan. Chapter 833, Phelan, _. The old woman was still sleepy. She bent her body slightly, then opened her eyes. Her opaque eyes had no light in them. She looked quiet and senile. She had been stuck in the true god realm for many years. She couldn't pass through the king god realm. She seemed to be numb to this fact, losing her faith in her ability to increase her realm. For the rest of her life, she took care of this small shop, waiting for something to happen. People said that she was waiting for her husband, the strongest pirate of the land of God punishment many years ago. He had disappeared near the border of the raging Flamestar area. Several thousand years ago, that man used to be like Feng Ku, a leader of the pirates in the land of God punishment, whose fame matches competence. However, he was much stronger than Feng Ku, with a more profound realm. His operating area wasn't bound by the raging Flamestar area. He had stretched his influence to the peripheral areas of the star area. He had often visited the area where ships from other star areas passed by. Perhaps because of his guts and his marvelous powers, he became arrogant, which led to unexpected events. He could never come home from the edge of the raging Flamestar area. It has been so many years. Many new pirate leaders had risen, including Feng Ku. However, none of them had the force and capability that could be compared to that man. The shop owner, the quiet, senile woman, was the only wife of that man. She stayed in the Heaven Punishment City and sold goods her husband had harvested. Initially, this shop was famous and packed with goods and customers. Since the man had disappeared, it gradually quieted down. Now, the shop was still famous, but it couldn't sell many things. Not many people visited here anymore. People seemed to have forgotten this shop. Feng Rao stopped rummaging through the stuff. She frowned, asking with surprise, "Granny Fei Lan, why do you not want to sell it?" People called the old woman Fei Lan. Only the powerful characters in the Heaven Punishment City knew her real name. "That small shield is a gift my husband gave to me. It is nothing special, but it is a good memento." Fei Lan remembered something, her eyes showing her affection like a vast sea. "When he gets tired and comes home, if he finds out that I've lost his gift, he won't feel comfortable." Feng Rao's bright eyes showed that she was moved by the old woman's love. Shi Yin was astounded, looking at Fei Lan with some affection. In their eyes, Fei Lan was a fool who quietly waited in sorrow for a man who had disappeared several thousand years ago in Heaven Punishment City. After so many years, she still loved and longed for him. She even thought that her husband was still alive and that he might come home one day. Although this deep love sounded conservative and foolish, it could touch anybody's heart. Feng Rao was deeply moved. "Then forget it. It's okay that you don't want to sell it. How about this stone orb? Will you sell it?" The dim blue stone orb was revealed as she opened her white palm. This orb didn't have a beam of energy. In any aspect, it looked like a rare-shaped stone. Nothing in this orb was special enough to make people look at it for more than several seconds. Fei Lan's cloudy eyes observed the dim blue stone orb. She didn't say anything for a moment. "Granny Fei Lan, you don't want to sell this broken ball either?" Feng Rao was surprised. She started to feel strange. It wasn't the first time Feng Rao visited this shop. Before she had left the Heaven Punishment City, she often wandered here. Usually, toys and trash items in this shop were really cheap. Before today, she had never known that this shop had something that the old woman wouldn't sell. However, Shi Yin had chosen a small shield and Fei Lan said that she didn't want to sell it. And now, she was hesitant in selling this broken stone ball, which made Feng Rao confused. "Ma'am, if you don't want to sell it, it's all right," said Shi Yin with a natural look on his face. His eyes still gazed at the stone orb and the small, strange shield. Fei Lan rubbed her eyes, shaking her head. She sighed, then mumbled, "Take the stone orb. I have to survive anyway. I still have to eat." "How many divine crystals do you want?" Feng Rao said, taking out some top-quality divine crystals from her fantasy sky ring. In her eyes, that broken stone wasn't worth a top-quality divine crystal. But if Shi Yin liked it, it was worth the price. She intended to give her 10 top-quality divine crystals, as she felt sorry for the old woman. "Give me the quantity that you think my item is worth." Fei Lan pondered for a while, then lifted her head. However, she didn't look at Feng Rao, but instead at Shi Yin. Feng Rao was astounded. Shi Yan's eyebrows slightly twitched. He kept silent. After more than 10 seconds, Shi Yan's brows stretched. He took a deep breath, then turned to Feng Rao. How many divine crystals did your father give you? 1,000. They're all top quality. Feng Rao felt odd. Give her all of it. Shi Yan lowered his voice. Feng Rao's soft body shivered. Her bright eyes were skeptical, and she was very confused. It was just a rare-shaped stone ball. In her eyes, it wasn't worth a coin. The energy of a top-quality divine crystal was enough to refill the energy of a king-god realm warrior. A top-grade divine crystal could buy sacred-grade pellets, a charming maid, or rent the training yard for half a month in the Heaven Punishment City. 1,000 divine crystals was a big fortune indeed. In the Heaven Punishment City, only pirates with a strong background force could keep such properties. To recruit Shi Yan, Feng Ku had used his foundation capital. Giving away 1,000 divine crystals, he sure was generous. As Feng Rao knew the value of the divine crystal, she was hesitant and suspicious. Give it to her, Shi Yan frowned, repeating his words. Feng Rao didn't hesitate anymore. She slipped the fantasy sky ring off her finger, slowly put on the counter. She was kind enough to remind the old woman, Granny Fei Lan, this fantasy sky ring keeps 1,000 divine crystals of top quality. Keep it well. Don't show others that you have such a big fortune. If someone else laid eyes on this huge fortune, Fei Lan could fall into trouble because of her true god realm cultivation base. That's why Feng Rao had to remind her. Fei Lan appeared to not listen to her reminder. Her dull eyes were still gazing at Shi Yan. After a long moment, she nodded, handing over the dim blue stone orb, pushing it toward Shi Yan. It belongs to you now. Pausing for a while, she mumbled, It suits you anyway. Thank you. Shi Yan smiled, respectfully put the dim blue stone orb away. He bowed to greet her, then turned to Feng Rao. Let's go. We shouldn't disturb her more. Although Feng Rao was curious, she just nodded and said nothing more, following him to leave the shop. Fei Lan's line of sight was fixed on Shi Yan from the moment he entered until the moment he left the shop. She pondered for a while, then dozed off again. Why? After they had left the shop, Feng Rao couldn't hold her curiosity anymore. She asked, her eyes confused, 1,000 divine crystals. That is enough to buy a spacious manor in the Heaven Punishment City. Exchanging such a fortune for a trash stone, was it worth it? I wasn't sure if it was worth it or not, smiled Shi Yan. But seeing her hesitate, I think perhaps I've picked a treasure. She didn't want to sell the orb because she knew its value. When you gave her 1,000 divine crystals, I didn't see her get excited. She looked begrudging, though. Do you know why? Why? Because she thought that it was too few. Few? She thought that 1,000 divine crystals were not enough. I think that she considered our payment small. Otherwise, she would have stirred up. She even looked begrudging. Anyway, she doesn't need that orb. That is why she sold it to me. Perhaps she has another reason. Shi Yan wasn't so sure. He vaguely felt that Fei Lan should know the magic of that small shield. She might know about the blood mark, too. The reason why Fei Lan agreed to sell the stone orb was possibly related to the fact that he could recognize the value of the small shield. Of course, all of these were just his assumptions. Shi Yan didn't dare confirm, but he had some strange premonitions. Feng Rao wasn't a fool. She was skeptical because she couldn't see what magic the stone ball could do. She thought it was just a trash stone. However, after Shi Yan had explained, she understood immediately. She felt a little bit shocked. You meant that stone orb has something strange. It has a subtle connection with my star power Upanishad. I could say that it's not just a normal item. I think that it's worth the price of 1,000 divine crystals, and it could be more than that, Shi Yan said after contemplating for a while. Feng Rao's eyes brightened up. You mean Granny Fei Lan knows how valuable the orb is? I think she knows, nodded Shi Yan. But she has only the true God realm cultivation base. If she knows, why doesn't she tell people about the stone and get a higher price? You should ask her. I can't think of an answer. They were discussing in a low tone. Gradually, they walked into a desolate alley, where they saw no one on the street. Shi halted. Feng Rao stopped next to him. The wind ceased. A heavy pressure slowly pressed down from all directions. It felt like a wind wall was pressing down to restrain people. Wind power Upanishad. Shi and Feng Rao exchanged looks. They became solemn, quietly gathering energy in their bodies. From the strange, pressing wind, they knew that the incomer had a strong realm. He should be a warrior at the original god realm. Shi negative energy burst out instantly. His god body appeared, his eyes turning garnet. The negative aura rolled like a windstorm. Shi dead domain expanded, tearing off the pressure from the wind. Feng Rao didn't say anything. She sat down, closing her eyes to sense the commotion of the wind. She mouthed, using her sound power Upanishad to disorder the threatening force from the opponent's god domain. The incomer had the original god realm and used wind power. He had prepared well with his intimidating power. If they made a mistake, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Their soul altars could be smashed too. Both Shi and Feng Rao were experienced warriors. When they noticed that something was wrong, they immediately gathered all their forces to resist. They didn't dare linger for even a moment. While they were ready to encounter the opponent, a gust of wind shot over from one end of the alley and covered one of them. Chapter 834, The Frightful Invisible Hand. Chapter 834, The Frightful Invisible Hand. _ The wind blew over like a dust tornado. A gray shadow was suspended in the middle of the tornado, but they couldn't see it clearly. They could only feel a powerful but evil force gushing from him. The gray wind hissed. The massive pressure increased several times all of a sudden. Instantly, the rock walls of this small alley cracked and exploded. Chips of rock shattered like an intense shower. The wind howled ear-piercingly, running directly into Shi sea of consciousness like a sharp blade. Shi could feel pain from the god domain. At this moment, he couldn't even gather his consciousness. His thoughts couldn't be sent to the soul altar. His god's soul floated as if it was drawn out of the soul altar above the sea of consciousness. In the wind howl, the immense pressure compressed the air. The smell of burning objects invaded the air. Rocks fell like rain. With energy given by the wind, those chips became as heavy as mountains or 10,000 cattle and as thick like the sea. Inside the wind god domain, Gus screamed, making everything blurred. The whole sky became an immense gray area. It looked like the mighty heaven was about to rip off everything. Confine, Shi screamed almost crazily. His voice struck the high sky, his face ferocious. Countless space ripples expanded from his god body, raising like the tide of the sea. Shortly, they formed a formation. The sounds of crack echoed in the air like someone was using invisible chains to lash the surroundings. Even the voice couldn't be sent through. Feng Rao sat neatly next to Shi with closed eyes. Her visage was tranquil like water, but her delicate curved eyebrows furrowed. Her lips parted as she spurted out syllables as sharp as swords. They then fiercely shot towards the blurry shadow in the middle of the gray tornado. Boom, boom, boom. Grumbling sounds echoed continually. Feng Rao used her sound power Upanishad to bombard that tornado. A big part of the gray dust vanished. However, the wind had just halted for a while before starting to revolve fast again. The furious wind rolled, sweeping through everywhere and cleaning each square inch around the man. As Shi had just gathered his energy to condense the god domain and space confinement, his attack was immediately torn apart by the gust of wind. The tornadoes that naked eyes could see rolling in the sky like the axes flew towards them from every direction. The grating, ear-piercing howl brought the energy that nothing could destroy, moving very quickly. The stone tiles on the ground of the small alley rolled up into the sky. The tornado then ground them into dust. The walls exploded and shattered. The tornadoes covered everything as if they wanted to smash all creatures in the area. Feng Rao closed her eyes, frowning while both of her hands made hand seals. She was screaming and shouting unceasingly. Her sound seals exploded, then condensed into lightning ribbons, stabbing the gray tornado. However, they couldn't get through the thick tornado, and she couldn't harm the one hovering inside. A gap between two realms was the distance between humans and gods. This distance couldn't be made up by simply using energy. They couldn't attack the other's god domain or find a weak spot to attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three bone thorns appeared in the tornado, trying to attack that shadow. Wind blades appeared in the void like a sea of sharp sabers. The three bone thorns could only break some wind blades, but not the person controlling the winds. Boom! Just like the grumbling thunder pressing down, the intimidating, invisible wind ropes sprang forward. Shortly after, Shi Yin and Feng Rao were tied tightly. They couldn't even wiggle. The thumb-sized gray wind ropes slowly revealed themselves, lashing around the two like securing the leaf rice rolls. The fierce screaming of the wind suddenly stopped. The vague figure in the tornado slowly emerged. Fan Yi, Feng Rao couldn't hold in her shouting. You dare come to the Heaven Punishment City? Do you really think that the Heaven Punishment City is a desolate place? That man was Fan Yi from the Nice Star Chamber of Commerce, a warrior at the first sky of Original God Realm. He had fought Russell in the past, but he was defeated. This wasn't too long time ago, but he dared to visit the Heaven Punishment City. Now, he wanted to capture Shi Yin and Feng Rao. This man was brave enough to break the rules of the Heaven Punishment City. What do your Heaven Punishment City's rules have to do with me? Fan Yi's visage was cold and harsh. He said with disdain, "We, the Nice Star Chamber of Commerce, always wanted to clean up the Heaven Punishment City. You're the dirty scumbags of this star area. You will be eradicated one day. To me, Heaven Punishment City is a city to be destroyed soon. Why should I follow their rules?" Among the three big forces in the raging flame star area, the Nice Star Chamber of Commerce had the greatest resentment towards the land of God punishment. They always wanted to sweep up the pirates. The Nice Star Chamber of Commerce was the biggest chamber of commerce in the raging flame star area, with strong forces and large business deals. The pirates of the land of God punishment were their archenemies. Those pirates often robbed the Nice Star Chamber of Commerce's vessels and sold their stolen goods in the Heaven Punishment City, which resulted in tremendous damage to their profits. If the land of God punishment hadn't had so many hiding spots that the soul consciousness could sense, the Nice Star Chamber of Commerce would have already attempted to clean this massive base of pirates. You're attacking two juniors like us. Do you think you're that good? If you have the guts, you should find Russell to take revenge. He's in the city, said Feng Rao with rage. I will. Russell won't escape his death. He must die, no doubt about it. Fan Yi beamed a faint smile. But you too have your own value. Where's the empty fantasy crystal? The empty fantasy crystal is a precious item. We had spent a lot to buy it. We can't afford to let a kid steal it. Pausing for a while, Fan Yi glared at Feng Rao. I heard that Feng cherishes you so much. I wonder if you will use the star map to exchange it for your life. I will give Feng time to consider. When time's up and he doesn't want to exchange the star map for you, don't blame me. While talking, Fan Yi stepped toward Shi Yin and Feng Rao. Swoosh! A gust swept through. A cut suddenly appeared on Shi Yin's neck, just a line away from his artery. A wind blade appeared between Fan Yi's fingers. He said coldly, I want to know where the empty fantasy crystal is. Shi Yin's eyes were garnet. He looked at Fan Yi, parting his lips. I broke it. Fan Yi changed his face. The wind blade between his fingers flew out to cut the artery on his neck. Boom! Just like a collapsing mountain, a ruthless force shot out from Shi Yin's body like an erupting volcano. The ash-gray ropes were broken instantly. Shi Yin had urged the power of immortal demon blood in his body. At this moment, Shi Yin became a wild beast that was breaking out of its confinement. His momentum was furious and intimidating. Light sparkled in his garnet eyes. The dead Upanishad was urged. Negative energy turned into a massive dead seal, striking towards Fan Yi. The dead seal was like a giant bloody hand of death. The pungent, thick smell of blood it brought seemed to not disperse easily. It looked like a palm that could smash the whole dome of the sky. The ferocious, formidable energy gushed out together with negative emotions. They affected Fan Ye's soul altar before he could attack Shi. Then, Fan Ye had a hallucination of himself standing in a blood sea. His face became sinister as his murderous aura vented out furiously. Bang! The sky-towering tornado appeared, impacting the dead seal that looked like the death's giant hand. The earth and heaven were shaken. The earth-shattering energy had smashed Fan Ye's barrier into pieces. Beams of energy shelled everywhere else. The tall buildings of more than 100 meters around them exploded by the shockwaves. Many warriors were hurt. Fan Ye was still hovering in the air, but he was trembling hard. His face turned into an unhealthy red hue. Shi had condensed his immortal demon blood to create the dead seal, which had the mountain-splitting power. Fan Ye got hit. His barrier created by his god domain was shattered. At the moment the barrier was torn, Fan Ye knew that the experts of the Heaven Punishment City would come quickly, as they must have found the tremendous commotion of this battle. It was impossible to confine Shi to ask for the empty fantasy crystal's whereabouts. This was also true for capturing Feng Rao to ask Feng Ku about the star map. Shi panted, his face savage like an enraged beast that was smelling the scent of blood. Blood light sparkled gloriously in his garnet eyes. The immortal demon blood boiled in his body, generating the endless energy which screamed to get out. Negative energy in his acupuncture points overflowed torrentially, combining perfectly with the god domain generated by the dead power Upanishad. As the dead power was moving in his soul altar, a blood sea vaguely appeared by his body. The thick scent of blood permeated the sky, covering every creature. The ability to suck the vitality from creatures arose silently. While he didn't recognize it, light dots emerged from Fan Ye's body, slowly flying toward Shi god body in the center of the god domain. Break! Shi took a deep breath. His congested arms tore forcefully, ripping off the wind ropes on Feng Rao's body, releasing her from Fan Ye's wind confinement. Seems like I will have to kill you all. Fan Ye considered for a few seconds before his face turned dark. He wanted to use his realm advantage to kill Shi and Feng Rao. Since he had the original God Realm cultivation base, he hadn't used all of his power in this battle yet. As he confirmed that he couldn't capture Shi and Feng Rao, he was enraged. He decided to kill them all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The wind rose again. The tornado that could tear the sky formed near Fan Ye. At this moment, Fan Ye seemed to turn into a massive tornado, covering the entire area. His formidable wind power moved furiously. It was several times stronger than the previous ones. Fan Ye continually urged his energy as he wanted to kill them all. However, right when he wanted to open his mouth to announce Shi and Feng Rao's death sentence, he discolored. Both of his hands clutched his neck. His eyes showed extreme fear. His god body was sliding backward rapidly and eccentrically, breaking more than 10 stone buildings. However, he was still being dragged away. It seemed like there was an invisible hand strangling him and dragging him into the void. Fan Ye couldn't do anything. His wind energy scattered fast. Fan Ye had the first sky of original God Realm. But under that force, he looked like a dead dog that was unable to wiggle. Shi and Feng Rao were shocked to see Fan Ye get dragged further away until they couldn't see him anymore. Let's go. Feng Rao cleared her mind, shouting. She held his hand, dashing crazily towards the blue demon's base. Shi staggered and flew after her. However, after being baffled for a while, he turned around to look at the general direction of Fei Lan's shop with a complex countenance. Chapter 835, The Mysterious Hermetic Expert. Chapter 835, The Mysterious Hermetic Expert, _ Fan Ye, an expert at the first sky of original God Realm, was dragged to somewhere out of their sights. They didn't know whether he was still alive or not. The small alley was now a ruin. Smoke and dust swirled in the air as it hadn't dispersed yet. Warriors yelled and cursed, walking through piles of rocks. They shouted while trying to find the one who caused the damage to take revenge. At this moment, to prevent themselves from being ambushed by Fan Yi, Shi Yin and Feng Rao were moving quickly towards the blue demon's base. Dust and rock chips still scattered in the air. Bai Tian, the great commander of the Underworld League, Bai Rou, and Allard were standing in a small cottage at the other end of the ruined alley. They looked at the cloud of dust with heavy and yet strange eyes. That sudden force was so terrifying. Allard took a deep breath, his face pale. He instinctively looked at Bai Tian, standing next to him. Master, was that Feng Ke? Feng Ke. Bai Tian shook his head. He's in the blue demons discussing the star map. He doesn't have free time now. Moreover, he doesn't have such power. Even for me, if I wanted to subdue Fan Yi and make him lose the strength to resist like that, I wouldn't be able to. No need to mention Feng Ke. Although they were both at the second sky of original God Realm, Bai Tian considered himself one level stronger than Feng Ke. His confidence stemmed from his strength. Even Bai Tian, who was at the second sky of original God Realm, couldn't explain the immense force that they had just witnessed. How strong was that person? Allard and Bai Rou contemplated, their faces solemn. Seems like it's true. The rumors saying that the Heaven Punishment City has some hermetic experts. Bai Tian's eyes sparkled with strange light. He continued faintly. Although the three big forces have joined hands to sweep over the Heaven Punishment City many times, we can't uproot the space pirates here. Besides the forbidden land around, perhaps there's another reason. Hearing him, Allard and Bai Rou paled. Father, are you saying that someone stronger than you is staying in this area? Bai Rou shouted slightly, her face disbelieving. Only Du Tianji of the Divine Nation has the third sky of original God Realm cultivation base. In the Raging Flame Star area, we have the only other three at the third sky of original God Realm, right? We've known just the three of them, Bai Tian frowned, but we don't know who is hiding. Who can be sure that there aren't more? Warriors and his team discolored in fright. Anyway, what surprised me wasn't the hermit in the Heaven Punishment City. Bai Tian contemplated for a while, then lowered his voice. I'm more surprised at Shi Yan's real competence. As he said that, Bai Rou and Allard were shaken, remembering his strength. Obviously, he didn't use all of his powers in the battle with Blackhorn. Since Fan Yi wanted to kill him, he had stirred up the potential of that young man. He had forced him to show his real competence. I think that even if the hermetic expert didn't give him a hand, he still had the strength to battle. Bai Tian took a deep breath, divine light shooting out from his eyes. In fact, he is only the second sky of King God Realm cultivation base, while Feng Rao has the first sky of original God Realm. The young man is incredibly strong. We must recruit him to our team. Allard and Bai Rou nodded solemnly. Shi Yin and Feng Rao flew rapidly towards Feng Ke's manor in the Heaven Punishment City. Seeing his grand palace, they finally calmed down. In this place, the other experts also felt the commotions of a battle inside the Heaven Punishment City. They paused their meeting and came to the training yard where Shi Yin and Blackhorn had battled, discussing clamorously. As soon as Shi Yin and Feng Rao appeared, they drew the attention of everyone else. Feng Ke on the stone platform still sensed something with his eyes closed. He seemed to not notice that Shi Yin and Feng Rao were back. Master Russell, your best friend Fan Yi is in the Heaven Punishment City. He attacked us. Shi Yin shouted when he arrived and hadn't had time to steady himself. Russell's face got colder, then became glorious with the brutal deed. I could feel the familiar energy. It is him. This is excellent. His figure melted like the quicksand, merging into the ground. He disappeared shortly to find Fan Yi in the city. Feng Ke opened his eyes, his eyelids twitching. Father, Fan Yi appeared while we were walking down the street. He wanted to capture me, to blackmail you. When we were about to fall, someone saved us discreetly. Feng Rao explained the situation simply. Feng Ke listened to her attentively. Until she finished, he nodded. You guys go have a rest. I'm going to search for Fan Yi's whereabouts in the city. I won't let him go comfortably. Are you all right? Bloody Slaughterer Ka, Tua, quietly approached Shi Yin from the crowd of the pirate leaders. "I'm okay," Shi Yin smiled, nodding to greet the others before leaving with Feng Rao. "We expected earlier that experts of the three forces would try to interfere. It is not strange that Fan Yi came here. Anyway, he was a bit hurried." Katawa took a deep breath. He pondered for a while, then waved his hand. "I'll call a day. You guys should prepare yourself. In the coming days, I'll summon you guys again for a detailed plan." After they bid farewell and gave some advice, the leaders of the pirates left. Feng Ke returned to his secret chamber and sent his message. Not long afterward, Feng Rao entered the chamber after she had arranged everything for Shi Yin. This secret chamber was sealed with many layers of barriers and restrictions. No one could eavesdrop their conversation. "Little Rao, you said that someone had helped you guys when you were in trouble. Do you know who that person was?" Feng Ke asked with a serious countenance. "No, I don't." Feng Rao shook her head. "That person seemed to grab Fan Yi's neck and drag him away. Fan Yi couldn't even resist. It was so terrible." Feng Ke put on a serious face. "That person is much more dangerous than what you think. Even your father. I don't have such powers." Feng Rao was scared. "Is that person at the third sky of Original God Realm? How could it be? Since when did our Heaven Punishment City have people with such mighty powers?" "It's possible." Feng Ke forced a smile. "There is something that you don't know. Throughout several thousand years, every time the Heaven Punishment City met a disaster, or there were enemies that couldn't be resisted, we always solved it inexplicably. The last time it happened was 500 years ago. The headmaster of the Leaf family of the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce came here, intending to sweep away the Heaven Punishment City and destroy the pirates. When that happened, the Heaven Punishment City bore heavy damage. The city was destroyed. Many pirates got killed. At the moment we thought that the Heaven Punishment City was about to be demolished, the headmaster of the Leaf family died for an unknown reason. His experts were also killed unknowingly." Feng Ke took another deep breath. The Heaven Punishment City should have collapsed, but the Leaf family's experts all died, and we won the war easily. Pausing for a moment, Feng Ke said with a vague countenance on his face, "It has happened similarly several times." Feng Rao was astounded. "Father, are you saying that we have an invincible hermetic expert in the Heaven Punishment City? Someone that you can't even sense? If that person's realm is higher than mine, I won't be able to feel anything when he or she conceals his or her aura," nodded Feng Ke. "The leaders of the three big forces also know about this person. That's why we were able to stand strong for so long. This mysterious person is the reason why we have not been uprooted yet. Otherwise, do you think that the three forces would have spared our lives? Wouldn't they have tried to come and destroy us one more time?" Feng Rao kept silent. "Today, that person suddenly attacked Fan Yi to help you and Shi Yin. However, I'm not sure if this person wanted to help you or Shi Yin." Feng Ke frowned and asked, "Who did you guys meet?" "Jester, Ka Fu, and Granny Fei Lon. And he had left somewhere before that. I think he wanted to meet someone, but I didn't accompany him. I don't know who he had met," answered Feng Rao. "Jester and Feng Ke, it would be impossible for them to have helped you. Fei Lon, she is only the third sky of true God Realm. She looks old and quiet. I have never seen anything strange surrounding her. Her mind seems to not be lucid. It's impossible regardless. Perhaps it was someone that Shi Yin had met. So that person had helped you guys because of him." Feng could change his visage. He pondered for a while, then continued. "He's not a simple man. Little Rao, if you can bind him with your love and make him work for us, he will be of great support to us in the future." Feng Rao smiled naturally. "Yeah, you should go. I need to think more." Feng didn't ask further, tenderly telling his daughter to leave. Feng Rao left immediately. Shi Yin lay on his side on the windowsill in a spacious stone room. He was watching people moving in the Heaven Punishment City while he caressed the blue stone orb he bought from Fei Lan's shop. His eyes gradually brightened up. A flow of soul consciousness was sent to the blue stone orb. The stone orb didn't have any halo, as it was just a natural stone ball that had no energy fluctuation. Shi Yin frowned, but he didn't hasten. He observed the stone orb for a while. All of a sudden, He urged the star power Upanishad. His soul altar moved slowly as he used the energy of the star to see what was inside the stone orb. At the same time, his chest sparkled with star dots. Those light dots then flew out like fireflies, entering the stone orb. The star power moved as his soul was carving the trajectory of the stars in the sky. He seemed to create a subtle and magical connection with the starry sea of the sky. After the star energy had been poured into the stone orb, it seemed like the defense inside the orb was cleaned up. Gradually, finger-sized small islets appeared on the orb. Boom! Yan's sea of consciousness was shaking uncontrollably. Starlight started to lash around his left hand, the hand that was holding the stone ball. His soul altar had formed a subtle and magical connection with the ball. The starlight in the immense starry sea showered like rain, gathering inside the stone orb. Dazzling light suddenly shot out from the islets in the stone orb with a terrifying, piercing power. Boom, boom, boom. When the light hit the rock wall, it pierced through the wall. The window where he was standing exploded. His spacious stone room was prickled as many beams of light shined in different directions. The light pierced through the wall as if someone was pinching and breaking the dried tree branches. Screams of fright and astonishment arose under the room. Many warriors of Feng Ke's force stormed upstairs to see what was happening. Yan was stunned. His eyes were brighter as he caressed the orb while it continued still shooting light everywhere. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Chapter 836, Fusion. Chapter 836, Fusion, _. The dim blue stone orb was now as dazzling as a star, and it generated a flow of rolling star energy that surged vehemently. Starlight still fell countlessly from the immense star area into the stone orb like rivers flowing into the vast sea. Holding the stone orb, Yan released his star power Upanishad, creating a special connection with the stone orb. All of a sudden, beams of glorious starlight started to swirl around Yan's god body, covering him shortly. At that moment, he looked like a cocoon covered in starlight. His entire body was as brilliant as a diamond that people couldn't directly look at. The silver starlight energy fell from the sky rapidly, flooding the shattered stone chamber and making it look like the room sunk into the galaxy. Feng Ke, Feng Xiao, and Feng Rao went to the place as they had also sensed the tremendous commotion in this room like the other pirates had. They floated outside of Yan's window, peering into the room with great astonishment. A glorious cluster of light bobbed in the galaxy inside the room. It was so blinding that people couldn't look at it very well. The starlight was so magnificent, and it was the most eye-catching star in the sky. The fierce star energy fluctuated in the stone room. Yan's god domain had turned into a miniature version of outer space. It continued to absorb the starlight from the sky, making his god body more terrifyingly dazzling. What's that? Feng Ke's eyes sparkled. She couldn't help but turn to Feng Rao. Shaking her head, Feng Rao was also bewildered. I don't know what's going on. His powers Upanishads include star power. Feng Ke remained silent. Not space power and fire power? Feng Xiao was surprised. He doesn't cultivate fire power. Space power is just one kind of his powers Upanishad, explained Feng Rao. Feng Ke and Feng Xiao were stunned. He's comprehending the star Upanishad. At this moment, he shouldn't be disturbed, said Feng Rao uncertainly after being hesitant for a while. Feng Ke nodded. His face darkened as he shouted to people floating near them. Go away, all of you. Don't bother our little buddy. Those onlookers flew away, listening to him. Shortly after, only Feng Rao, Feng Ke, and Feng Xiao stayed. Girl, how many secrets does this boy have? Do you know them all? Feng Ke beamed a forced smile. I don't know why I always feel that he is very dangerous. Would he be able to ruin our plan? I don't know how many secrets he keeps either. Feng Rao shook her head, but I know that he won't become our enemy. Feng Ke contemplated, staring at Yan for a while, then nodded. You stay here and watch over him. I have some important stuff to do. Little Xiao, follow me. Then he and Feng Xiao disappeared. Feng Rao stayed alone in this place, watching Shi Yin while her beautiful eyes twinkled. Starlight cocooned around Shi Yin, making him a shining pupa with fierce starlight power. It seemed like he could affect the galaxy out there, dragging countless beams of starlight to gather within his god body. This condition of his had lasted for a long time. Eventually, starlight stopped falling into the room. The starry sea created by the god domain also disappeared. Finally, Shi Yin's body was revealed. Everything resumed in its normal state. He sat indifferently on the ground, his breathing steady. He closed his eyes like he was cultivating. However, the dim blue stone orb he had held in his hand had disappeared unknowingly. The light cluster of essence chi in his lower abdomen overflowed with starlight. It looked like a marvelous nebula had formed in his lower abdomen, which was radiant under his skin. A long time later, his lower abdomen appeared normal. There was no glorious light anymore. When that happened, Shi Yin woke up. His eyes were now as brilliant as the stars and as dazzling as diamonds. "What happened to you?" Feng Rao asked. Stretching the corners of his mouth, Shi Yin stood up deliberately. He concentrated on his body. His eyes became brighter. The star martial spirit in his heart had disappeared. He didn't see the blue orb anywhere either. However, besides the crystal essence chi ancient tree, he now had an immense nebula containing an extremely brilliant star in the vortex in his lower abdomen. As the star martial spirit and that blue stone orb had absorbed many beams of starlight, they fused together and became the nebula and a star in the vortex in his lower abdomen. This star wasn't just an illusion. Sure, Yin used his soul consciousness to sense that it was actually a star in outer space. It was massive with marvelous secrets hidden within. The hazy and immense nebula was a galaxy with many stars scattered around, as well auras of the moon and the sun, which was generated from the star martial spirit that Shi Yin had nurtured for years in his heart. And the dim blue stone orb had become the most dazzling star in this galaxy. As his thought flickered, he gathered the energy. Earth and heaven energy flowed into the vortex in his lower abdomen after being refined, flooding the essence chi ancient tree. At the same moment, invisible starlight from the sky had also gathered when he was urging earth and heaven energy. Beams of starlight rolled into the nebula, congregating with the broken stars and twinkling stars there. His thought changed. Pure essence chi circulated from the essence chi ancient tree. Meanwhile, crystal clear star power was generated from the nebula, turning into a cold and transparent stream of stars running through his veins. A fiercely sharp beam of starlight shot out from his finger. The nebula was spinning inside the vortex in his lower abdomen, becoming another fountain of power like the essence chi ancient tree. He thought that he could absorb and use the energy of the galaxy easily. The misty nebula seemed to be a living thing. It was moving unceasingly in the vortex. Shi Yin felt an abundant energy source from that glorious star. He felt that as soon as he urged the mysterious power of the star Upanishad, he would be able to use a considerable amount of energy from these things. When he gathered energy, the nebula could achieve even more things. It could absorb the starlight in outer space to increase the energy stored in the nebula. He believed that when he fought some warrior, and even when his essence chi ancient tree was withered without a single beam of essence chi, he could still use the star energy from the nebula to continue this furious battle. The nebula had become another source of his energy, which could gather and supply energy marvelously. All of these were related to the dim blue stone orb he got from Fei Lan's shop. Shi Yin was sure that the stone ball was a star-class rare treasure. "I'm fine. I feel pretty good. You don't need to worry." Shi Yin smiled and comforted Feng Rao. "It's all right. I'm studying the star Upanishad. Today, I received something nice. All right, I want to find Katua to do something. After my business with him is done, I will find you. Can I go with you?" Feng Rao asked with hopes. Shaking his head, Shi Yin frowned and said, Kato doesn't want people to intrude his private space. Don't worry. I should go there to check on Bao, Ao, and the others. Your father is busy with the star map. You should stay here to help him. When the leaders gather to depart, I will come with Kato. All right then. You should be careful. The land of God punishment is not safe now. Don't let stealthy people ambush you. Feng Rao knew that sure, Yin had something he didn't want her to know. She wasn't dumb enough to ask him, though. If you don't need to get out of the city, then don't do that. Outside the city is surely not safe. Barrett doesn't like you. If he knows that you went back out to the city, he will attack you. You should understand this. Okay, I got it, Shi Yin smiled. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Everything will be all right. Then he sprang out of the room and landed on the large street of the Heaven Punishment City. He blended and disappeared into the crowd shortly. Feng Rao knew that he wanted to take action alone. Naturally, she wouldn't be like the other stupid women sticking on him all day long. Although she was a little bit worried about him, Feng Rao stayed back, frowning and thinking of unexpected things that could happen to him. Shi Yin appeared in the flow of people moving in the city, then accelerated. He crossed and shuttled between some remote streets, going further away. That blue stone ball had helped him big this time. Not only had it helped create the nebula in his lower abdomen, it had also given him the chance to understand the star Upanishad better. He vaguely felt that perhaps he would enter the third sky of King God realm shortly after using the star power Upanishad. Shi Yin continually changed directions. After a while, he stopped. Situated in front of him was a lonesome shop, but it wasn't Kafu's. The main door of this shop was open. It was just one day ago he had visited this shop. It was Fei Lan's. Fei Lan wasn't in her shop, but the door was open. The spacious shop still had piles of stuff on the counters. Unexpectedly, the small shield was there too. It seemed like Fei Lan didn't treasure it much. Shi Yin raked through the shop, then stopped at that small shield. His eyebrows twitched. He took a deep breath before dragging a wooden stool to have a seat. He closed his eyes to rest, waiting for someone or something. 1 hour later, sounds of limping steps arose from the rear garden of the shop. Fei Lan was walking heavily with her cane, her face senile and quiet. She glared at him with her smoky eyes, talking tenderly. "Why are you here? I told you that I don't sell that shield." Shi Yin stood upright, bowing to her with respect. "Thank you, precursor. You thank me? For what?" Fei Lan rubbed her eyes, sitting in her usual seat. She slightly lifted her head, revealing her wrinkled neck and asking suspiciously, "Thank you for saving us. And thank you very much for the stone orb." Shi Yin was still bending his body and looking at the old woman with his bright eyes, his face serious. "Save you?" Fei Lan sneered. "You're wrong. My realm is too low. I couldn't save you. That stone ball isn't something precious, either. Anyway, you paid me 1,000 divine crystals. You don't need to thank me. You bought it." Shi Yin smiled, didn't chase her more. "I want to know what that stone orb is. Please enlighten me." "A star nucleus," said Fei Lan. "A star nucleus? What is that?" Shi Yin asked seriously for more information. "You've been cultivating star Upanishad, but you don't know what a star nucleus is?" Fei Lan's eyes were odd. She pondered for a while, then explained, "Its meaning is just as it is named. The star nucleus is the nucleus of a star, the heart of a star, the source of the star power. The star nucleus functions like the heart of a warrior or the essence chi ancient tree. It's the fountain of powers." Shi Yan's eyes brightened up. Chapter 837, The Big Scarlet Shield. Chapter 837, The Big Scarlet Shield, _. The star nucleus was a precious star-class treasure, much more precious than the star itself. The most marvelous and exquisite thing of a star in the sky was its nucleus. Fei Lan explained to Shi Yin the mysteries of the star nucleus. She felt strange, as Shi Yin didn't know such information, even though he was cultivating star power Upanishad. He was stupid in her eyes. Shi Yin was amazed. He beamed a forced smile as he didn't know how to answer her. He came from the Grace mainland, where not many people cultivated the star power. He knew nothing about the unusual things related to star power. He had just cultivated his power ignorantly because his knowledge in this aspect was really poor. Even in the raging flame star area, star power Upanishad was also rare. Not many people could successfully cultivate it to the acme. He contemplated for a while, then looked at Phelan. Precursor, how did you know so clearly about it? And with your cultivation base, how could you know that I'm cultivating star power from the moment you met me? How could you know that the star nucleus is good for me? This confused him a lot. It was also the reason why he thought that Phelan was the one who had possibly saved them yesterday. Even the normal warriors of the Raging Flame Star area weren't familiar with the star power Upanishad, let alone an old woman at the true God realm. But she knew he had star power at first glance. Why would he not be suspicious? Even if I haven't eaten pork, I've seen pigs running, okay? Anything strange about it? Phelan's misty eyes gradually brightened up. I've been living for so long. Although I can't break through my realm, my knowledge of powers Upanishads is much more profound than yours. Warriors cultivating star power have a distinctive aura. Ordinary people can't sense it. Anyway, it's not strange that I know it. Shurian just smiled. He didn't want to probe her further. Anyway, the doubt in his heart couldn't easily leave like that. As Phelan didn't want to tell him, he wasn't thick-skinned enough to ask her more. My body has some changes. After hesitating for a while, Shurian continued. The star nucleus has fused with my god body. A nebula and a star have been formed in the vortex in my lower abdomen. Could this cause a problem? This is the reason why he comes here. The star nucleus and the star martial spirit had fused into one. Together, they created a marvelous nebula in his lower abdomen, which increased his absorbing star energy more than 5 times. At the same time, he felt so comfortable when using star energy. However, he wasn't sure if any problems could arise from this situation. He was tense, and he was worried a lot. Phelan's eyes got a bit brighter. She gazed at him, pondering. After a while, she muttered, You got the nebula. Yes, I've formed a nebula, but I'm not sure how it was formed. I worry that it can bring some backfire or any danger I should be concerned. Answered Shurian. What danger could it be? Phelan pursed her lips. You lucky boy. You have formed the nebula that easily. Did you know the subtle mysteries of the nebula? Don't worry. It won't harm you. It will fuse perfectly with your star power Upanishad. As the nebula is formed, it means your star Upanishad is on the right track. If you continue cultivating, you will gain excellent attainment. The nebula is similar to the essence chi, ancient tree, in your body. They are the nuclei of your god body, the fountain of your powers, which are perfect for enhancing your powers. I got it. Shurian felt relaxed. He suddenly calmed down. Nothing harmful to me, right? No. It's a necessary step that everyone who cultivates star Upanishad must experience. Phelan gave a faint smile. Good. Your 1,000 divine crystals are well spent then. I think so. Shurian smiled, then quieted down as if he was musing on something. After a while, he turned away and walked to the door and pulled the stone door closed. People from outside wouldn't be able to see what was happening inside the shop now. Phelan frowned while looking at him, but she didn't stop him as though she wanted to see what he wanted to do. After closing the door, Shurian took a deep breath, his face becoming serious. He walked to Phelan, his eyes glaring at the small shield. He lowered his voice. Precursor, do you know what mysterious lies with that small shield? Phelan's face was calm, not reflecting any strange emotion of hers. She shook her head. Not really. Can you let me see it? I won't buy it. I just want to observe it for a while. I ask for your permission, Precursor. Shurian asked with a sincere and stern countenance. Why? Phelan furrowed her brows. Perhaps I can figure something out. Please allow me to do this, Shurian was persistent. Phelan slowly moved her tired body, frowning, walking toward the pile of miscellaneous stuff. She picked up a small shield. Hesitating for a while, she handed it to Shurian. You can look, but you can't take it away. Although this small shield is not a valuable thing, it has a special meaning to me. Don't worry. I'll be careful. I won't take it out of this shop. Shurian agreed immediately. He studied the small shield with bright eyes. This small shield was made of an unknown material. It wasn't gold or jade, but it felt so heavy and cold in Shuriyan's hands. There was no pattern or carving on either side of the shield. It looked pretty ordinary. Caressing the small shield, Shuriyan closed his eyes to use his god soul and sense. The soul altar slowly spun. The strange mark on the glabella of the god soul, floating above the soul altar, slowly appeared. 5 clusters of blood-red clouds were visible, as if a strange energy was seeping out. This plain shield didn't glow, but some pattern started to appear on one side of the shield. Then, a mark of blood-red cloud emerged on the outer side of the shield. The 5 clusters of red clouds on the shield and the ones on his god soul's forehead were identical. Although they had no halo or energy fluctuation, they gave the impression of a wicked and eccentric thing. They were like 5 garnet eyes, sneaking on people and making them irritated. Swoosh! A deadly energy bloomed from his fingertip. The gray, misty energy was poured into the blood mark on the shield. Boom! A garnet light shot out from the mark. The small shield buzzed and hissed. Shortly after, the small shield became larger. Now it was 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. The garnet mark covered one side of the shield, glowing in a blood-red halo. The other side of the shield now had countless exquisite and complex patterns. Apparently, it was a magical formation that hid a wicked energy that couldn't be sensed. A fine handle slowly appeared on this side. It seemed like the handle was here so the user could lift up the shield. A red light that wasn't different from the halo of the blood vein ring radiated from the garnet mark on the shield. 5 clusters of cloud arrayed in a pentagon. From a distance, it looked like a giant, bloody mouth that could swallow all kinds of light. Crack! The massive shield fell, smashing the firm stone ground of the shop. 2/3 of this shield sank into the ground like a sharp sword. Only a small part of it remained visible. Shuriyan was stunned. This massive shield was as heavy as 1,000 cattle. It could be compared to a mountain that was 1,000 meters tall. Shuriyan couldn't hold the shield. The moment it grew larger, it sank directly into the ground. Fei Lan stood behind the counter. Her eyes looked heavy with deadly chi. They flashed, then resumed the normal status. She looked at him quietly, revealing no strange signs. She didn't say anything, either. She just looked at him quietly and indifferently, as though none of this was related to her. Taking a deep breath, Shuriyan reached out to grab the handle of the shield, trying to lift it up. "Hey!" Shuriyan roared. The power of his entire body rocketed. His muscles and veins erupted like the volcano. The pure energy in his body increased massively. Boom! He could only lift the shield 1 meter high before he had to put it down. The shield directly sank deep into the ground, only a small part remaining above the ground. Shuriyan also sank into the ground. Half of his body pierced through the ground, as if the rigid ground was a block of tofu that was unable to hold him up. Stone and rock scattered. With the energy in his body, he couldn't lift up the shield, which had just enlarged. It even resulted in his body being pressed into the ground. How heavy was this large shield? Shuriyan was frightened, gasping for his breath. He felt so terrible. At the second sky of King God Realm, his body was tenacious. The energy he could urge could be compared to the peak of the King God Realm warriors. However, he couldn't lift up this shield. Was it even heavier than a 10,000-meter tall mountain? Can it be as heavy as a real star? Sure, Yin had an unknown fear in his heart. The user of this shield could control it with ease. He could even use the energy to make the shield fly around. What kind of ability and energy did that user have to control this massive shield? He was sure that even the warriors at the original God Realm, like Karthu or Russell, couldn't dream about controlling the shield as they pleased. Perhaps Leona could try, but it was unknown whether she could use it or not. Sure, Yin was baffled. He dragged himself out of the hole, taking several breaths to wake up his mind. After a while, he looked at Fei Lan, saying nothing. "Don't look at me. I didn't know it would turn out like that. I didn't know this shield could be such a strange thing." Before it transformed, the small shield was relatively light, Fei Lan said. I saw the blood mark on the shield. I think it is related to me somehow, said Shi Yin seriously. Yeah, I can see that. If you weren't related to the shield, it would never have transformed. Fei Lan smiled inaudibly. But I can't sell it to you. You should shrink it and put it back in the pile for me. I'm not interested in your secrets. If you don't want to rob it from me, just leave. I have nothing to tell you. Shi Yin was astounded. Chapter 838, The Dark Blood Sunset. Chapter 838, The Dark Blood Sunset, _ I'm old, and my realm is low. I just want to live and wait peacefully for my man to come back. I don't want to get involved in unnecessary troubles, said Fei Lan faintly. Okay, I'm sorry for bothering you. Shi Yin took a deep breath and urged the energy in his body, tried to use the mark on his god soul to connect to the big shield. A blood-red light arose in his sea of consciousness. At the same time, the big shield also radiated a blood-red halo. In the next moment, it resized into its pocket version. The blood mark on it disappeared. The shield was now just a normal item. Shi Yin picked up the small shield silently. This time, it was as light as a feather. He carefully placed it back on the pile of the miscellaneous items. He turned to Fei Lan and bowed to thank her before turning around and walking away. Fei Lan stooped and didn't care about him, as if she had already dozed off. Getting out of the shop, Shi Yin frowned while standing on the empty street. He turned around and looked at the shop again and sighed, shaking his head before leaving. After several steps, he saw a graceful figure covered entirely. Even the face was in black garments. This person was walking towards him. The person in black also saw him. The general body paused for a while before crossing him and walking towards Fei Lan's shop. Shi Yin was surprised. He turned around to look at that figure in black. He frowned as he felt that something was familiar about that person. However, as he couldn't see that person's face or realm, he didn't assume much and just headed to Kafu's shop. After Shi Yin had left, the one in black also stopped, turning around and looking at the direction he had disappeared in as though this person was trying to be sneaky. Shortly after, that person in black continued her trip to Fei Lan's shop. As Fei Lan was closing her eyes resting, she was shaken all of a sudden. Her misty eyes brightened for the first time. After the one in black entered the shop, the thick stone door closed inaudibly. The entire shop fell into a lightless and gloomy ambience. This person didn't seem to like the light. This person pulled her black veil off her head, revealing her frightful appearance. Her dark green eyes looked at Fei Lan, talking in a soft tone. "Auntie, you just met him." She was the leader of the 5 feudal vassals of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation. She was the regimental commander of the Bloody Legion, Madame Leona. Fei Lan sat behind her counter, her face unchanged. She nodded and said yes. "This is the second time." Leona's eyes brightened. "Auntie, then have you told him yet?" "Told him?" Fei Lan's face was mocking. "Why do I have to tell him? What does it matter to me?" Leona frowned, looking at the broken ground inside the shop and the small shield atop the pile of miscellaneous items. "That shield belongs to him. You should give it to him." "Why should I give it to him?" Fei Lan gave a light snort. "This is what Uncle asked you to do." "It was his wish," said Leona in a heavy tone. "It's your Dark Blood Sunset family's mission. It's not my mission. I have nothing to do with it." Fei Lan put on a cold visage. "When that devil gave me this that year, he didn't say that I had to fulfill the mission of your Dark Blood Sunset. He hasn't married me. I'm not a woman of the Dark Blood Sunset's family. So that kid and I are not related. And as for you, your family has only you now. That devil has disappeared for several thousand years. Your father and the others are gone. Do you still want to keep that vow? As long as one of our Dark Blood Sunset family's members is still alive, the vow is still there." "I will never forget it," said Leona with a stern visage. "Uncle couldn't marry you because he didn't return alive. If he was able to return, he would have surely married you. You are a member of the Dark Blood Sunset family, no matter how hard you try to deny it. I call you Annie, and you have never objected to it. It means that you accepted it. If you did accept it, you should follow the vow of the Dark Blood Sunset. You should return to Shi Yin what belongs to him." Fei Lan was silent. After a long moment, she sighed weakly. "Even if I give it to him now, You won't be able to use it. His realm is still too low. The scar on Leona's cheek twitched as if she was smiling. I know that Annie won't just stand and stare. Otherwise, you wouldn't have helped him and you would have let Fanny die. Recently, Ku and Russell tried their best to find Fanny. They had almost turned the heaven punishment city and land of God punishment upside down. Still, they couldn't find Fanny. No one knew that of the Fan family, the strongest family in the 9-star Chamber of Commerce, the original God Realm expert was killed. It has nothing to do with him. I hate the Fan family. Fanny appeared near me. Well, he wanted to die, so I had to fulfill his wish, snorted Phelan. Haha. Andy, you don't need to be so obstinate. If you didn't want to follow his wish, you wouldn't have tried to protect the Heaven Punishment City. My uncle had established this city. You aren't allowing anyone to destroy it, because you know that if my uncle was still alive, he wouldn't want to see the Heaven Punishment City destroyed by the hands of the bandits, smiled Leona. I've lived in this place long enough not to want to move anymore. Phelan pouted her lips, talking neither angrily nor indifferently. Forget it. It's okay if you don't want to admit it. I'm here to ask for your help. The star map appeared. Sure, Yin brought it out of the Purgatory Star. As soon as he arrived, he met you twice. It's destined. You can't escape your fate. The Imperial Masters of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation were all the ancestors of the Dark Blood Sunset family. My big uncle disappeared while trying to find where the star map leads to. Don't you want to see what's there? Perhaps you can find Uncle's body. Pausing for a moment, Leona added, if he did die there. You mean that devil hasn't died yet? Phelan was shocked. Nobody has ever seen his skeleton. With his realm and competence. Even if you see his corpse, it doesn't mean that he vanished, said Leona faintly. If he hasn't died yet, why didn't he come to me? It's been several thousand years already. Oh, this bastard. If he isn't dead and he didn't show his face, I will not let him live at ease. Phelan's eyes sparkled with brutal light. I guess he's reluctant for some reason. Maybe he's confined somewhere, waiting for us to unchain him. Leona just smiled. You got a silver tongue, girl. People from your Dark Blood Sunset family are all lunatics and swindlers. I don't believe you, snorted Phelan. It's all right. You can believe what you want. Before that kid leaves, I will stay in the Heaven Punishment City. When you make up your mind, Annie, you come see me. With your powers, I think that no one could hide the person you want to see in the land of God punishment, said Leona, indifferently. She faded into the dark, then vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of aura. Phelan fell into silence. She frowned, but no one knows what she's thinking. Dash. Sure Yin went to Ka Fu's shop. Bloody Slaughterer Ka Tuol was there. Brother, you're back. Ka Tuol laughed. Brother, you're a genius. Blackhorn was no match for you. I'm totally convinced now. After this battle, you're no longer some anonymous junior. Everyone in Heaven Punishment City is talking about your title and stories. Oh yes, you're dangerous. No wonder my big brother admires you a lot. I finally got it, Ka Fu also added. How are Bao Ao and the other two? Good. Their powers are about to be restored fully. They're all feeling well. After their time of suffering, their realms seem to be progressing very quickly. I can tell that they will break through the new realm soon. Ka Tua complimented honestly. When Bao Ao, Jeji, and Bo Rual were brought to him, they were so weak. After using pellets and divine crystals, their energies were restored quickly. Their realms were also enhanced. They were in the soul transformation process as they had to calm down and learn the essence of their powers. Katua had a good intuition. He knew that those three people's innate endowment was more than amazing. If they had enough time, they could break through the new realm shortly. Even if they had to stay in the Grace mainland where the energy had been drained, they could still easily become the top characters. Since they arrived in the Raging Flame Star area with sufficient energy supplies, their talents started to shine like someone who cleaned up the dust covering the pearls. Where are they? Asked Shiryen. They are moved to my lair, a forbidden place outside of the land of God punishment. They're safe. The Heaven Punishment City is dangerous these days. They couldn't stay there for a long period. Don't worry. I will ask my people to take care of them. Ka Tual pounded his chest affirmatively. As Yin had exchanged the star map for the other three's lives, they knew how deep the relationship was between them. Katua took Bao Ao's team away. He wanted to do Yin a favor. On the other hand, he wanted something to depend on to negotiate with Yin. If Yin wanted to deal with Katua, the people he kept as a safeguard would keep Yin from acting recklessly. Although this made Katua look generous, his plan was close-knitted. Your people. Yin's face was cold. Your men aren't all loyal to you. Last time, one of your men almost killed me. Listening to him, Katua was embarrassed. No, that won't happen this time. You don't need to worry. Why did you leave? It's good to stay at Phonkus. This place of mine isn't safe. If Barrett wanted to kill you, I wouldn't be able to help. What do you know about Fei Lan? Asked Yin all of a sudden. Fei Lan. Katua frowned as he didn't know this person. The owner of the oldest shop in the Heaven Punishment City. Deji, you don't often stay in the Heaven Punishment City, so you don't know her. Kafu smiled and explained. I've heard that Fei Lan has been staying in the land of God punishment even before the Heaven Punishment City was established. Her realm isn't high, and she's a little bit freaky too. She doesn't talk to people much. Not many people know her. I don't either. Kafu, please deliver 10,000 top-quality divine crystals to Fei Lan's shop for me. Yin pondered for a while, then asked. 10,000 crystals. Kafu screamed. Even if I've spent 10 years, I wouldn't have earned that much. Do as you're told. Why are you babbling there? Bloody slaughterer Tu rolled his eyes, yelling at his brother. Kafu retracted his neck, nodded begrudgingly. His face looked like he was attending a funeral. He felt so painful going to Fei Lan's shop to give her free divine crystals. Why? Bloody slaughterer Tua asked carefully after his brother had left. She's one of us, Yin answered deliberately. Chapter 839, A Knot in the Heart. Chapter 839, A Knot in the Heart, _ She's one of us. Bloody slaughterer Tua gawked, thinking that Yin was kidding. He smiled gingerly, his face odd. Fei Lan was the oldest person in the land of God punishment. No one denied this. However, she had only the true God realm, right? She was slow and looked like she was about to pass away in any minute. Compared to Yin, they contrasted immensely. No matter how hard Kata tried to rationalize it, he couldn't relate Fei Lan to Yin. These two people weren't in the same world. Yeah, she should be one of us, nodded Yin seriously. Katua wanted to cry. Why should she be one of us? Impossible. Brother, is something wrong with you? No, nothing is wrong here. Yin rose the corner of his mouth. I think she had attacked Fanyi. She's also the person who has been protecting the land of God punishment and the Heaven Punishment City for several thousand years. Katua was dumbstruck, looking at Yin as if he was looking at a monster. Fanyi is the original God realm, right? Not many people in the Heaven Punishment City could fight him, and I have never heard that the Heaven Punishment City had a secret guard. Senior, you're going to give her 10,000 top-quality divine crystals because you think she is one of us? This is too sheer bull. I'm not sure whether she would accept it or not. I just want to show my respect. Yin didn't explain in details. And you? Next time you see her, you should show respect too. You shouldn't look down on her. Yin spoke seriously. Katua held a forced smile, nodded his head begrudgingly. All right, you're my senior. It's right if you say it's right. Although he said so, he didn't buy it. 10,000 divine crystals. How many years did he have to rob to earn that money back? He suddenly regretted it. He shouldn't have let his brother deliver the money like that. The headquarters of the Black Curtain Pirates, Heaven Punishment City. Master, we got news. That kid had left Phonkus base to go to Kafu's shop. Inside a spacious stone hall, a pirate kneeled down, reporting with respect. Inside the hall, two people were sitting neatly. They were Barrett and Blackhorn, his vice chief. They were the two top leaders of the Black Curtain. The Black Curtain was the strongest pirate force in the Raging Flame Star area. They had so many hotshots with a strong background. They also had a position in the Heaven Punishment City. Barrett and his vice chief Blackhorn were the infamous heroes in the land of God punishment. Since their debut many years ago, they had rarely failed. But now Blackhorn was defeated. Dismissed, Barrett waved his hand. The pirate, kneeling on the ground, immediately went out of the hall. Barrett, do we really need to do that? Defeat means defeat. I admit that I was defeated. I have nothing to regret. That kid is quite the character. At the second sky of King Godrealm, he beat me. I'm convinced, said Blackhorn in a loud and frank tone. He didn't look distressed. He continued excitedly. He's excellent. Since he now has such mighty power, he will be more dangerous in the future. All right, who is that kid? How did he know Fong Rao? Shut up. Barrett was so enraged he got angry. You lost. You should be ashamed. And how about me? I lost my Fong Rao. Just a woman, Blackhorn teased him. With your powers and tricks, if you want women, you can find all kinds if you want. Why do you need to hold on to Fong Rao? Blackhorn hesitated for a while, then added, Honestly, I don't want you to have any relationship with that woman. It has been so many years since we've put forth everything strenuously. How much blood have we shed to have our current attainment? If you marry Fong Rao, what should our brothers do? Should we all follow Fong Ku? That old man isn't okay for us to follow. He's too old. His realm can't be progressed fast enough. We want to have a bright future going with him. We're still young. If we get more time, the Heaven Punishment City will be ours soon. You fool. You don't know what is happening. To you, women are just goods that you can buy or tools you use to vent out your lust. You will never experience what I am experiencing now. Barrett took a deep breath. To me, Fong Rao has been my dream since I was young. When I met her that year, I swore that I would have to marry her. She is a knot in my heart. If she hadn't emerged in my life, it would have been all right. But now that she's back, if I can't fulfill the dream of my younger self, it will affect my realm seriously. Listening to him, Blackhorn finally understood. He became solemn. So you must get Fong Rao at any cost. I must. As long as I get to marry her, even if I have to give her up later, I will be able to accomplish the dream of my younger self. I can untie the knot in my heart. But if I can't have her, I will feel very irritated and annoyed. Barrett's eyes sparkled with brutal light. That kid is an obstacle. I want to crush him. He's in the Heaven Punishment City, and the city has rules. If we kill him, everybody will know who committed such a deed. Are you going to break the rules and have people laugh at your face? Blackhorn advised, hold it for a while. He will join the expedition to the New Star area. We can find a chance to kill him along the way. I can't wait for that. Barrett snorted. People made the rules of the Heaven Punishment City, right? Wait until I've reached the second sky of original Godrealm. I will make that immortal Fong leave his position. I will create new rules. Who can hinder me then? Do you really want to kill him? Blackhorn suddenly got up and contemplated before saying, If you're going to be so persistent, you must be careful. That kid isn't easy to deal with. If you can't kill him in one strike and you have someone else to assist you, there will be trouble. Don't lose this chance for nothing. At that time, perhaps you won't even be able to join the expedition. Don't worry. I won't let people figure it out. As long as I leave no trace, it will be all right. Even if they figure out that I did that, they will have no evidence to accuse me. As the bloodthirsty desire rose in Barrett's heart, he couldn't hold it anymore. Barrett immediately prepared for his stealthy operation. I'll go with you. I'll help you hold Ka Tua back. If we brothers join hands, I think it won't be hard to kill him. Blackhorn felt reluctant, but he only had the choice to cooperate with his brother. The two of them had a close brotherhood. They had been together for many years in battles. These two were men who weren't afraid of anything. Once they were determined, they would never hesitate. Their deeds would be harsh and furious, leaving opponents no chance to counterattack. Good bro, Barrett laughed, shouting, Go, we're going to kill him. If he dies, Fong has no choice. He still needs our forces anyway. Afterward, they left without letting their warriors know. They discreetly left the Black Curtain's headquarters in an attempt to kill their target. An isolated manor in the southwest area of the Heaven Punishment City. More than 10 warriors were gathering in a secret chamber underground. Their faces were grim. Lying in the stone coffin at the center of the chamber was a cold and frigid body. It was Fan Yi of the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce. The people surrounding him wore normal clothes, but they were all experts of the 9-star Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, all of them looked gloomy. 2 days ago, Fanny came back with a pale face. He said that he was wounded severely and he needed to recover in seclusion. However, after one night, when they came to see him to discuss important matters, they found that he was no longer breathing. Normally, a warrior at the original god realm wouldn't have died that easily. Even though his god body was smashed, he could have used the soul altar to resurrect it with some kind of skill. But Fanya's soul altar also perished. He was dead, really dead. He would never come back to life ever again. When he came back the other day, although his condition wasn't good, his mind was still lucid. They thought that he wouldn't die that fast. They believed that it was impossible that his soul altar would also vanish. Nevertheless, he died. After only one night, his soul altar didn't exist anymore. The strangest thing was that none of them had recognized anything. They didn't even hear Fanny scream. His death was eccentrically unreasonable. They were all startled and frightened. Many people in the Heaven Punishment City were searching for Fan Yi at this moment. These experts were afraid. They became uneasy and anxious. They started to discuss whether they should leave the Heaven Punishment City or not. Although the 9-star Chamber of Commerce had bought this manor at a high price, Russell and Feng Ku were the top leaders of the Heaven Punishment City and the tycoons of the entire area. If they continued to search, they would find this group shortly. What should we do? Fanny died. How can we explain this to the headmaster? Asked an old man, frowning as if he had a headache. If the headmaster knows this, we won't be able to dodge this responsibility. Before we came here, I told Fan Yi to wait until the Yufeng was here. He didn't listen to me. Now we're all in trouble. He wanted to solve the problem before Liu Feng came. He wanted to earn the merit alone. Too bad for him. He got such fatal results. He was too arrogant, said another one. More than 10 warriors grimaced. They didn't know what they should do. While they were anxious, the door of the secret chamber squeaked. A hunky middle-aged man appeared. This man had the second sky of original God realm. He was the master of the Leaf family, ranked behind the Fan family in the 9-star Chamber of Commerce. Liu Feng arrived. The 9-star Chamber of Commerce consisted of many families. The Fan family and the Leaf family were the two strongest forces. Many years ago, the master of the Leaf family used to be the headmaster of the 9-star Chamber of Commerce. The Leaf family was also the strongest clan at that time. However, the master and the family's experts had perished while sweeping the land of God punishment. The Leaf family declined. The Fans took the chance to rule the Chamber of Commerce. After many years of recovery, the Leaf family rose up again. Liu Feng was the master of the Leaf family in this generation. His realm was profoundly high. In the 9-star Chamber of Commerce, he stood right behind Fan Tianpe. The Leaf family would have a chance to become more prosperous behind him. They believed that he could make the Leaf family surpass the Fan family and take the title back as the strongest clan in the 9-star Chamber of Commerce. Seeing him, they greeted respectfully with fright. "Let me see how he is." Liu Feng frowned, walking to Fanya's corpse. He stretched his arm, touching the neck of the body. A dim light flashed on his palm. Beams of light moved around Fanya's neck, entering his corpse. After a while, Liu Feng suddenly screamed in pain. His body jerked back as if he was attacked by a tremendous force. He discolored, letting out a low shout. Too strong. Chapter 840, Dispute. Chapter 840, Dispute, _ Fanya's corpse was nothing out of the ordinary. He laid silently in the cold stone coffin. His soul altar remained perished. His life aura had vanished. Liu Feng, the master of the Leaf family from the 9-star Chamber of Commerce, shouted. He looked pale as he retreated, as if a strong, invisible force had hit him. He looked truly frightened. The wrist of the arm he had used to touch Fan Ye's body was shaking. His 5 fingers lost all color, while his fingernails dissolved at a speed that naked eyes couldn't observe. Then, the dissolution expanded to the back of his fingers. It seemed like it was going to melt his entire hand. Liu Feng took a deep breath. Under the scrutinizing looks of many warriors of the 9-star Chamber of Commerce, he sat down on the ground and closed his eyes, urging the energy within his body. Gold beams suddenly emitted from his fingertips. The sharp air swirled around his fingers, trying to resist the evil, erosive force. After a while, he finally eradicated the energy that was intruding into his fingers. He was pale, but the others weren't sure if it was because he had consumed a lot of his energy or if it was because he was so frightened. The other warriors of the 9-star Chamber of Commerce dully looked at him. No one dared to utter a word, as they were all very nervous. That strange and wicked energy had seeped into Fanya's body several days ago. It had made him return lucidly before taking his life and destroying his soul altar during the night. It had totally destroyed him. Although it has been several days, that energy had not dispersed yet. Li Yufeng tried to investigate with his second sky of original God realm, and he was attacked by that strange energy. This power was unpredictable and unreasonably strong. The others secretly thought that they were lucky. They felt lucky that because their realm was low, they didn't have to use their soul consciousness or energy to look into Fanya's death like Li Yufeng had done. Otherwise, they wouldn't be standing here unharmed like this. Without a strong power and a profound realm like Li Yufeng's, if they sensed the corpse rashly, their god soul would also perish. So strong. After a while, Li Yufeng pulled himself together. Color returned to his face. He took a deep breath, his face stern. What happened to him? Any information? Who attacked him? Everybody remained quiet, shaking their heads. Master Li, what realm does the attacker have? What kind of power Upanishad does this one possess? Asked a warrior gingerly. I'm sure that the attacker's realm is higher than mine. About the power Upanishad, I haven't seen it before. That erosive ability is very frightening. If we couldn't examine Fanyi, we would have never known his condition. Li Yufeng wagged his arm. A gold air emitted from his fingertip. He rose his hand and cut. A soft swish sound was head and Fanyi's chest was cut open. The 9-star Chamber of Commerce's warriors took one step forward to look at the cut in Fanyi's chest. Inside Fanyi's chest was an area of bloody paste. His internal organs and ribcage were dissolved. With a closer look, they found that Fanyi's god body now was just like a skin bag containing the bloody paste. At this moment, Fanyi looked like a rubber ball with some strange bloody pulp. Inside the rubber ball, his flesh, bones, and internal organs had been dissolved into that scary, bloody paste. His body had been destroyed entirely, which gave him no chance to recover. Everybody paled immediately. They were so scared of the cruel energy of the attacker. They felt anxious, thinking that their operation in the land of God punishment was too reckless this time. Except for the Li family's warriors, the others should leave. We have something to discuss now, shouted Li Yufeng after pondering for a while, his face solemn. More than half of the 9-star Chamber of Commerce's warriors bent their bodies to excuse themselves, all having grimaced expressions. The ones who stayed were Li's warriors. They kept silent, looking at the open cut on Fanya's corpse. A white-headed old man at the first sky of original God realm twitched. Fear appeared deep in his eyes as he muttered, "Looks exactly the same." You know about this? Li Yufeng sighed, then forced a smile. Li Wei nodded. His eyes didn't reflect any light. It is definitely the same thing that caused our master's death that year. When a master's god body was brought to our family, the elders had examined it carefully. His corpse had a perfect skin layer, while everything inside was just a bloody paste. He was also eroded inwardly, and his soul altar perished gradually. Sigh, I didn't expect that the secret hermit of the land of God punishment was still alive. My goodness, the hermit starts to attack again. I'm afraid that we are going to fall into a disaster again. The attacker is the same person. We can be sure about this. Li Yufeng furrowed his brows. With our powers, I don't think we can have plans with the star map easily. Later on, I will send a message to Fan. That Fanyi is dead now. He has to know this. Fan, he will come to the land of God punishment personally? Li Wei was surprised. He will come. The star map is important. As the master of the Fan family and the president of the Chamber of Commerce, he understands that the star map will be closely related to the future of the Raging Flame star area. Fan He's realm is higher than mine, and Fan Tian Pa, his son, is also extraordinarily strong. The Fan family has accumulated for so many years. They have a lot of hotshots now. If they come, we can resist the mysterious hermit of the land of God punishment. Li Yufeng's eyes showed his cruel intentions. As long as we can capture that hermit to take revenge for our ancestors, I will agree to work with the Fan family to get through this. Yes, we should take revenge for our family. That hermit is ruthless, leaving no options for survival for the victims. Their soul altars were also gone. If we don't kill this person, the Li family will find it hard to stand upright in the 9-star Chamber of Commerce. Agreed, Li Wei. I'm going to prepare something. Li Yufeng's face darkened. A tremendous soul energy fluctuation emitted from him. A stone sound emerged in his palm. He transmitted the message right away. Kafu's shop. Shi Yin sat quietly in the garden behind the shop. Starlight fell over him like a drizzle, illuminating the whole place. The mysterious, misty starlight disappeared into his body right when it touched him. It seemed like the stars in the sky had a magical connection with his god body. They were all attracted and pulled into his god body. At the same time, the earth and heaven energy turned into invisible flows that gathered into his god body. It streamed fiercely through his vessels. After more than 10 times of refining, it became the pure essence qi, contributing to the vortex in his lower abdomen. His soul became peaceful and crystal clear. He didn't have any distracting thoughts in his mind, giving room to comprehend the magical mysteries of the star. His star power Upanishad had a positive advancement after the experience of the fusion between the star nucleus and the star martial spirit. Shi Yin had a premonition that he could have a new breakthrough with his star power, putting him one step closer to passing the tough threshold of the third sky of King God Realm. With an infinite number of stars in the sky, he could wield a formidable power that he could use easily. To control the star power better, he knew that he shouldn't relax for even a second. As soon as he had free time, he immediately let himself sink into the starry sea, using his soul to grab it and get more energy and powers from the nebula in the vortex in his lower abdomen. Kafu's aura suddenly entered his sea of consciousness. Shi Yan's brows twitched as he woke up from his meditation. After several breaths, Katua and Kafu appeared as they walked from the front shop to the manor behind. Shi Yin stood up. "What is the matter?" "She received the crystals," said Kafu with a sad face. She received them curtly. Who can reject 10,000 free, top-quality, divine crystals? Even if my brother worked as a hard-working pirate for 10 years, he wouldn't earn that much. They're gone just like that. Sai, that hag is lucky today. Shut up. Shi Yan's face got colder. If you're not going to mind your manners, don't complain about it to me. Kafu's face darkened. A blood-red light sparkled in his eyes as he coldly gazed at Shi Yan. Kafu, if you think I'm wrong, we will diverge here. Shi Yan curled his lips, speaking indifferently. He turned to Kata. You should watch your greedy brother better. This good-for-nothing man can't give up 10,000 divine crystals. How is he going to achieve anything big? Katua changed his face, talking coldly. Bastard, apologize to my senior now. With your intelligence, do you think you can understand my senior's bright ideas? Deji, Kafu shouted, his face reddened in anger. He's just a boy of unknown origin. Would he be worth spending so much on? Why? We live well in the land of God punishment. Even if we don't depend on anyone, we will have a piece of land on our own in the future. Why we have to go with him? You know nothing. Katua snorted. Apologize to my senior. Now, you aren't going to even obey my words? Under his brother's pressure, Kafu paled and reddened. His visages shifted continually. After a while, he sighed inwardly, then turned to Shi Yan, bending his body. I'm sorry. Then, he turned around and left. Obviously, he wasn't convinced. My brother has been in the land of God punishment for too long. He started to look down on people. He's just a dumb man. Brother, don't keep in your mind. Katua smiled, talking to Shi Yan. Brother, don't worry. I will teach him later. Please don't haggle with him. It's okay as long as you're loyal to me. For him, if he doesn't want to contribute, He won't receive my help in the future. Yin waved his hand as if he didn't really care. I will make him obedient, Ka said, giving him a dry smile, then bowed and left. Yan's eyes were cold. He snorted, not saying anything else. He sat back in his seat. Through Ka Fu's discontented words, Yin recognized that he didn't have control over this pair of brothers yet. Otherwise, even if Ka Fu didn't want to work for him, he wouldn't have dared to complain. Yin started to consider whether he should use the flow of Ka Tuo's original soul to remind them a little bit or not. However, if he subdued Ka Tuo and made them unable to voice their opinions anymore, he would plant a seed of resentment in Ka Tuo's heart. They wouldn't follow him with all their hearts and will. When they found a way to resist him, they would rebel fiercely. His original plan was to use his power and competence to make Ka Tuo wholeheartedly work for him. It would be a struggle initially, but if he could make it work, Ka Tuo would never have other thoughts but to work for him loyally. All of a sudden, he was hesitant. Chapter 841, Madly Striving in the Battle. Chapter 841, Madly Striving in the Battle, _ a corner of the street outside the shop. Next time, you better be careful. Don't try to argue with him. From the moment we cured Bao Ao and the other two, we've been walking on the same side as him. You know his power. Why do you need to get mad at him? Rebuke Ka Tuo. Deji, he gave 10,000 top-quality divine crystals to a useless granny. He used your fortune. Ka Fu was so angry that his face was turning red. His resentful aura shot up into the sky. I don't want to see your accumulation of many hard-working years get used up like that. How many adverse situations have we been through to survive until today? Can you count the number of wounds on our bodies? We had only several 100,000 top-quality divine crystals, and he just threw away 10,000 pieces for free. How generous he is! But this asset isn't his. We have to exchange our lives for that. With 10,000 divine crystals, we could have bought 10 tiger shark war chariots. Of course I know this, nodded Ka Tuo, then sighed begrudgingly. But if we don't invest in it, how can we profit from it? 10,000 top-quality divine crystals are nothing compared to the power Upanishad inheritance he gave me. Wait until I've entered the original God realm. We will have a position in the heaven punishment city. Won't the fortune come to us then? Forget it. I can't quarrel with you. I don't want to do that. But it would have been okay if he invested it well. However, that Granny Fei Lan has only the true God realm. I can't think of any way she would be useful to us. He said that she was one of us. Was that a joke? I think he treats us as his subordinates. Who is that man? Although he's strong, he doesn't have a background force. I think he will barely survive the Star Map expedition. Ka Fu shook his head. Maybe he knows something extraordinary about that old woman. Ka Tuo contemplated, his face stern as if he suddenly recalled something. No way. Deji, do you also think that Fei Lan has something strange? Did he convince you? Ka Fu was so surprised. Do you think I'm that easily influenced like that? Ka Tuo laughed. Anyway, because of his words, I've asked some of my friends. I think that it's true that we have an amazing hermit in the land of God punishment. I heard the other leaders say that when the land of God punishment had almost fallen many years ago, it was saved miraculously. No one could explain why. Fei Lan is the oldest living person in the heaven punishment city. If we have such a character, she would be an obvious suspect. Ka Fu didn't dare agree with him. He just shook his head with a forced smile. Impossible. If she's that intimidating, why does she need to stay in the heaven punishment city? The Raging Flame Star area is vast enough for her to rule, right? Why does she only want our divine crystals? We can't guess what she is thinking. Ka Tuo also couldn't explain it. Who's that? However, right at that moment, Yan's shout came from the garden behind the shop. A torrential, bursting energy immediately shot up into the sky. Ka Tuo and his brother were astounded. Without much hesitation, they dashed towards the garden behind the shop. This garden had some big trees, and they were shaking inaudibly at the moment. Leaves fluttered everywhere. Yan floated in the middle of the rolling leaves, his face solemn. A scorching air current flooded the garden from an unknown source. The big trees in the garden were quickly ignited. The flame rose high in the air. Shortly after, the backyard of Kafu's shop was burning, creating a vivid red sea of fire. While Shiyan's thought flickered, an extremely cold energy shot out from his body. His body now had a thick layer of crystal-clear ice. Each of his pores had a cold current oozing out. A strange barrier, which was an invisible net, covered Kafu's shop shortly. The furious flame burst out furiously. The temperature was so high that blood in people's body would have evaporated. As soon as Ka Tuo reached the backyard, his face changed dramatically. He shouted in fright, "It's Barrett! He dares to attack us in the Heaven Punishment City." Kafu couldn't help but scream, "OSH*T! My shop!" Staying within 3 meters of ice created by his ice power, Shiyan's eyes were like sabers. He shouted, "If you dare to attack us, show yourself." A fire cluster appeared distinctively in the fire sea. Barrett, one of the top leaders in the land of God punishment, appeared in that scorching fire cluster. With a ferocious face, he laughed like crazy. "You're brave, kid. Too bad, though. You won't escape death today." Boom! Tens of thousands of flames fired like fire ribbons, entangling Shiyan's god body. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The 3-meter-thick ice layer melted rapidly. "You guys should just let me kill you. Don't resist. Or else, don't blame me for having no mercy." Barrett's face was crazy and savage. His cold eyes raked through Ka Tuo and his brother. "Don't move. I won't kill you too. If you even move your fingers, I will believe that you're going against me, and I won't show you mercy." The extremely cold energy circulated around his body. The melted ice layer was built up again. Yin was trying to resist the flames. At this moment, he didn't use all of his energy. He just watched Ka Tuo coldly. He wanted to see what Ka Tuo and Kafu would do. We can just neglect him." Kafu lowered his voice. Damn it! Ka Tuo was enraged. His soul alter-spun. The furious, distorted energy burst out from his god body. Rocks and countless miscellaneous items in Kafu's shop rolled up into the sky, gathering in his god domain. Court death. Blackhorn's loud and frank voice arose from a corner of the fire sea. Countless icicles flew out immediately, aimed at Ka Tuo and Kafu. Blackhorn was hiding to watch the two brothers. Seeing that they had made up their mind, he attacked them immediately. The icy cold energy exploded, creating so many icicles, ice sabers, and ice swords that flew around the brothers. "Kill them all." Barrett was furious. He shouted and attacked instantly like a fire giant. A fire punch, like a volcano, pounded on Shiyan's god body. Bang! The thick ice layers created by the ice-cold flame shattered under one punch. Ice rocks shot out everywhere. Shiyan screamed as though he was hit by a giant hammer. His veins and bones were shaken. He couldn't help but urge the energy of the immortal demon blood, entering the third sky of rampage instantly. His eyes became garnet. He faced the sky and roared like a savage beast. Starlight dots fell from countless stars in the sky. In just a moment, they formed the star armor, which was fused perfectly with his nebula. The flames swarmed over, covering his god body. However, they couldn't burn his star armor immediately. At the same time, Shiyan touched his forehead, making his soul alter spin. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of rough, lightning strikes shot out from his god body like a bunch of dragons. The lightning strikes twisted in the air, darting furiously toward Barrett. Some strange flames also flew out from his glabella, dancing like spirits in the sea fire. They were all aimed at Barrett. In his savage roar, Shiyan's god body withered. An evil, seething energy rocketed furiously. His aura, now, was like a demogorgon. While his power, Upanishad, changed, a dead seal condensed in the sky. He showed a sad, shrill face that grimaced. He hissed and screamed in pain, flying towards Barrett. At this moment, Shiyan's energy in his entire body had burst out. His momentum was like a rainbow. He wasn't inferior to Barrett. Barrett turned into the fire giant. With his first sky of original God realm, he couldn't kill Yin at his first attempt. As Yin was able to counterattack, Barrett became more furious. Swish, swish, swish. The flames condensed into fire snakes. Tens of thousands of those fire snakes were swimming in Barrett's god domain. They carried the nature of fire that crazily flew towards Yin. The scorching temperature had melted Fu's shop shortly. All items were burned. The torrential, frightening flame seemed to melt the soul altar once. Confined, Yin's god domain changed one more time. Now he was using space power. All objects in his area halted for 1 second. A massive space crack was formed, swallowing half of the flames Barrett had created. Boom, boom, boom. More and more fire snakes bombarded Yin's god body. He had to back off as more than 100 fists were punching him at the same time. His bones resounded as if they were about to crack. His face reddened like there were flames on it. He took this attack on his own. Anyway, his real competence was inferior to Barrett's. Under such a powerful attack, he felt like a giant was bullying him around. Not dead yet, Barrett's eyes were radiant with ruthless light. He was using his true flame. It was the first time he had to struggle hard fighting a second sky of King God Realm Warrior. In the screams, Barrett's energy rose once again. He had finally released all of the energy that a first sky of original God Realm Warrior could have. The intimidating aura was really earth-shattering. Star moves. Yin's soul altar changed again. Star energy was sent out thickly from the nebula in his body. It had formed a connection with a 9-tiered galaxy. The glorious star inside the nebula also flew out visibly in front of Yin. The starlight of outer space gathered and shone on that marvelous star. The rice-sized star enlarged shortly. It was now a complete crystal ball, which was constantly taking in the star energy. It became so dazzling that it hurt to look at it. This star had a subtle magical connection with Yin's god soul. His hand flicked the star that barged into Barrett. Boom! Just like a mountain falling from the sky, hitting Barrett, sparks were sent everywhere. Barrett was struck, and he fell on the ground. His aura was subdued for a moment. But it was just a short moment. In Barrett's infuriated roar, flames rose from the ground. He seemed to urge the flame underground, flying savagely toward Yin. The fire resembling Barrett emerged from the fire sea. They all stretched their arms out to snatch Yin as if they wanted to tear Yin into pieces. Each of these fire figures had the soul energy fluctuation. They seemed to be the magical fire clones of Barrett. Chapter 842, The Value of 10,000 Top-Quality Divine Crystals. Chapter 842, The Value of 10,000 Top-Quality Divine Crystals _ More than 10 flame figures as vague as the giant god of fire flooded from everywhere, bringing the tremendous fire all together. The giant fire surged violently, bursting uncontrollably from the ground, as if it was going to cover the entire Heaven Punishment City. The scorching energy was about to destroy the entire city. At this moment, Barrett released the complete power of the original God Realm, launching his formidable attacks. The fire snakes wound around Yin's god body. In the furious flames, his energies gathered in his meridians and streamed strangely. With a gap between an entire realm, Yin had the right to be proud that Barrett had to use all of his strength to try to deal with him. Any warrior at the second sky of King God Realm fighting a warrior at the original God Realm would not have a different result as someone who committed suicide. He would never have the luck to escape death. For Yin, since he was able to stand until this moment and force Barrett to use all of his powers, he had actually reached an unimaginable level for his realm. Barrett's power and understanding of Power Upanishad were much more profound than what Fanny had. Yin had used the immortal demon blood, his different powers, Upanishads, and even all of the heaven flames to resist the savage man. However, he had to struggle a lot. Seeing the fire figures swarming over, Yin pulled himself together, using the soul altar to revolve the heaven flame tier. Yin released the heaven flames. Shortly after, They created a multi-layered heaven flame shield. It dazzled gloriously like a rainbow. At first glance, Yin was floating in the middle of a five-colored nimbus. Divine light radiated brightly around him. Although divine layers made of heaven flames couldn't fuse with his god body or god soul, they still looked godly and magical. The fire giants touched the heaven flames' shield and bounced back. They couldn't attack Yin. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The heaven flame shield made contact with the fire giants. Colorful lights and sparks were sent out dazzlingly. Floating in the center of the heaven flame defense, Yin quickly urged the energy in his body, exploding the energy of the immortal demon blood. His aura didn't decrease even a slight bit. He condensed the star energy to create the star shield the second time. The star that had flown out revolved for a while on the ground before exploding outward and attacking Barrett violently. As his god soul was blocked, no matter how fast Barrett moved, he couldn't escape the star's pursuit. Starlight flooded the place. A flying star chased after Barrett, troubling him. Barrett didn't have a free moment to strengthen his attacks. The grimaced ghost face created by the dead power appeared from nowhere once again. Just like that peculiar star, it started to fly after Barrett. At the same time, Yin's surging negative energy all poured into that ghost face. Vaguely, Yin and the ghost face seemed to merge into one. That ghost face then turned into his appearance and figure. It turned into a miniature version of his soul, a version that was filled with negative, cunning, and wicked emotions. Those emotions were terrifying enough to corrupt people. At the original God realm, Barrett's soul altar was also affected. From time to time, his mood affected his power, preventing him from increasing his energy. While they were battling, Yin's energy drained crazily. Ka Tuo and Ka Fu were entangled with Blackhorn, so they couldn't have a moment to help him. Boom! It sounded like some hard shell broke. The barrier outside of the fire sea was broken. Barrett's god body that was floating upright in the fire sea halted all of a sudden as if an invisible hand had grabbed him. The flames covering the entire sky disappeared rapidly at speed naked eyes couldn't observe. After 3 breaths, the entire sea of fire vanished. Barrett was dumbstruck. He just stood dully as if he couldn't move a finger. Swish! His god body flew backward as if a strong, ferocious beast was dragging him back to his base. Blackhorn's ice covering his entire body turned into small fragments, shooting out. He spurted blood. He was also frozen like Barrett, dragged out of this place. He couldn't control his god body to resist. It was so strange that the earth and heaven energy around them was sucked away. No one could feel any beam of energy or aura. Barrett and Blackhorn couldn't move a finger. They were petrified as they were sprung towards the black curtain's base. Blood trickled from their mouths while they were still flying in the sky. Yin was dumbstruck. Ka Tuo and Ka Fu gawked. Many warriors around them realized the bizarre situation. They looked at the sky and saw Barrett and Blackhorn being thrown to Black Curtain's base. A grumbling sound echoed afterward. A 100-meter-tall building in the Black Curtain's base collapsed. Giant rocks fell and covered Barrett and Blackhorn. The shop had been burned into ashes. A strong smell of burned things permeated the air. Yin, Ka Tuo, Ka Fu shivered in fear. They looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Barrett at the original God realm and Blackhorn at the peak of the King God realm had prepared well and attacked them. They were easily defeated like that. At the same time, they were wounded and pressed down by their own base. What they witnessed was extremely bizarre. Yin's face was uncertain. Light continuously sparkled in his eyes. He pondered for a while, then bowed respectfully to the void. Thank you, Precursor, for saving me twice. The earth and heaven energy that had disappeared slowly flooded into the ruined shop, leaving the burnt and charred items on the cracked ground. Ka Tuo looked around with fright. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Quick, show your gratitude. Yin's face darkened, shouting. Ka Tuo and Ka Fu were shaken. They finally pulled themselves together. Just like Yin, They bowed to the void respectfully. Thank you, Precursor, for granting us your grace. It's because of the weight of 10,000 divine crystals. Otherwise, I wouldn't have cared about your lives. A hoarse female voice came to them in the air. Shurian, make these two fools shut their mouths. One more disrespectful word from them, and they will die. You fools. Ka Tua and Ka Fu were extremely scared, and they dropped their jaws. It was Fei Lan's voice. She had heard their resentment when they were talking with each other outside the shop. Just a moment ago, they had doubted Shurian's decision. Now everything was clear. Ka Fu wanted to cry. He slumped on his knees and said nothing while he kowtowed on the rocky ground. Shortly after, his forehead bled. Ka Tua was perplexed for a while. He kneeled down too. He stooped like a kid receiving his parents' teaching and didn't dare snap back a word. At this moment, they were totally convinced. Now, they weren't suspicious anymore. Barrett, at the first sky of Original God Realm, was dragged away in just a blink. They couldn't wiggle out as they were pressed into their lair. What kind of power was this? Fan Yi is dead. However, Barrett is a member of the Heaven Punishment City. I just taught him a lesson. I won't kill him. 1,000 divine crystals were enough to exchange for Fan Ye's life. Because of the 10,000 divine crystals you gave me, I helped you out this time. We don't owe each other anything now. Fei Lan's voice arose the second time. Her faint, floaty voice came from nowhere. After she had finished, it was like she stopped paying attention to this area. No matter how hard Ka Tua and Ka Fu pounded their heads on the ground, she didn't answer them. Shurian was calm from the beginning to the end. He wasn't surprised at all. The moment Barrett was bound, he suspected that Fei Lan had helped him one more time. He also knew the reason why Fei Lan helped him. It wasn't because of the divine crystals. He suspected that it was because of the blood mark. After a while, hearing nothing else from Fei Lan, Shurian said faintly, "You guys should get up. She's gone. Oh no, perhaps she has never left her shop." With her realm and cultivation base, the entire Heaven Punishment City is in her hand. Ka Fu was upset, his eyes gloomy as he lowered his head. He sighed weakly. I understand now. I was so wrong. Was it worth giving those 10,000 divine crystals? Shurian glared at him, talking coldly. It was worth it. Definitely worth it. I just couldn't see the truth. Please don't scold me. Ka Fu lowered his head, feeling regret and shame. Bloody Slaughterer Ka Tuo's eyes brightened up as he shot up from the ground and asked with excitement. Senior, what's her origin? How is she related to us? She's on our side. Shurian smiled mysteriously. Remember, you must be careful while talking in the Heaven Punishment City. If she wanted to listen to you guys, no one would stop her. Ka Tua nodded like a rooster eating rice. Don't worry, brother. From now on, I will respect her like she's my ancestor. I will pay close attention too. Only the three of us know about this. If you let someone else know, I won't be able to protect you both. She will erase you from this world personally, Shurian added after contemplating for a while. The two brothers, of course, didn't dare to say anything. They pounded their chests to assure Shurian that they would say nothing about it. From deep inside their hearts, this pair of brothers was totally convinced. Under the care of those like Fei Lan in the Heaven Punishment City, who would be able to touch Shurian. Shurian suddenly frowned. He squinted slightly as he changed his visage. A dark spot appeared in a ruined corner of the shop. A magical energy fluctuation rippled, but the others couldn't feel it. Sensing quietly for a while, Shurian was astounded. He then said to Ka Tua, "Follow me. Don't mind this place." Ka Tua and Ka Fu didn't dare to doubt Shurian's decision anymore. They said nothing and followed Shurian to the small alley in the back of the shop. They crossed many small alleys and disappeared shortly. Not long after that, many warriors came and investigated the ruin. They were frightened, discussing noisily. What happened? Dunno. Was that old Brother Fong who defeated Barrett and Blackhorn? You fool. If Brother Fong had this kind of ability, the Heaven Punishment City wouldn't have 4 leaders. He would become the sole leader. This kind of power is enough to clean up anybody. Barrett didn't have a bit of energy to counterattack. Didn't you see his body shoot over our heads with a fearful face? Yeah, it's true. Old brother Foam can't be that intimidating. Who is that person then? Dunno. Where are Ka Tual and his brother? Dead. Perhaps they escaped. Although they were discussing many things, they could only come up with one conclusion. The attacker was very intimidating. Chapter 843, The Heart of Darkness. Chapter 843, The Heart of Darkness, _ a decrepit, shabby manor 10,000 miles southwest of Ka Fu's shop. Shurian's group of 3 sneakily arrived in this place. As soon as they arrived, the stone gate of the manor silently opened. The yard inside had some withered ancient trees. The ambience here was tranquil and heavy. There were no energy fluctuations. Some stone buildings were built in a deep place inside the garden. Shurian just walked forward and didn't even frown. Ka Tual and Ka Fu exchanged looks, saying nothing while quietly following Shurian. After they got into the garden, the stone gate closed automatically. The sole stone door of a stone house in the manor opened inaudibly. Shurian's group walked in one after another. The stone house didn't have a window. After the 3 of them walked through the door, it closed. They found themselves immersed in complete darkness. It was so dark that they couldn't see their own fingers. A gloomy light appeared little by the stone wall. A black figure was sitting neatly on a platform. She lifted her black veiled hat, exposing her savage, scarred face. At first glance, Ka Tual and Ka Fu felt their legs shivering. Their faces grimaced shortly. They knew this face. The most ruthless woman in the dark firmament divine nation, the regimental commander of the Bloody Legion, who topped the 5 great feudal vassals in the raging flame star area. This woman's bloody hands had killed so many people. Any enemy of the dark firmament divine nation would have paled fearfully facing her. Ka Tual and Ka Fu weren't exceptions. Sure, Yin slightly bent his body, his face faint. Greetings, Madame Leona. I was wondering what you summoned me for. Leona sat on the high platform. Her dark green eyes were gloomy, reflecting no mood. She just looked at him and said nothing. Although she didn't say anything, an invisible pressure had pressed down on the other 3. They felt annoyed, as if they couldn't hold their lives in this place. It was much more frightening than facing Barrett and Blackhorn. After a long moment, Leona spoke slowly. You took the star map from the Purgatory Star? Sure, Yin was surprised, but he didn't deny it. Yeah, I brought it out. It was God's will, mumbled Leona. She kept silent for a while, as though she had immersed in her memory. Did you know who saved you twice? I do, Shurian nodded honestly. Do you know why she has saved you? Asked Leona. Pondering for a while, Shurian peeked at bloody slaughterer Ka Tual and Ka Fu. He said uncertainly, Is it related to my mark? You're smart. Your fortune is good too. You found her not long after you've arrived in the Heaven Punishment City. Your fate is good. That is why you got the inheritance. Leona nodded, throwing a look at bloody slaughterer Ka Tual. She snarled, Ka Tual, show your mark to me. What mark? Ka Tual was bewildered. Sure Yin smiled, pointing at his forehead. Ka Tual got it. He immediately urged his energy to circulate the chaotic god domain. His eyes turned garnet, and the dim mark on his forehead slowly appeared. It showed the 5 blood clouds. All right, no wonder why you were able to sense danger and quickly change it to safe situations several times. Leona's eyes brightened up as she muttered, turning danger into safe situations several times. Bloody slaughterer Ka Tual was astounded. After a while, he was stirred up. Is it? Staying in the land of God punishment for years, he had been besieged several times. His soul had almost been destroyed. However, from time to time, his enemies would fail to generate energy randomly, as though they had made mistakes in their cultivation. They wouldn't be able to release their energy, and their only consequence was to be killed by Ka Tual. Thanks to those lucky moments, he had harvested a lot and become famous among the pirates. Gradually, he had established his own organization. Since then, Ka Tual had doubted the possibility of someone helping him. He couldn't have been so lucky. Every time he fell into an inescapable situation, his enemy would make a fatal mistake. He thought that God favored him and didn't want him to die yet. However, listening to Leona, he finally understood. It was not the mighty God who had helped him. Somebody else had saved him many times. Shurian told you to give away 10,000 divine crystals. Wasn't that worth it for you? Is your life not worth 10,000 divine crystals? Leona wore a mocking countenance. Did you really think that your fate was that good? Katuo's brawny body shivered as gratitude arose in his heart, his eyes watery. He said dully, "So, she has saved me many times. I'm so dumb to have not figured it out." Katuo gawked. He suddenly realized that something extraordinary had happened to his brother, which he didn't know. Also, he now knew that his brother had almost died many times. Someone had saved his life, which helped him survive and gain today's position. That person was Fei Lan. "If you didn't have the mark and she didn't know about your mark, you would have been dead already," said Leona faintly. "I got it. I finally got it. Thanks for telling me all of this." Katuo was so grateful. He bowed respectfully with tears falling from his eyes. No one understood his labor and effort for many years. From the point of view of an anonymous warrior in the land of God punishment, he had suffered so many adversities, which Ka Fu, his blood brother, didn't even know about. Katuo understood that it was not easy for him to have today's attainment. He always thanked God for taking care of him, that he could survive stubbornly for so many times. However, until today, he finally knew that he had a pair of eyes watching over him and taking care of him. The feeling of having someone protecting him was something he had never had for his entire life. All of a sudden, someone woke him up from his perplexed life. Katuo's feelings couldn't be expressed once with words. "Do you know why you stayed alive after breaking my battleship? Do you know why I had to protect you when Ao Guduo wanted to kill you?" Leona's line of sight shifted to Shurian. "I know why," Shurian chuckled. "At the moment I saw you use your power Upanishad, I suspected a little of it. Thank you." He bowed to show his gratitude. Leona was surprised. Her eyebrows twitched. "How come you got it that fast? What did you depend on?" "I've seen your dark power Upanishad," explained Shurian. Leona's eyes brightened, but she didn't say anything, waiting for his explanation. "I met a war devil in the Grace mainland. It's a black iron puppet. As far as I've known, it's the dark clone of Lao Luo. I think your dark power Upanishad is somehow related to it." Shurian tried to ask for more information. "Lao Luo." Leona shook her head. It seemed like she didn't know this person. "I've never heard about him before. Does he also cultivate dark power Upanishad?" "True. The same power." Shurian was astounded. "If you don't know Lao Luo, how are you able to also comprehend dark Upanishad? It doesn't seem right." Then his mind flickered, releasing the war devil from the blood vein ring. It's been a long time since his last use of the black puppet. The war devil's power was limited. Even if it used all of the power, it could use the energy of the peak of spirit realm. Compared to Shurian at the moment, it was trivial. That's why he had forgotten the puppet. Leona's eyes sparkled. Her dark power moved. She landed by the war devil, her face excited. "The heart of darkness. Oh my, this puppet has the heart of darkness. I know it. I know the reason." While talking, her soul altar spun, releasing a magical suction force. The heart of darkness inlaid on War Devil's chest turned into a dark light cluster, flying towards Leona. In just a blink, it disappeared into Leona's body as though it had become a part of her. A gust of dark and wicked aura shot out from Leona. She didn't say anything while she sat down, closing her eyes. She seemed to try to fuse the heart of darkness, her visage stern. After the heart of darkness detached from the iron puppet, it collapsed grumblingly, turning into fragments on the floor. There was no beam of energy remained. The war devil was totally broken. Leona was excited. She closed her eyes to feel, smiling as she was stirred up. "Brother, it seems that she's taking in the Upanishad inheritance, just like I did before," said Katuo gingerly. Shurian nodded as he also saw the clues. The heart of darkness looked crucial to Leona, a warrior cultivating dark power Upanishad. It seemed to contain the mysteries of the inheritance, which was like the star nucleus in his case. At this moment, Leona was fusing the heart of darkness into her body and making it part of her like what Yin had done with the star nucleus. What's going on? Ka Fu was bewildered. He thought that what happened today was very mysterious and yet exciting. It made him baffled. He started to wonder if all that he'd seen today was just a dream. Oh, I don't know. You have to ask my senior. Katua also wanted to know, looking at Yin. Yin's face was odd. He didn't understand clearly either. It seems that there was a line that connects everybody together. But Yin couldn't explain Katua and his brother. He hesitated for a while, then said, "Don't rush. Wait until Madame Leona wakes up. We will ask her." Katua and Ka Fu were surprised, but they didn't ask more. All then looked at Leona quietly, waiting for her to complete her fusion with the heart of darkness. Gradually, a dim mark enlarged and became clearer on Leona's glabella. 5 blood clouds. It was exactly the same as Ka Tuo's mark and the mark on the small shield in Feilan's shop. Ka Tuo was shaken, pointing at Leona's forehead with fright. That mark? Yes, that mark, I know it. Yin had doubted it before. As soon as he saw the mark on Leona's forehead, he confirmed what he was thinking. Yin beamed a smile. We all have that mark, right? Brother, do you have that mark too? Katua was astounded, shouting, "It's true. I got one." Yin nodded. Anyway, your mark appears on your god body's forehead, and my mark is in my god soul center. This is the only difference. Katua was perplexed. Chapter 844. What can we do then? Chapter 844. What can we do then? Underscore. Black Curtain Pirates Headquarter, Heaven Punishment City. Crushed stones were scattered on the ground. The center of the large yard was concaved. Barrette and Blackhorn sat neatly in the middle of the crushed stone. Blood covered their bodies, their eyes gloomy. Feng Ku, Russell, and Jianon were here. They stood around the large yard, looking at Barrette and Blackhorn. They were in a fix with a little bit pleasure of seeing people in misfortune. Many Black Curtain pirates were also looking at their bosses with dark faces. The battle that happened in the Heaven Punishment City had caught the attention of many people. They all saw Barrette and Blackhorn being dragged through the sky of the Heaven Punishment City and thrown to their headquarters. The two of them couldn't even wiggle. Everybody knew Barrette and Yin had a battle taken place in Ka Fu's shop. Of course, it wasn't hard to guess whom Barrette and Blackhorn had attacked. However, Yin had only the second sky of King God Realm. Ka Tuo and Ka Fu were just the King God Realm warriors. Barrette was an intimidating existence since he was at the original God Realm. Not only could he accomplish this deed, he also fell into this helter-skelter situation. People who saw them couldn't reason what had happened. No one knows who had attacked these two in the dark. However, at this moment, people all knew that a formidable hermit had stayed in the Heaven Punishment City. This hermit was like an invisible giant towering the Heaven Punishment City, watching and keeping the order of the city quietly. The Heaven Punishment City banned fighting. People who broke the rules would be taught a lesson. Even if Barrette was a big leader, he couldn't be an exception. Do you think this is funny? Barrette was so angry. He looked at the others as if he could shoot flames with his eyes. He gritted his teeth. Yeah, I've broken the rules. So what? Are you going to expel me from the Heaven Punishment City? He could see the unfriendly mockery of Feng Ku, Russell, and Jianon. As he was enraged, he wasn't polite to them. No, we're not here to solve your rule-breaking case. Feng could twitch his mouth, making a bizarre smile. Moreover, you've got your punishment. We won't trouble you more. Haha, Barrette. Your fortune isn't good, I think. You've always been disgruntled? Jianon and Russell also sneered. Their faces showed their inaudible ridicule. Did you come here to see how funny my situation is? Barrette darkened his face. The flame of anger rose in his eyes. I used to think that in the Heaven Punishment City, the 4 of us were the strongest. I've never thought that we're just the order keepers in daylight. Someone in the dark is much stronger than us. That person seems to use his or her own methods to control the city. Are you willing to let someone else take your powers? What can we do then? Yeah, Gnome shook his head begrudgingly. When we aren't as strong as this night character, we can't do nothing but stoop our heads. Although that mysterious expert has a high realm, he or she isn't hostile to us. Why should we find a way to lose our faces altogether? I think it isn't a bad thing to have a character like that to enforce the rules of the Heaven Punishment City. Yeah, it's true. Even if we don't like it, what can we do then? Russell beamed a forced smile. That hermit could subdue people easily. We're not the equal opponents that we were back then. This person has been in the city for so many years. If he wanted to attack us, how would we have been safe during those years? Apparently, he just wants to keep the order of the city. It's also our initial purpose. If something happens, why should we find trouble ourselves? How come I didn't know such a tremendous existence in the Heaven Punishment City? Barrett still had a grimace. We've known it not for long. Jin Gnome and Russell exchanged looks, showing the depressed countenances. I've known it earlier. Feng Ku, the one belonging to the previous generation, took a deep breath. I always thought that it was just a rumor. I didn't put in my mind. If I didn't know about you and Fan Yi, perhaps, I would still think that it was just a rumor. However, today, I believe that it is true. So you are here for what? Giving me advice to not swagger in the Heaven Punishment City? Are you asking me to let that kid go? Shouted Barrett. Nope, we didn't want to talk about it. Anyway, if you still want to chase after him, go ahead. We'll be happy waiting for your result. Russell laughed oddly, as if he wasn't afraid of the protector in the dark of the Heaven Punishment City. I don't want to die early, Barrett said with a stiff face as he tried to control his mood. Blackhorn was more despondent, talking with a grimace. That hermit just wanted to teach us a lesson. He didn't strike us hard. If it happens again, I'm not sure if we will survive. How is Shi Yin? Is he okay? Feng Rao contemplated behind Feng Ke for a while. Eventually, she couldn't hold her worry anymore, frowning and asking. That kid lives well. Barrett suddenly got enraged badly. Feng Rao, what's so good about him? He's just a lucky kid. He doesn't have a background force to support him. Why did you choose him? Feng Rao gave him a cold smile. It has nothing to do with you. She wanted to know whether Shi Yin was all right or not. She didn't have any good feelings towards Barrett. Knowing Shi Yin was safe, her heart quieted down. Of course, she wouldn't give Barrett a nice face. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All of a sudden, something buzzed low and hurried in Feng Ke's sleeve like a hasty mosquito. Feng Ke arched his brows. One hand of his retracted into the sleeve. He closed his eyes as if he was sensing something. His face changed dramatically afterward. He couldn't help but bawl, his face frightened. Fan Yi is dead. Hearing him, everybody else was shaken, looking at him disbelievingly. I just got the news. The headmaster of the Fan family, Fan He, is going to the land of God punishment alone. The 9-star Chamber of Commerce isn't far from us. With Fan He's competence, if he travels at the max speed, he'll be here shortly. Feng Ke took a deep breath. His face was very solemn. The intelligence I got from the 9-star Chamber of Commerce says that Fan He's enraged because his blood brother Fan Yi was killed in the Heaven Punishment City. Good. He's dead. Good. Huh. Russell was bewildered. He burst out laughing like crazy. He deserved that. Huh. Feng Rao's beautiful eyes also brightened, yelling excitedly. Those pirates who had been attacked by the Fan family got excited hearing the news. Many pirates of the land of God punishment had disgusted the Fan family the most. Recently, the Fan family had always covered and attacked the pirates. If they hadn't hidden in the Forbidden Lands, many pirates would have been killed. Russell and the Fan family had a deep grudge. Feng Rao's big brother also was killed by the force of the Fans. Many friends and beloved ones of the pirates were also killed by the Fans. Thus, hearing the news made them all excited, yelling happily. Fan He arrived. Feng Ke pondered for a while, then shouted, his face grim. The noisy cheering vanished with his words. People became gloomy instantly. They looked extremely anxious and tense. In the Raging Flame Star area, Fan He, the headmaster of the Fan family, was like Du Tianji. He was the most dangerous existence at the third sky of original God realm. Their names were heard in every corner of the life stars in the Raging Flame Star area. He was deemed the peak of existence. Today, this character was about to arrive in the Heaven Punishment City personally. Who wouldn't be tense? With our forces, we're Fanhe's matches. What should we do? Jinnong asked gingerly, as if he got a headache. Arrange your members. We will retreat from the Heaven Punishment City immediately. Yeah, tell the leaders of the other forces to prepare. We will leave at the fastest speed and head directly to the area that the star map points to. This is good. It's time to move, Fonkus said after pondering for a while. If the hermetic expert in the land of God punishment wants to protect the Heaven Punishment City, even he won't be able to destroy the city, which has been standing firm for several thousand years. Wait until we explore the mysteries of the star map and get stronger. Then, Fanny won't be a threat to us anymore. People nodded in agreement with his words. They hurried to arrange their formations and people. Father, Yin, we don't know where he is, Feng Rao said softly. We have so many people here. We can't wait for only him. We don't have much time, though. It will be good if he can come before we leave. Otherwise, we can't do anything about it, Feng Rao frowned. It's not a bad thing if he can't join our expedition. As long as we can harvest something, we won't be mistreating him. Feng Rao also understood that they wouldn't take risks to linger and wait for Yin. She could only nod her head reluctantly and listen to her father. However, she still hoped that Yin would show up soon. Another hidden manor in the Heaven Punishment City. Carthu was talking with Zi Yao discreetly. Suddenly, he arched his brows, jolted up, and walked to the garden of the manor. Ao Gera appeared there, speaking to a man. His face was bright. Sir Ao Guduo. Xiao greeted the man as she was shaken seeing him. Your Highness, you're still stunningly gorgeous. Ao Guduo, one of the 5 feudal vassals, laughed cheerily. No wonder Ao Gera wanted to go with you, no matter how hard I've tried to keep him. Haha, from the ancient time until now, heroes are attracted to beauties and beauties are attracted to heroes. You and this kid are perfectly matched. Xiao felt resentful, but her face was calm. However, she didn't reply. You come just on time. Those pirates seem to have some strange commotions. They want to leave the city quickly, said Carthu. Once they leave the Heaven Punishment City, it will be hard to find them in the Forbidden Lands. They are more familiar with the topography there than we are. If we want to attack them, the next 2 days are the best chances. Attack them. Ao Guduo shook his head, his face grimaced. I don't want to die unaccountably like Fanyi. Hearing him, Carthu, Xiao, and Ao Gera were startled. They knew that Fanyi had disappeared mysteriously, but they didn't know that he was dead. It wasn't a joke when an original God Realm warrior died. It would be spread over the raging flame star area. We can confirm that a terrifying hermetic expert is dwelling in the Heaven Punishment City, said Ao Guduo with a solemn countenance. He looked scared, too. He seemed too afraid of that person to show any offense.